I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 951, The Great Nirvana and the Divine Art of Unity. Just as Luo Hong had expected, this maze forest was built by Wenxian Zenren for Guangyuan Heavenly Book. He could make such an accurate guess because Wenxian Zenren and Luo Hong were very similar to each other in some ways. He only needed to think about it from another perspective to guess it. Because of the different cultivation systems and the fact that the ascension method had been completed, Guangyuan Heavenly Book had no appeal to Luo Hong, so he did not think about it at first. But when he put himself in Wenxian Zenren's shoes, the first thought in his mind was not to do the bounty mission like Manji Ui and the others, but to be very interested in the magical mechanism of Guangyuan Heavenly Book itself. To put it simply, it was impossible to work part-time, and the only thing he wanted was to turn Guangyuan Heavenly Book into his own shape. As long as he started from this purpose, all the strange things in the maze forest were explained. The Jade Slip also recorded that Wenxian Zenren deliberately spread the ancient map of the maze forest to the surrounding tribes in order to attract people, trap them for a period of time, and then let them go back with the news of stable spiritual orifices. According to records, this would allow our bounty mission for the Mizanglin to appear on the Guangyuan Heavenly Book, and because it was related to stabilizing the spiritual orifice, the bounty would be the first class. Naturally, these bounty missions were all completed by Wenxian Zenren himself, allowing him to get a steady stream of opportunities to ask questions. To put it bluntly, Wenxian Zenren was just using the bug in the Guangyuan Heavenly Book to plunder it like crazy. What can I say? He really deserves to be like him. If this Guangyuan Heavenly Book is really an ownerless thing, then I guess I have to sign admiration now. But no matter how smart Wenxian Zenren is, he would never know the existence of Guangyuan Zhe at that time. I don't even need to think about it to know that in the end it must be the people of Guangyuan Zhe who discovered the abnormality here, and then sent someone to capture this guy. Who knows, he is working in a small dark room to pay off his debts now. Luo Hong said to himself in great admiration. With a flash of spiritual light in his hand, the Jade Slip was immediately put into the Wanbao bag by Luo Hong, and then he took another Jade Slip and probed into it with his spiritual consciousness. The content of this Jade Slip is much more boring. It is simply a record of an experiment. It seems that Wenxian Zenren has created some kind of magical secret technique here, and it seems particularly important. Judging from the records in the Jade Slip, he used almost all of his opportunities to ask questions on this. The master has already reached the late stage of Liangsu cultivation. I guess he did so much to break through the fusion realm. At this time, Yingming suddenly put down a green Jade Slip and said, from which she got information about Wenxian Zenren's cultivation. Two Taoist friends, do you know what the Great Nirvana and Divine Art is? Liang also put down the Jade Slip in her hand with a look of shock on her face, and said with a trembling voice. As soon as Luo Hong heard it, she knew that she had found the key clue. She reached out to take the Jade Slip and asked, how could a technique make you, Fairy Yi, lose your composure like this? I wonder what's so special about it? I just briefly comprehended it, and I'm far from understanding the subtleties. But the phoenix blood transformation flower required to practice this technique is a sacred medicine for the cultivators of my Yi family. The moment Liang saw this technique, she knew that there must be a phoenix blood transformation flower behind the stone door, and her intention was obvious. Luo Hong did not respond immediately after hearing this, but probed her consciousness into the Jade Slip in her hand, and comprehended this great Nirvana and divine art. Wenxian Zenren is proficient in traditional immortal cultivation methods, which talk about the birth and death of yin and yang and the five element. Even if this technique is written in detail, it will obviously be very mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Luo Hong was also confused when he first read it, but he didn't find it strange. But after carefully comprehending it twice, he suddenly understood the key to this great Nirvana and divine art. It turned out that this technique was very similar to his recent research on Jingyuanzi. So Luo Hong immediately changed his perspective. and the originally obscure content of the technique suddenly became clear in his eyes. So that's how it is. This great nirvana Heian divine art is said to be a technique, but it is actually divided into two parts. The Heian part is the technique, and it is not the core. Putting down the jade slip with a long sigh, Luo Hong immediately turned to Yang and said, "Fairy Yi, you guessed right. There is indeed a phoenix blood transformation spirit flower behind the stone gate, and it must be tens of thousands of years old. Luo has always been fair. I gave you the technique and you helped me leave a way out. This is a two-way settlement. However, you are now in danger because of Luo, and Luo owes you a favor in return. The things here were left by a senior in the human world whom Luo respects. I can decide to give you one to repay the favor. Fairy Yi can choose between the phoenix blood transformation spirit flower and this great nirvana Heian divine art. Fellow Daoist Luo, you are really a strange person. My Yi family has no shortage of top level techniques. This great nirvana Heian divine art will be left to fellow Daoist Luo. I want the spirit flower," Yang said, suppressing her inner excitement. "You know, phoenix blood transformed spiritual flower is one of the few spiritual medicines in the world that can improve the blood of the phoenix. It is extremely important to her. Therefore, she did not hesitate at the moment. With a change of mind, Yang suddenly looked at Luo Hong and pondered for a while, and then flicked her hand on the storage bracelet, and a fiery red jade box suddenly appeared in her hand. This jade box is not only bright red, but also the natural patterns on the surface are like clusters of flames. As soon as it was taken out, it immediately exuded a hot air, causing the temperature around it to rise a lot instantly. Flame jade? Could it be? When Luo Hong saw this box, she immediately guessed in her heart. Luo sticks to the bottom line, but I'm not a snob. That little favor is far from enough compared to a phoenix blood transformed spiritual flower. This box contains a phoenix feather, so I will give it to Luo to make up the difference." Yang raised her chin slightly with pride and threw the jade box in her hand to Luo Hong. "Haha, Fairy Yi is indeed the young master of the Yi family, and her actions are indeed extraordinary. This phoenix feather is exactly what I need, so I will not be polite." Luo Hong took the jade box, opened the talisman and checked it, then put it away with a smile on his face. Luo, it seems that you have already comprehended the skills left by the master. Do you know why there is the master's breath behind the door? Ming was not dissatisfied with Luo Hong giving away the things left by his master. After all, judging from the various traces before, this cave has been abandoned for tens of thousands of years, and Wenqian Zenran has probably already broken through the fusion. The things left here were prepared by him for the advanced fusion, so they are naturally dispensable to Wenqian Zenran at the moment. Fellow Daoist Ming, don't worry. Although we didn't succeed in finding Senior Wenqian this time, I have already got some clues. We just need to find a place to ask around, and we will probably get something. Luo Hong is now basically certain that Master Wenqian was captured by Guangyuan's He to work and pay off his debts. His problem is not serious, and Luo Hong believes that with the ability of this senior, being captured by Guangyuan's He may be a good thing. When his cultivation breaks through the refining void, and he can catch the eyes of Guangyuan's he will find one of their bases to ask around, and he will definitely get something. Ming naturally trusts Luo Hong very much, and nodded silently when he heard this. As for the breath of Senior Wenqian behind the stone gate, it is the result of Senior's practice of the great Nirvana fusion spirit technique. This technique is quite magical. It can take advantage of the opportunity of the phoenix blood transformation flower's Nirvana transformation once every 1,000 years, to bring one of its own life clones to Nirvana transformation. After 9 times, it can be refined into a Yuanling. At that time, the practitioner can practice the technique and merge with this Yuanling, greatly improving the success rate of advanced fusion. What Luo Hong said at this moment was just a version that Ming could understand. In fact, he had a deeper understanding in his heart. It must be said that Master Wenqian was a genius, and he was really the same kind of person as him. After all, Luo Hong had just created a magical power of eating his own soul to strengthen the Yuanshan. Now it is discovered that more than 10,000 years ago, Master Wenqian tried to eat his own mana incarnation. to assist in breaking through the realm. From the perspective of scientific cultivation, the first step of this great nirvana Heian divine art is to use the secret method of Yuan-Te to cut out a part from Yuan-Ying. The second step is to plant the Yuan-Te into the phoenix blood transformation flower with secret techniques. To put it bluntly, it is parasitism, stealing its laws to obtain the ability of nirvana transformation. Every time the phoenix blood transformation flower is transformed into a realm, it is equivalent to upgrading a realm, and the medicinal power will be greatly improved. The same is true for the Yuan-Te. After each nirvana transformation, its spiritual power will increase greatly. However, the apparent increase in spiritual power is not the real purpose. Achieving an increase in the number of elves is. The great nirvana Heian divine art is a mysterious technique that can improve the foundation of the essence of the cultivator. After the 9 transformations of the Yuan-Te, as long as the cultivator's previous foundation is not damaged, when they are combined, it can be said that there is a 90% chance of breaking through the fusion. With a little guess, I know there must be a spiritual formation behind this stone gate. Normally, the 9 revolutions take 9,000 years, but in the spiritual formation, it only takes less than 3,000 years, which is exactly the interval between a great heavenly tribulation. Senior Wentian really calculated everything. There is no doubt that the spiritual formation was created by Wentian Zenran for the cultivation of the great nirvana Heian divine power. Behind this stone gate is a part of Wentian Zenran's nascent soul, which will naturally make Yingming and his soul feel inductive. Can it greatly increase the chances of cultivators advancing to the fusion? Liang muttered to herself in disbelief, looking at Luo Hong with regret flashing in her eyes. Although her Yi family is not short of top-level skills, the great nirvana Heian divine power is not just a skill, but a foundation. Fusion is a realm below the Mahayana. If there are more cultivators in this realm, the possibility of Mahayana cultivators emerging will naturally be greater. From a personal perspective, Liang's choice is not a problem, but from the perspective of the young master of the Yi family, she missed a great opportunity for the family. Fortunately, Liang was proud enough, so she did not regret it on the spot. After the 9th transformation, the Phoenix Blood Soul transformation flower will undergo a nirvana transformation every 1,000 years, but it can only increase the medicinal power to a limited extent, and it will no longer have the terrifying improvement of a cultivator breaking through the realm. But that Yuanling is not certain, and it has no consciousness yet. It may be dangerous for us to open this stone door directly. So fellow Daoist Yingming, please awaken the senior's soul and let him take a look at this place in person, so that he can have no regrets before he dissipates. Luo Hong did not want to come here with great effort, but was killed by the Yuanling who had nirvana countless times as soon as he opened the door, so he had to take care of himself. Wentian's soul has reached its limit. After persisting until today, Luo Hong has no way to save it from the loss of its origin due to the erosion of time. Now awakening it is also to fulfill his idea. Yingming was sad when she heard this. Although she usually did not seem to respect Wentian's soul, it was after all an existence that had accompanied her for tens of thousands of years, and it was inevitable that her mind would be shaken when she left. Soon, an old and weak voice came from Yingming's waist. Fellow Daoist Luo, I fell asleep this time, so you have found this place. But I didn't see the main body at first glance, so something must have gone wrong, and the main body is not here. Alas, this is my fate, and I can't blame anyone else. Wentian's soul was awake for only a few breaths, and he understood the situation he was facing. Unable to return to the main body before dissipating, the emotional memories he carried would all disappear. In a sense, he would fall like this. However, he was unusually open-minded and easily accepted this result. Luo Hong then told him about the situation here, and also sent him a message about Guang Yuan's Hey. Haha, it turns out that the main body has at least cultivated to the fusion realm, which is really gratifying. But he obviously made a mistake of arrogance, so he suffered this misfortune. Wentian's soul laughed immediately after hearing it, and his voice was no longer weak, as if he had entered the last moments of life. Fellow Daoist Luo, thank you for fulfilling my last thought. The Yuanling here is no longer useful. If you need it, just take it. While I still have the last bit of strength, quickly open this stone door and I will help you to subdue this Yuanling. Wen Xian Fenhun knew that he didn't have much time, so he spoke very quickly. Is the Yuanling left by Wen Xian Zenren useful? Of course it is useful, but not for Luo Hong. The so-called Yuanling is actually a large group of Wen Xian Zenren's essence. Devouring the essence of others is an evil method. Even the Sky Fox clan, who are good at this, dare not swallow it at will, otherwise they will end up with a confused mind and crazy. Now, there is such a large group behind the door. If Luo Hong swallows it, he will definitely suffer. But for Xiaojin, who has practiced the Wanji swallowing Yuan Gong, it is a real tonic. After the last rebirth, Xiaojin's potential has been improved, and his cultivation is only in the late stage of the god transformation. If the spirit behind the stone door is as powerful as Luo Hong expected, Xiaojin will not only be able to break through the refining realm, but even break through several realms. Luo Hong would certainly not let Xiaojin miss such an opportunity. He nodded and said, "Thank you, senior. I will open the stone door right away." After saying that, Luo Hong pushed with his right palm, and a black ghost hand pressed on the stone door. Suddenly, the forbidden runes on the stone door dimmed one after another, and lost their effect. Chapter 952, The Battle of Yuanling. Before all the forbidden runes dimmed, the violent spiritual power fluctuations behind the door directly destroyed the remaining forbidden runes. With a loud bang, a huge spiritual power smashed the stone door, and rushed towards Luo Hong and the other two. With a thought, Luo Hong immediately used the power of heaven and earth to separate the rushing broken stones and spiritual power. With a flash of spiritual light in his eyes, he looked behind the stone door. In the dazzling spiritual light, a human-shaped light and shadow was slowly walking towards the door. Every time it took a step, the array pattern in the stone chamber would highlight. Then, Luo Hong felt the vibration of the ground, but the shock was far from here, but came from outside the dark mansion. Is this spiritual power reverse flow? Not good. Senior, stop it. After countless times of nirvana, Wentian Yuanling has accumulated an incomparable amount of spiritual power. This power even exceeds the limit designed by Wentian Zenren. When the seal was still there, this power could be effectively restrained, but now that the seal was forced, the burden brought by this power was all on Wentian Yuanling, and it was obviously unable to bear it, so it was instinctively returning the excess spiritual power to its source. There is no doubt that the original source of the spiritual power was the misty forest ray. The increasingly violent earthquakes at the moment were the result of the spiritual power surging back and breaking through one array after another. If the misty forest array was destroyed, the miasma would definitely dissipate, and then they would have to face the pursuit of the 6 refining aliens. Wentian's soul was speechless when he heard this, and immediately flew out of the soul-raising bag. After the light array in front of him appeared, he turned into a stream of light and escaped into the body of the light man. Suddenly, the Yuanling's movement suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at Yingming, raised his hands to the sky, and blasted out the majestic spiritual power. In an instant, the Yuanling was completely swallowed by a pillar of light about 10 feet thick, and the top of the dark house was quickly blasted through. After a few breaths, the spiritual light in front of Luo Hong and the other two dimmed, and the light column disappeared, leaving only a white ball emitting an extremely tempting fragrance. Is this the Yuanling? It smells so good. Liang twitched her nose twice, and said with great difficulty, "This is the original power of the cultivators. It has an incomparable temptation to all beings who cultivate mana. It is not really fragrant, but our instinct is craving for it. The breath of the predecessor has disappeared. We must deal with this thing immediately, otherwise it will cause big trouble." The current situation is very similar to when Xiaojin advanced in the black domain, but this time it was not the fierce beasts that were tempted, but the cultivators like them. Thinking of the beasts that rushed wildly from both sides of the canyon that day, Luo Hong immediately said in an urgent tone. With a thought, Xiaojin was summoned out of the spirit beast back by Luo Hong. Because animals' instincts only value blood, Xiaojin thought the light ball in front of him was a good thing, but he didn't smell the strange fragrance like Luo Hong and Jiang. Quickly swallow this thing. After Luo Hong ordered Xiaojin, he looked at Yingming and said, "Dao Yingming, go collect the other spiritual objects in the mansion, pick out the important ones, and try to be as fast as possible." Yingming nodded lightly upon hearing this, and then turned into a beam of light, and went back the way he came. At the same time, Yang, without Luo Hong's command, had bypassed the light ball and went to take the phoenix blood transformation flower in the stone chamber. I hope I can make it in time. Looking at Xiaojin, who was performing the 10,000 world swallowing Yuan Gong on the Yuanling, Luo Hong said to himself with a solemn face. Not long ago, Meng Chen, Yahoo and others in the Lost Forest witnessed a change at the same time. Everyone was flying peacefully among the miasma when suddenly they heard a series of violent explosions from the depths of the Lost Forest. Countless soil, rocks, and plants flew into the sky, and a nearby miasma dissipated in pieces. Just as everyone was in doubt, a dazzling beam of light cut through the night sky and rushed straight into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. That's where the three targets really broke into the core of the Lost Forest. Meng Chen's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. You know, when he first came to the Lost Forest, he also broke into its depths, but faced with the continuous attacks of the black giants, he was still unable to cope with it and was defeated. No matter how powerful the target's magical power is, he is only a human god after all, and it is impossible for him to break through this puppet killing array that wears down his magic power. Since this is the case, it can only mean that the target of the mission is closely related to this place, and he did not confront the puppet killing formation head on. No wonder he was determined to go deep into the Lost Forest. Xian also guessed that the current strange phenomenon was caused by Luo Hong and the other two, and said with great regret that he had miscalculated. It was definitely not the intention of those three to destroy the miasma. They must have encountered an accident in the core area. We will go there immediately, and we will definitely catch them, Meng Chen said, and was about to speed up his escape. But at this moment, the sky highlight column in the distance gradually shrank and disappeared, and then a strange fragrance ignored the spiritual shields of the two of them, and passed into their souls. What is this smell? I just smelled it a few times, and it actually loosened my bottleneck. It must be the appearance of the immortal medicine. After smelling the strange fragrance, Meng Chen and Xian couldn't help but fall into a frenzy. Although the purpose of their adventure into the Lost Forest was to get the opportunity to ask questions from the Heavenly Book, they asked questions in order to break through their current realm of cultivation. Therefore, when they found that there was an opportunity to directly achieve their ultimate goal, the two immediately forgot about the heavenly evil dragon armor. The next moment, the two of them changed their flight direction at the same time, ignoring the miasma in front of them, and went straight to the position of the light column. And their choice was just a microcosm of the people in the Lost Forest. In fact, there were 4 groups of escape lights escaping from different directions to the position of the sky highlight column. Meng Chen and the others were not even the fastest. At this moment, in the dark house, Luo Hong was anxiously watching Xiaojin swallowing the Yuanling ball. Dao Luo, everything is packed. A pink escape light fell beside Luo Hong, and then Yang Ming appeared and said. Coincidentally, Yang also walked out of the stone chamber at this time. She not only took the phoenix blood transformation flower, but also memorized the corresponding spiritual formation. They did not find the formation diagram of the spiritual formation this time, and they did not want to copy a set of formation patterns just to get nothing. Yang knew that it was not very useful. I have a problem. The size of the Yuanling is too big. Xiaojin may not be able to swallow it in a short time. In Luo Hong's expectation, Xiaojin would be able to swallow the Yuanling in one gulp after it appeared, so she should be the one who moved the fastest. Even at the beginning, Xiaojin thought so, but until she tried it, she found that, even if she used the Wanji swallowing Yuan Gong, if she wanted to swallow the Yuanling without any trouble, she had to refine it slowly, and she couldn't be impatient. No. Can't stop. At this time, Luo Hong's mind came to Xiaojin's thoughts of giving up, and he immediately rejected it. After all, the Yuanling is a man-made thing, and its stability is extremely poor. If it is not swallowed and refined immediately, after it is taken out, its spiritual power will quickly dissipate. The jade slip left by Wenxia and Zenran specifically noted this point, and Luo Hong would not ignore it. You should devour the Yuanling here, and don't have any extra thoughts. After instructing Xiaojin, Luo Hong looked at Yang Ming and said, fellow Daoist Yang Ming, please protect Xiaojin here. Before coming back, I have reset the teleportation array. If fellow Daoist Luo is defeated, we can use it to escape. Ingming naturally knew what Luo Hong was going to do, and nodded. Thank you. After responding, Luo Hong flew out of the dark mansion through the passage, blasted by the spiritual light column. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Luo Hong found that the dark mansion was actually underground 100 miles away from the bright mansion. At this time, a white escape light flew out immediately, and it was Yi in white. Fairy Yi, Luo has become the target of public criticism at this moment. You should quickly pass through the teleportation array and leave. There is no need to wade into this muddy water. In the following battle, Luo Hong had no room to protect others. After glancing at Yi, he said very seriously, haha, after these few days, I found that Daoist Luo's favor is very valuable, so I want to prepare one. Daoist Luo, are you afraid that you can't pay it back? Yi said with a chuckle. Obviously, she had the idea of making friends with Luo Hong, and wanted to take the opportunity to help her in time and gain Luo Hong's favor. I have enough troubles, and I don't want to be hunted down by the elders of the Yi family again. Luo Hong frowned slightly. If Yi died, he would be in trouble, and Han Laomo would also be greatly affected in the future. This is not what he wants to see. Daoist Luo, don't underestimate me. After all, I'm the young master of the Yi family. Although my magical powers are not as good as yours, they are definitely not weak. In addition, I will never show off my strength. If I really can't defeat you, I will leave you behind and go first. Yi said without hiding. Since you have made up your mind, Luo will not persuade you anymore. Take these formation flags, and help me set up the formation. Time is tight. Luo Hong has no time to argue with Yi. She just needs to know what's going on. Set up a temporary formation? I'm afraid it will be too late. After receiving the formation flag, the smile on Yi's face disappeared immediately, and she said solemnly, it can be expected that those refining virtual aliens are thousands of miles away, and it will take only a few sticks of incense to fly here. With only this amount of time, even the refining virtual formation that has been refined into the formation plate cannot be set up. Luo is not going to set up a new formation, but to borrow the power of the old formation here. You quickly go to these places to set up the formation flags. After taking out a jade slip and sticking it on his forehead for a while, Luo Hong handed it to Yi and said. Although Luo Hong didn't understand what he said at all, Yi knew that this was not the time to explain in detail, so he immediately took the jade slip and the formation flag and flew away. Azzy, come out. As soon as Yi left, Luo Hong called out, Master, assign a task to Azzy. Azzy has to poison those bad guys. As soon as Azzy came out, she said with fighting spirit, take this and hide underground. I'll tell you to do it, and you can do it later. The details are all in this jade slip. Luo Hong took out another blank jade slip and put it on his forehead for a moment, and then he told Azzy seriously, yes, Master. Azzy will be obedient. Azzy thought Luo Hong wanted her to sneak attack at the critical moment, and immediately promised excitedly. After that, she turned into a purple light and disappeared underground. Then, Luo Hong reached out from the treasure bag and took out a formation flag that was twice as many as Yi's. Without saying a word, he went to the formation nodes in his soul. After about 3 incense sticks of time, Luo Hong and Yi met again on the top of the dark house. At this time, they no longer had formation flags in their hands. Very good, no mistake. After sending out his spiritual sense to check it once, Luo Hong's expression finally relaxed a little. Just when Luo Hong wanted to check Zyojin's progress, 2 powerful auras broke into his spiritual sense range at the same time. You're here so fast. Fairy Yi, there are 2 enemies coming now. Try to hold one of them back. I'll come to help you after I quickly deal with the other one. Just as he was talking, 2 small dots, one yellow and one red, appeared in the sky. They flashed and quickly grew larger in the eyes of the 2 people. Yi was startled when she heard the words, and then used her spiritual eyes to look at the 2 small dots. Is that the warship of the spirit race? It was seen that the 2 small dots of spiritual light did not come from the escape light of the immortal cultivator, but 2 warships, one yellow and one red, more than 200 feet long. There were 6 virtual refining aliens chasing Luo Hong. In addition to Meng Chen, Xian, Manjiui, and Yahoo, 4 aliens with the peak cultivation of the middle stage of virtual refining. The other 2 were from the earth and fire divisions of the spirit race, and their cultivation was a peak of the early stage of virtual refining. Due to the disadvantage in cultivation, the 2 had already secretly made an agreement to join forces before entering the Lost Forest. However, neither of them had been to the Lost Forest before, so they were always crazy and lost, and had no sense of existence. The people coming are Yan Wen and UZHU, who are at the peak of the initial stage of the refining void. However, because the spirit clan warship they stole is not much weaker than the previous barbarian ghost, be careful. Luo Hong quickly reported the situation from Chanu's memory, and then fled to the red warship. Liang's Keeling Pippa was very restraining of the earth-type spiritual power. Luo Hong was deliberately taking care of her. Seeing that there were 2 human gods blocking the way, the 2 spirit clan refining voids who were all focused on the strange fragrance did not show their faces, and ordered a row of holes to be opened on both sides of the warship. Suddenly, many strange birds wearing crystal armor flew out from them, which were exactly the kind that Luo Hong and his team had encountered on the road before. Obviously, the other party did not want to waste time on Luo Hong and Jiang, and only ordered these crystal armor strange birds to besiege the 2, and the warship itself did not stop attacking. HMPH. Seeing this, Luo Hong could not help but snort coldly. With a thought, he made 72 Shen Feng Wuang swords shoot out. He pinched a sword formula with his hand, turning it into countless sword threads and slashing forward. Even if the Yuanying level monster birds had crystal armor to protect themselves, they were far inferior to the sharpness of Shen Feng Wuang swords. In an instant, blood rained down in front of Luo Hong, and the leading monster birds died. However, these monster birds seemed to have their minds wiped out. The miserable condition of their companions could not make them retreat at all, and they still rushed forward regardless of their lives. Seeing this, Luo Hong put away the Shen Feng Wuang sword, stretched out his right palm with black air, and immediately threw out 7 or 8 groups of ghosts. These ghosts had no human form, and were transformed from the golden drum toad that Luo Hong had previously collected in his palm. Kill them all. After giving a murderous order, Luo Hong flashed to the front of the red warship, and blasted out with a palm without saying a word. Chapter 953 Underestimating the Enemy. Under the urging of Luo Hong's magic power, a black ghost hand of 100 feet long condensed in an instant, and then slapped straight at the red warship. Perhaps sensing the power of the black ghost hand, the red warship finally used its own power. The many rune crystal pillars on the deck suddenly shone brightly, and then more than 100 red light pillars shot out together. This is a very simple method, which contains absolutely pure fire spiritual power. Normally, only one beam can penetrate several mountains, and under more than 10 beams of concentrated fire, even the divine transformation cultivators will suffer. However, facing this destructive concentrated fire attack, the black ghost hand did not dodge or evade, and still slapped straight. The next moment, the 2 came into contact, and those red light pillars all hit the black ghost hand, but except for causing some ripples on its surface, they did not stop it from falling. How is it possible? How can a volley of a Gyro-class warship have only this much power? The flame pattern body suspended in the core cabin exclaimed in surprise. As a peak existence in the early stage of the void refining realm, Yan Wen did not take the human god blocking his way seriously. Even if the other party might be the target of his mission, it was not as tempting as a strange fragrance that touched his origin. Therefore, Yan Wen used the ancient beast enslaved in his hand to stop the other party without thinking, and was unwilling to stop and waste time. After discovering that Luo Hong had some skills, he immediately drove the warship to blast out a full strength attack regardless of the loss, striving to solve the annoying mosquito in front of him as quickly as possible. But obviously, he greatly underestimated the enemy he was facing. Seeing that the attack was useless, Yan Wen immediately put away his contempt. He could survive in the wilderness, where the weak were completely preyed on by the strong, so he could not be a fool. Therefore, he then found that the red light beam shot out by the warship under his seat suddenly dimmed when it was more than 10 feet away from the black ghost hand. It turns out to be a spiritual treasure that restrains pure spiritual power. Humph, what bad luck. Yang Wen, who thought he had seen through the details of the black ghost hand, snorted coldly. After activating the protective ban of the warship, he changed the spell in his hand and wanted to use other means to deal with it. It seems that this spirit Sliangsu is very confident in his turtle shell. The spiritual power of the red warship changed very obviously. Luo Hong knew that the other party wanted to defend and counterattack after a little analysis. Although the general plane tactics are the most useful, can they really be defended? Since he planned to take the attack, Luo Hong would not hold back and test it. He immediately activated the Kaiankunsu and the Law of Force at the same time, making the smoke-curdling black ghost hand instantly become extremely solid. Yan Wen and the warship may have sensed that something was wrong and immediately tried to drive the warship to dodge, but it was too late. With a loud boom, the black ghost hand instantly crushed the protective spirit shield of the red warship and smashed on its deck. The incomparable force caused the middle part of it to dent at the first time, and it was pressed straight to the ground. Although the runes on the red warship were circling wildly during this period, it did not stop it from falling to the ground. When the second loud noise came, the red spirit boat had fallen into a deep pit, and most of the hull was covered with earth and rocks. And the spiritual light was dim, obviously seriously damaged. It didn't explode even after my full strength attack. It is worthy of being one of the main fighting forces of the spirit race. The spiritual materials used are quite extraordinary, Luo Hong said with a little surprise. Since it was not completely destroyed, Luo Hong would naturally not stop there. He immediately closed his 5 fingers and let the black ghost hand grab the red warship in his palm, and the fingertips of his 5 fingers pierced into the hull. Then, Luo Hong's mind moved, and a large amount of death energy surged out from the ghost hand, and began to corrode the red warship. The runes on the warship quickly dimmed one by one. It was obvious that it would not be long before the warship would be completely scrapped. Stop it. With an angry roar, a blue and red pillar of fire shot up from the stern and rushed towards Luo Hong. Sensing the powerful spiritual power in the pillar of fire, Luo Hong did not dare to neglect it. He flicked his finger and shot a blue stream of light at it. As soon as the two touched, the blue and red pillar of fire immediately exploded, and a blue and red gem shot out from the fire cloud, accompanied by a faint scream. Luo Hong stretched out his hand and a bead burning with blue and white flames, the size of a lychee, flashed and appeared in his palm. Needless to say, it was Luo Hong's life spirit treasure, Kaiankan Pearl. Since practicing the Great 5-Element Daoju, the power of the Kaiankan Pearl has been growing all the time. After accumulating for 100 years, it has already far surpassed the past. Therefore, Luo Hong no longer needs to use it as cautiously as before. Damn it, a mere human god dares to hurt my body. I want you to be reduced to ashes. At this time, an extremely angry roar came from the direction of the blue and red gem flying backwards, and the terrifying spiritual power of the refining void level trembled with the voice. It turned out that the flame pattern came from the Kailing clan, and this blue and red gem was his body. He saw that he was careless and caused great damage to the warship that he had finally obtained. In a hurry, he chose to attack Luo Hong with his body, but he was hit hard by the Kaiankan Pearl and his body was cracked. At the moment, he vented his spiritual power so wantonly, one because of anger, and the other because of the leakage of spiritual power after the body was damaged. In other words, just now, Luo Hong directly knocked down a part of his cultivation. You talk too much nonsense. Luo Hong's eyes turned cold, and he immediately urged the power of heaven and earth to draw Yan Wen towards him. At the same time, he pinched the magic formula with his left hand, and suddenly many 5-colored lightsabers about a foot long condensed behind him. Then, he pointed his sword, and all these 5-colored lightsabers shot out. Yang Wen was drawn by the power of heaven and earth, and immediately felt that many escape techniques could not be performed. So when he saw Luo Hong use another magical power, he could only attack against him, and condense many strange blue and red fireballs. This blue and red spiritual fire is Yan Wen's innate magical power. With the blessing of his powerful spiritual power, it is needless to say that it is powerful. However, when the two magical powers touched, he fell into a disadvantage again, and this time it was one-sided. It was seen that, whenever a 5-colored lightsaber touched the blue and red fireball, the former would quickly devour the latter, and then exploded. The power of the spiritual explosion could wipe out the surrounding blue and red fireballs, but it would not affect the 5-color lightsaber. Even if Yan Wen condensed the blue and red fireballs at a very fast speed, he could not stop the 5-color lightsaber from approaching his body. Moreover, he was constantly pulled closer to Luo Hong by the power of heaven and earth. Soon, amid the sound of continuous spiritual explosions, the 5-color lightsaber began to cut Yan Wen's body. The good news is that the 5-color lightsaber is not sharp, and even if Yan Wen is directly cut, it will not leave a trace on his body. But the bad news is that, even if the 5-color lightsaber touches him for a moment, it will devour a lot of spiritual power and explode immediately. Just when Yan Wen was blown up, a 5-color lightsaber found the right time, and pierced into the crack that was smashed by the heaven and earth beads. No. Stop. Make it stop. Yan Wen, who had already recognized the magical power of the 5-color lightsaber, was immediately shocked and shouted in horror. However, Luo Hong had no room to show mercy to the enemy. He immediately pinched the spell with his hand and urged it fiercely. The great Zaoshan extinction needle began to show its power with all its strength. After the most violent explosion since the start of the war, the flame pattern's body broke into countless pieces, and its aura suddenly disappeared. After extinguishing the flame pattern, Luo Hong immediately looked at the battlefield on the other side, only to see that Jiaying was not as smooth as him at this time. With the restraint of the Keeling Pippa, Jiaying had the upper hand at this time, but it was still far from defeating UZHU. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong didn't say anything. He fled to the front and once again used the yellow spring ghost hand and cooperated with Jiaying to smash the yellow warship down with one palm. UZHU in the warship had obviously sensed the fall of the flame pattern. In the face of life and death, he immediately forgot his greed for the Yuanling. After escaping from the warship, he fled to the distance without looking back. Don't even think about running. Jiaying shouted immediately, and a stream of red blood spurted out of her mouth. It was seen that the blood light immediately turned into several blood threads after leaving the body and caught up with the fleeing UZHU at an incredibly fast speed. UZHU, who was fleeing, was shocked when he saw this, and a flash of spiritual light flashed on his body, and he condensed a thick rock shield to resist. However, it was unknown what these blood threads were condensed with, and they instantly penetrated UZHU's self-defense means, as if nothing was there, and directly entangled his body. Suddenly, a goose egg-sized black-yellow jade appeared, and was firmly covered by a blood-colored silk net. No matter how fast UZHU's spiritual light flashed, he couldn't get away in a short time. Fellow Daoist Luo, help me suppress his spiritual power. Jiaying said quickly, while taking out a glazed pagoda from the storage bracelet. Luo Hong did not respond to the words, and pointed his sword to open a cave door under UZHU's body. With a crash, a blood-colored bone claw stretched out from the door, and grabbed UZHU's body directly. At this time, Jiaying had also offered the glazed pagoda to the top of UZHU's body. It spun around, and scattered a large number of runes. Once these runes touched UZHU's body, they all sank into it like a drop of water. Not long after, UZHU's aura weakened a lot. Collect. With Jiaying's cry, the rotation speed of the glazed pagoda suddenly increased. Luo Hong ordered the Jade Bone Demon to release the bone claws at the right time, and then UZHU's body was collected into the glazed pagoda. Fellow Daoist Luo is really amazing. He killed the powerful enemy so quickly. Jiaying, who had obtained a Ling Clan Liangsu, complimented Luo Hong happily. It was Yan Wen who underestimated the enemy, otherwise he would not have fallen so easily. Luo Hong told the truth. The reason why Yan Wen was defeated so quickly was mostly because he knew nothing about Luo Hong, and made the mistake of underestimating the enemy at the beginning. Although he woke up in time, Luo Hong was stronger than him. He had the upper hand, and had been suppressing him. He had many tricks left, so he died unwillingly. Can that be considered underestimating the enemy? Well, maybe it is for you. Recalling the scene of the red warship firing at full force that she had seen with her peripheral vision before, Jiaying couldn't help but secretly complain. A moment later, just as Jiaying took a pill and recovered her mana, she suddenly sensed 3 auras that broke into her spiritual sense at the same time and immediately looked at Luo Hong in surprise. From the previous warning, Luo Hong's spiritual sense was obviously much stronger than hers. How come she sensed the aura first this time? Fortunately, after careful identification, Liang found out the reason herself. The owners of these 3 auras were none other than the 3 Myohu who had been separated from them before. They are still alive. After a moment of surprise, Liang immediately ended her exercise and flew into the air. Soon, Myohu and the other 2 came into her sight. Seeing their embarrassed appearance, Liang knew that they must have had a very difficult time during this period. Sister Yi, fellow Daoist Luo, you have been here for a long time. Could it be? Myohu also followed the strange fragrance to here. Seeing Luo Hong and Liang here, she couldn't help but guess that the strange fragrance was made by them. Sister Myo, I know the purpose of your coming here, but don't count on it. The source of the strange fragrance will not benefit you. Liang was told the truth about the Yuanling by Luo Hong. Naturally, she knew that, even if swallowing the Yuanling could make the foundation soar, it would also go crazy. She immediately persuaded Myohu and the other 2 to give up. How is it possible? This feeling that makes people flock to it can't be wrong. It must be a top-level treasure. Fairy Yi, are you saying this to embezzle the treasure with fellow Daoist Luo? Yin Kuang retracted his gaze towards the dark mansion cave and said with red eyes, don't forget, fellow Daoists, we have signed a spiritual contract. Fellow Daoist Luo can only get half of the treasure at most, and the rest should belong to us. Although Kai Yang's tone was calm, his eyes seemed to be burning with greed, and he obviously didn't believe what Liang said. This, Myohu hesitated when she heard it. Although she was a little suspicious, she didn't dare to show it out of fear of Luo Hong. But since Yin Kuang and Kai Yangzi were the first to come forward, she couldn't help but want to see it with her own eyes. 3 fellow Daoists, now is not the time for internal fighting. Immediately, Liang's face sank at this moment, and she wanted to explain the pros and cons to Myohu and the other 2 with an unhappy tone. But at this moment, Luo Hong's voice suddenly came from the side. There's no need to be so troublesome. As soon as the voice fell, his figure appeared in front of Yin Kuang. Without seeing how he made a move, Yin Kuang immediately bent into a shrimp shape and shot into the strange forest in the distance like a meteor. Before Liang could react, Luo Hong kicked out again, blasting Kai Yangzi into the sky. Finally, when it was Myohu's turn, Liang realized what was happening. She wanted to stop it with a complicated look, but she couldn't say anything. However, when Myohu screamed in fear, she saw that Luo Hong's fist that had broken through her protective spirit shield stopped an inch away from her face. Sure enough, 2 of them had been possessed. Luo Hong suddenly stopped, which was not because of sympathy, but because he saw a green shadow appear on the 2 people he knocked away. Since the 2 seniors from the Yaksha clan and the Shadow clan are here, there is no need to play these tricks. P.S. I will return the chapter 10 the day after tomorrow. I won't forget it. Chapter 954. The war intensifies. Green Shadow. After Luo Hong stopped, Myohu subconsciously looked in the direction of Yin Kuang and Kai Yangzi, and immediately saw the scene of a green shadow emerging from the bodies of the 2. In an instant, she realized that the 2 people who had been traveling with her before had actually been possessed by the Shadow clan. Luo, how did you tell that the 2 of them were possessed? Myohu said in shock. Luo didn't tell it. Through the soul search of Changnu, Luo Hong already knew that Meng Chen and the other 2 had sent their men to hunt down Myohu and the other 2. Although it is not easy to distinguish the possession of the shadow slaves with divine sense, Luo Hong observed the words and deeds of Myohu and the other 2 with a little intention, and noticed their abnormality. One of the 3 shadow slaves has turned into a sea of blood, which means that at most 2 of the 3 have problems. If it were normal, Luo Hong would capture all 3 first, and then use his means to slowly distinguish them. But the 2 obscure auras within the range of divine sense really did not support him to do so he could only attack in the order of suspicion, and beat them one by one to the brink of death. Myohu was able to avoid serious harm, purely because she was lucky. The 2 green shadows appeared in time. Humph. It turned out that you killed my slave, so you must be the one who defeated the barbarian ghost and possessed the heavenly evil dragon armor? Mengchen and Ziyun had never hoped to succeed in the sneak attack, but just wanted to use the shadow slave to get some information. Now that they were exposed by Luo Hong, they naturally appeared together. Compared with the previous madness, the greed in their eyes has not diminished, but they have also revealed their cunning. The reason for this is that as time goes by, the extremely tempting fragrance has become weaker and weaker. There is no doubt that this is because Xiaojin is about to swallow the Yuanling. Mengchen and the others can more or less guess this, but they are not in a hurry at the moment. After all, the higher the level of the natural treasure, the more troublesome it is for the cultivator to completely refine it. Even if it is swallowed into the stomach, there are still many ways to refine it again. So needless to say, the most important thing at the moment is to deal with the strong enemy. Why do you two ask, when you already know the answer? Also, the 3 Taoist friends over there show up as well. You guys are still not good enough to be the jackals. Luo Hong said coldly, and his eyes turned to the back of Mengchen and the others. Hearing this, Mengchen and Ziyun were shocked. They did not sense any auras here, except Luo Hong and the others. You are indeed the one who can make brother man suffer a great loss. You can even see through Ya's 9 nether escape. You are really amazing. Seeing Luo Hong's eyes staring at the hiding place of the 3 of them, Yahoo immediately stopped having any luck and retracted the black mist around him and flew away with Manji Yui and Su Wanrang. Sister Su? Why is she here too? The moment Liang saw Su Wanrang's face clearly, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Although she covered it up in time, Luo Hong, who was always observing the surroundings, still saw it. The only human being who has reached the level of a refining spirit here can still make Yang react like this. The other party must be her refining spirit guard. It seems that the backup plan I prepared has been destroyed. Luo Hong's thoughts turned, and he guessed Su Wanrang's identity. With the appearance of Yahoo and the other 2, the simple situation of 2 strong contenders suddenly turned into a complicated situation of 3-way melee. Mengchen and the other 2 were afraid that Yahoo and the others would take advantage of them, so they did not dare to take action for a while. Seeing this situation, Yahoo cursed in his heart. Originally, he only needed to hide in the dark and reap the benefits. But he never expected that Luo Hong, a human being who has transformed into a god, could see through his 9 nether escape. If the stalemate continues, I don't know what will happen after the 3rd person who has not appeared swallows the source of the strange fragrance. We must break the situation as soon as possible. Brother Meng, Brother Xian, if we delay, something will happen. Let's deal with these 2 human beings one by one first, and then discuss how to distribute the treasures. Okay. Yahoo proposed with a turn of his eyes. Mengchen hesitated immediately after hearing this. After all, the strength of Yahoo and the other 2 was superior, and he had to consider the pros and cons carefully. Fairy Yi, we can't escape this battle. You stop the 3 people for Luo, and I will go and deal with the big Yaksha and Xiang first. Keep this thing, it may help you resist the crisis at a critical moment. Luo Hong stuffed a black ball into Liang's hand and secretly transmitted the message. Although Mengchen and the other 2 have not yet expressed their opinions, it is very likely that they will agree to take action. So Luo Hong immediately planned to take the initiative to attack. Although there are many people on the side of the Black Wing alien, one of them is Liang's guard, and the breath of the barbarian ghost is far less than when they first met. Obviously he has not recovered from his serious injuries. Liang has to deal with 3 people on the surface, but she actually only needs to pay more attention to the magical powers of the Blackwing alien Yahoo. Although Luo Hong did not get much information about Yahoo from Changnu's memory, the reason why he was able to see through Yahoo's key condensation escape technique was because he sensed a little bit of death energy with the help of the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand. Moreover, from his words, it is not difficult to find that he is quite proud of his own escape technique. Therefore, Luo Hong inferred that Yahoo was proficient in the magical power related to death, so he used the magical power of Huangquan Ghost Hand to condense a life-saving forbidden pill. If Liang was careless and failed to defend against Yahoo's magical power, this pill would definitely save her life. At least it would buy her a little time to react. As the young master of the Yi family, Liang has many rare treasures on her body. I believe that, as long as she has time to react, it is not difficult to save her life. After explaining, Luo Hong sacrificed the glazed golden light hammer without saying a word, condensed the 5-element Kyankan cover, and killed Meng Chen and the others. How dare you, young man? Seeing that Luo Hong dared to take the initiative to kill, Meng Chen, who was originally hesitant, was immediately furious. With a flap of his flesh wings, a white misty wind swept towards Luo Hong. Although he was angry that Luo Hong, a divine transformation cultivator, dared to challenge him, a void refining cultivator, Meng Chen was far from losing his mind. With the experience of Manji Yue in mind, he would not take the initiative to fight Luo Hong in close combat. That golden hammer seems to be a bit troublesome. Sensing the aura of the glazed golden light hammer, Ziyun's thoughts turned secretly, and the hazy figure immediately condensed into a human figure. He saw that he pinched his hands together, and a ball of purple light in the center of his head suddenly lit up. Then his figure flashed slightly, and he turned into two into four, and then he turned into many. Then, many Ziyun pointed their swords at Luo Hong at the same time, and suddenly dense grey silk threads shot out from their fingertips, mixed in the white wind, and entangled Luo Hong. Yinsha spiritual power, divine thoughts. With just one glance, Luo Hong quickly judged the basis of the magical powers displayed by Meng Chen and Ziyun, and responded accordingly. The white whirlwind was so powerful, and contained terrifying spiritual power. Meng Chen's attack was a blatant bullying of Luo Hong, whose cultivation was far lower than his. However, the heavenly evil dragon armor was the most capable of restraining the Yinsha spiritual power. Therefore, Luo Hong's mind moved, and the ferocious white armor wrapped his whole body. As for the divine thread used by Ziyun, although Luo Hong didn't know what special door was in it, as long as it didn't hit him, there was no need to worry. Immediately, Luo Hong tightened his right palm holding the glazed golden light hammer, and saw the black air suddenly emerge, and quickly cover his whole body. The next moment, Luo Hong broke into the white whirlwind, and the result was as he expected. No matter how the yin wind howled, it could not break the heavenly evil dragon armor. At the same time, many grey threads also pierced Luo Hong's body, but he seemed to be fine. He suddenly gathered his magic power, and blasted out with a hammer in the air. Scatter! With a roar, the glazed golden light hammer was horrified. The originally high-speed white wind seemed to hit a steel wall. It stopped suddenly, and then many golden threads appeared in the wind. A moment later, the white wind seemed to be cut into pieces, and scattered towards the hammer. What a powerful spiritual treasure. Meng Chen groaned as his magical power was broken and suffered a slight backlash. At this moment, he completely understood the reason why the barbarian ghost was defeated. Let go. Suddenly, a scream came from not far away from Meng Chen, and the many grey figures transformed by Ziyun disappeared in response, leaving only Ziyun's body still tightly holding a grey silk thread, as if competing with others in strength. Meng Chen immediately looked at the grey silk thread, and saw that the section extending from Luo Hong had become extremely dark, emitting a strong demonic aura. The demonic thoughts are invading. After a slight sense, Meng Chen saw the problem and couldn't help but shudder in his heart. No matter what means Luo Hong used, he could make Ziyun suffer a loss in the first encounter, which was enough to prove that he was more difficult than he expected. Of course, the attack just now was just a slight test, and Meng Chen would never be afraid of Luo Hong because of this, but he was very worried about Yahoo now. For this reason, he immediately divided a little of his mind to check the other party's situation. Because the green shadow devoured the nascent soul of Yin Kuang and Kai Yangzi, Meng Chen knew Yang. This woman had no other powerful means except for a Pippa spiritual treasure, and her cultivation was the weakest among the six. So, when Meng Chen saw that Yahoo and the other three virtual cultivators were fighting back and forth with a human cultivator in the early stage of the spiritualization, he became even more irritated. He didn't even need to think about it, and he knew that Yahoo and the other two were playing him so that they could take advantage after he and Luo Hong were both injured. Brother Ziyun, the situation is not good. Let's not hide it. We must use thundering means to deal with this Luo, otherwise it will be bad, Meng Chen said solemnly. At this time, Ziyun had forcibly cut off the grey silk, and his soul was slightly injured. His Luopo silk was not simple. Even if a being of the same level was entangled by it, the soul would be stiff for a moment. But after entangled Luo Hong, it not only had no effect, but was eroded by the tyrannical devil's thoughts. Xian didn't know that Luo Hong actually secretly performed a secret technique to let the 6 demon souls suffer from the Luopo Selk for him. At that moment, he was full of fear. Therefore, after hearing Meng Chen's proposal, he immediately agreed. After the two looked at each other, they unexpectedly released all the rampant slaves and shadow slaves in their hands, and ordered them to hold Luo Hong. Then, Meng Chen roared wildly, and his body suddenly expanded several times, turning into a black armored yaksha more than 10 feet tall, and his aura also soared. Although he had not broken through to the late stage of refining emptiness, he was not far away. Then, Meng Chen stretched out his hand, and grabbed a pale bone whip from the void. As soon as the bone whip was in his hand, Meng Chen's magic power poured into it like crazy. Not only that, bloodlines appeared on Meng Chen's body. These bloodlines were agitated strangely at this moment, as if they were extracting Meng Chen's flesh and blood, and the target of their delivery was the long bone whip in his hand. After a few breaths, evil bloodlines appeared on the originally pale bone whip, and Meng Chen's aura also dropped. It turned out that the purpose of his secret technique was not to improve his cultivation on the surface, but to offset the backlash of driving this bone whip. At the same time, Xian monster roared and lost his human form again. As the grey hair rolled all over his body, he gradually turned into a two-headed ancient beast with a body length of more than 10 feet. This beast has 2 grey snake heads, but its body is like a demon frog. When its 4 dark purple eyes turn, countless illusions flash around it, which makes people feel creepy. They finally showed their true abilities. Brother man, friend Su, we don't need to act anymore. Kill this girl quickly. After taking a look at the distance, Yahoo said coldly. However, he didn't know that, while they were pretending to delay with Yiying, Su Wanrong had secretly contacted Yiying. It turned out that Yiying had sacrificed the green round mirror to pretend to fight against the enemy, but in fact, she was using a more secret means of transmitting sound. Young master, do you really want to fight these 2 void refining aliens for the sake of Luo Hong's favor? This is too dangerous. Young master, you should listen to the advice of your subordinates and withdraw directly. Right now, the forbidden power of the Lost Forest is continuing to decline. If you leave now, you will be able to return to Xianyuan City safely. I did this, not only to make Luo Hong owe me a favor, but also to destroy these void refining aliens. You know, they are all extremely evil people who have committed treason. Once one of them achieves his goal, you, Sister Su, will definitely not be lucky. And as an insider, I will definitely be hunted down by them. By then, without Sister Su to protect me, even if I have some treasures to escape, I will not be able to survive in this wilderness. Yiying was very clear at the moment. At the moment, when the Yuanling appeared in the world, if she and Su Wanran wanted to survive, they had to stand on Luo Hong's side. This was the only way they could go. Hey, then young master, have you thought about what to do? Su Wanran knew that she could not persuade Yiying, so she asked immediately. You come and capture me, secretly transfer my magic power to me, and I will use the true spirit. Yiying said without hesitation. Understood. After Su Wanran agreed, she immediately continued with Yahoo's words. I really like this woman's spiritual treasure Pippa with petrification magic. I wonder if the 2 Taoist friends are willing to give it to me. Haha, it would be best if Taoist friend Su is willing to take action. Yao and brother Man will come to guard against brother Meng and the other 2. However, Taoist friend Su, remember to act quickly. After all, brother Meng and the others will soon deal with the human race, and in their current state, they will definitely not talk nonsense with us. Yahoo nodded. PS. Brothers, I didn't expect that there would be so many things to do during the holiday. I'm guilty. I must pay back the 2 chapters I owe this week, otherwise NIUZ will be short. Chapter 955, Annihilation of the Enemy. In Yahoo's opinion, as long as Meng Chen and Xian showed their true abilities, Luo Hong's magical powers, no matter how strong they were, would never be able to defeat the 2 of them together. After all, when Luo Hong fought with Manji Ui, he used some strategies to win after using all his means. Therefore, the outcome of the other side is likely to be decided in a moment. He and Manji must stare at it without blinking in order to seize the opportunity to be the Oriole. Suwanrang's proposal was exactly what he wanted. However, just as Suwanrang started, the ground under everyone's feet changed. I saw that dozens of spiritual light pillars as thick as a person's embrace suddenly rushed into the sky, and a spiritual light pattern quickly lit up where they touched the ground. But in an instant, these spiritual light patterns spread out, connected to each other, and suddenly turned into a huge light array. Formation? Is there an ambush here? Mengchen and Ziyun thought at the same time, but they did not stop the magical powers they were preparing, because the spiritual power emitted by the light array was not terrifying. At most it was a formation at the initial stage of the refining void level. They were confident that, even if they were trapped in this formation, they could use their magical powers to easily break the formation. But on the other side, Yahoo felt something was wrong, because he saw that Luo Hong actually used the power of heaven and earth to push away all the impermanent slaves and shadow slaves who were entangled with him at the moment the light array appeared. This guy obviously has the means to get rid of the entanglement in an instant, but he watched Mengchen and the others use their magical powers. Is this what he wants to see? Yahoo thought with a shudder in his heart, and a feeling of falling into a calculation and enemy conspiracy enveloped his soul. Sure enough, the next moment, what emerged from the light array on the ground was neither the spiritual shield that trapped the enemy nor the various means of attacking the enemy, but a group of miasma of different colors. I saw that these miasma clouds were spinning and soon connected to each other, covering the entire battlefield. Fortunately, the mixed miasma cloud only reached a few dozen feet above the ground and could not cover the people fighting in the air about 100 feet. Seeing this scene, Yahoo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if Luo Hong could really control the miasma in the Lost Forest, then the outcome would be really unpredictable. And now it seems that the spiritual power in this formation is so mixed that there is obviously a problem. Haha, it's a close call. I almost fell into the trap of this human kid. This change was naturally seen by Mengchen and Ziyun. In order to get here, as soon as possible, they crossed several miasma clouds. If they stayed in the miasma to fight, whispers would definitely sound in their souls. Therefore, although the miasma formation under their feet was obviously incomplete, the two of them were still shocked. Not to prevent Luo Hong from having other means, the two of them couldn't help but speed up the speed of condensing their magical powers at this moment, even if they paid a part of the price of their vitality. At the moment when the two were about to complete their magical powers, a strange roar suddenly came from underground, and the large area of mixed miasma was shaken to the outline of a giant scorpion. What's going on? What's the change? Manji's spiritual sense trembled, and he asked Yahoo, who was standing beside him, with a bad feeling. However, although Yahoo also felt it, he was also confused. However, for Mengchen and Ziyun, the effect of this change was clear, because they were the targets of Luo Hong's attack. At this time, the strange roars from the outside world had long stopped, but the roars in their souls not only did not weaken, but became more and more intense, and were about to shatter their souls. But what frightened them even more was that as the strange roar echoed in their souls, the mana in their bodies was strangely solidified. The strongest magical power that was about to be completed was immediately affected, and it brought a very serious backlash without any hesitation. I thought we would have to fight for a while before you could show your true abilities, but I didn't expect you to cooperate so well. I have no way to thank you, so I will send you to my netherworld. As if it was raining all night, under the double crisis of the solidification of mana and the backlash of supernatural powers, Luo Hong's cold voice rang in their ears again. Then, two golden lights flashed, and Mengchen and Ziyun flew out almost at the same time. Whether it was Mengchen's huge body like an ancient demon or Ziyun's misty figure, they were all covered with golden cracks at this moment, like two pieces of porcelain on the edge of damage. How is it possible? How could I die at the hands of a mere human who has transformed into a god? No. I still have the wind shadow escape, I still have the soul separation technique, and the two of them only had time to let out an unwilling cry, and the golden cracks on their bodies tore them to pieces in the increasingly bright light, and their souls were destroyed in an instant. Before that, Luo Hong pointed out and opened a cave door behind the two of them, causing their bodies and souls to turn into nutrients for the netherworld in his palm. All this happened in a few breaths, so that until Luo Hong closed the cave door, Yahoo and Manji Ui had not yet reacted. Dead. Actually dead. Manji Ui looked at the place where Mengchen and Ziyun disappeared and couldn't believe that the two people he regarded as strong opponents had fallen so easily. The time they had lasted under Luo Hong was not even as long as he had been. Seeing this shocking change, the greed in Manji Ui's eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by a strong fear, and his body flew backwards involuntarily, obviously intending to escape. Humph. Since you dare to come and kill Luo, you will all die here today. Luo Hong, holding the glazed golden light hammer, said with a murderous look on his face, and then pinched the magic formula with one hand, and the miasma giant scorpion on the ground immediately raised its scorpion claws high, pretending to roar again. Manji Ui was already injured, and seeing this, his pupils shrank even more. He was about to use the escape technique to escape. But at this moment, Yahoo shouted to dissuade him, "Brother man, don't be fooled. This formation is not as powerful as you think. Otherwise, why would he wait until Brother Meng and the others used all their strength before using this formation? If we separate now, we will definitely die." Yahoo is indeed a man who is good at calculating. After a little thought, he realized that the strange roar was not as terrifying as it appeared. Luo Hong narrowed his eyes when he heard this. The aura of this black-winged alien was much weaker than Meng Chen, but he didn't expect that he was the most difficult one. His inference was not wrong. As long as he didn't use all his strength to activate a magical power like Meng Chen and the others, Luo Hong's arrangement would not have much effect. Luo Hong was able to set up a large formation in such a short time with only dozens of formation flags, relying on the miasma formation arranged by Wenxia and Zenran in the misty forest. In the jade slips in the dark house, Luo Hong found the formation diagram inside the lost forest. Originally, if the formation core was not controlled, the formation diagram alone would be of little use. However, when the Yuanling was born, most of the formation of the lost forest had been destroyed. This gave Luo Hong the opportunity to build a temporary formation on the remaining formation. However, the formation repaired in this way was only superficial and had no power. But as long as AZ was there, everything would be different. In addition to the poison, Az's innate magical power was the strange roar that could solidify magic power. When he was in the human world, Luo Hong had studied her innate magical power, but he had never been able to understand it. After ascending to the spirit world, he forgot about it. It was not until he was trapped in the lost forest and studied the secret of the whispering miasma that he realized that AZ's strange raw magical power was the same as his. It's just that the former is good at breaking defenses in secret, while the latter is used for attacking in the open. Under normal circumstances, AZ's raw would not have such a huge impact on Meng Chen and the others' mana. But if she used the power of the whispering miasma, and the opponent's mana was occupied by a large amount, her roar could become the key to victory. Originally, Luo Hong was prepared for a hard fight, and he was desperate to force Meng Chen and the others into that state. But he did not expect that Meng Chen and Ziyun would directly open their great powers out of fear of Yahoo, and fall into his calculations at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Manji Ui was also a shrewd person, and his mind was temporarily distracted by the death of Meng Chen and the others, so he did not see through the true and false of Luo Hong's means. When Yahoo reminded him of this, he suddenly woke up, stopped the escape technique that was halfway through, and took a defensive posture towards Luo Hong. "Sudao, don't worry about that female cultivator for now. Come and kill this man with me, and brother man first." After persuading Manji Ui, Yahoo shouted to Su Wanran behind him without even turning his head. However, after he shouted, he did not get any response from Su Wanran. "Sudao, what are you doing? Hurry up and answer." Yahoo's face suddenly showed anger, but he still stared at Luo Hong with his eyes, not daring to separate his consciousness. But the next moment, the amazing spiritual power that erupted from behind made him and Manji Ui distracted and look back. Su Wanran was flying behind Liang at this time, pinching the magic formula with both hands, and a beam of magic light from her mouth went straight into Liang's body. The white-robed girl was emitting a hazy green light at this moment, and a green halo with a diameter of several feet was slowly rotating above her head. Not only was there a white flame a foot high flashing at the edge of the halo, but there was also a human-shaped phantom sitting cross-legged in the middle, also holding his hands in a seal, very similar to Yang. This familiar scene was exactly Yang casting a spell to activate the Phoenix True Blood in her body, preparing to cast the Phoenix True Soul. Phoenix Aura, you are a cultivator from the true spirit family of the human race. Yahoo had lived in the wilderness for a long time and had some understanding of the situation of the surrounding tribes. Naturally, he knew the dozens of true spirit families that were the backbone of the human race. Moreover, the Phoenix was one of the most powerful bird true spirits, and Yahoo, as a member of the Flying Spirit clan, was naturally quite sensitive to its aura. As for Su Wanrong's identity, Yahoo also reacted instantly. Stop her. The barbarian ghost also saw what Yang wanted to do, and immediately rushed over with the dead soul, trying to interrupt her casting. However, how could Luo Hong sit idly by at this moment? With a thought, a strange roar came from below. In order to get here, Manji also crossed several miasma, and his soul was naturally eroded by the whispers of miasma. At this moment, when the strange roar sounded, his soul immediately vibrated, and his magic power solidified, and his flying figure suddenly stagnated. But with the strong magic power of the peak of the middle stage of Liangsu, he quickly suppressed the change of the magic power in his body. Brother Yaz inference is indeed correct. As long as I pay attention, the impact of the strange roar on me will not be great. As soon as Manji had the idea in his mind, a golden light whistled from the side of him. He immediately swung his fists and hit it fiercely. There was a sound of clang of metal and iron clashing, and Manji figure immediately retreated more than 100 feet. And the golden light also flew backwards, and was caught by Luo Hong's outstretched right palm. Knowing that he could not get away, Manji immediately looked at Yahoo, hoping that he could stop the white-robed girl from casting a spell. The opponent lived up to expectations, and had recovered from the strange roar, and sacrificed the 9 nether dark pupils. A circle of black lines spread from the dark pupils, and quickly swept across everyone present. Luo Hong was careful to guard against it, but did not feel that he was attacked. When he was suspicious, a cry suddenly came from Yang's direction. It turned out that the large-scale black lines were just confusing, and Yahoo actually wanted to attack only one person. No. Young master, no. How could I? Su Wanran looked at the sword finger that pierced into Yang's back. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she spoke in panic. Humph. I have been in the Magpie Bridge curse with Ye for so long. It is enough to control you for a moment. Go to hell. The Magpie Bridge curse that Yahoo had introduced to Su Wanrong before was not false, but he concealed an important part. That is, this curse will make the connection between the two parties deeper and deeper as the time of formation increases. As a result, one party can control the other party in a short period of time. If the magic power is used at this time, its power can be enhanced by the manipulator. Although this kind of control is mutual, Su Wanran has not comprehended the Magpie Bridge spell, so she cannot use it to deal with Yahoo. With Yahoo's sharp shout, thick black hair emerged from Su Wanran's sword finger, and began to quickly disintegrate the robes worn by Yang. Because it was force control, Su Wanran's attack only carried the power of Yahoo's blessing, otherwise Yang would have been killed by her sneak attack without any preparation. But even so, the current situation is still not optimistic. Yang herself has temporarily lost the power to resist because of the backlash of the magic power. If the robes are broken, she will still die. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a black light suddenly lit up around her waist, and then a circle of black hair quickly rotated and expanded. This black air spirit cover bounced off Su Wanran's sword finger as soon as it touched it, thus relieving Yang's crisis. Death Spirit Shield. Damn, my luck is so bad. Upon seeing this, veins popped up on Yahoo's forehead, and he felt very unlucky. After all, apart from death energy, no matter what spiritual energy was used to condense this spiritual shield, his finger of death would have a chance to break through the defense, but it happened to be condensed by death energy. Isn't it infuriating? After cursing, the black wings behind Yahoo fluttered, and he fled into the distance without hesitation. Haha, this senior from the Feeling clan was not in a hurry to leave just now, so why are you in a hurry now? I think your spiritual treasure is pretty good. Can you lend it to me to see? Seeing that Yahoo wanted to escape, Luo Hong asked Daisy to stop him again, and then he stopped him himself. Chapter 956 Nine-Headed Dharma. As for the barbarian ghost, it was stopped by the furious Suwanrang. As a guard, she almost killed Liang with her own hands. Although this was not her original intention, it was enough to make her extremely remorseful. However, due to the curse, she could not take action against the culprit, so she could only vent all her anger on the barbarian ghost. Daoyao, you are the one who is better this time. I'm willing to admit defeat, but if you really intend to kill them all, I will definitely make you regret making this choice. Looking at the two barbarian ghosts fighting fiercely not far away, Yahoo immediately realized that he could not escape and stared at Luo Hong with a serious expression. Since you are here to hunt me down, you must be prepared to be killed by me. In addition, Luo has a good understanding of the curse, so you should save yourself from those little tricks in the dark. Luo Hong sneered when he heard this, stretched out his hand, and pinched out a light black snake from the void. Then he closed his 5 fingers and crushed it directly. In fact, if the person Luo Hong was facing at this moment was Meng Chen or Ziyun, he would most likely not want to keep them. After all, crossing the border to fight the enemy is extremely risky. As long as the other party does not hinder him, Luo Hong is willing to do less. But the Feeling Tribe, where Yahoo came from, is exactly where Luo Hong is going next. Their feud has already been made, and in order to avoid causing more trouble to the Feeling Tribe later, Luo Hong can only settle the feud here. Of course, the 9 netherworld pupils in Yahoo's hand is also part of the reason. This treasure is full of death energy, which is the perfect thing to improve the death lore of Huanquan Ghost Hand. Maybe after refining it together, it can increase the ultimate spiritual level of the Ascension Great Lore by 1 level. Seeing that the spell attack failed, Yahoo secretly thought that it was tricky and immediately pointed his sword at the 9 netherworld pupils in front of him. As a spell was cast into it, the rolling death energy with a cold breath rolled out of the pupils, and in an instant, it turned into 9 bird heads with long necks and sharp beaks, roaring sharply at Luo Hong. HMM. Death Key Dharma Image. 9-headed fierce bird. Death Key cannot be directly controlled, so Luo Hong was not surprised at the strong Yin Key in Yahoo's magical power, but the appearance of the Dharma image made him frown. Without any nonsense, Yahoo's mind moved, and he immediately drove the 9-headed Dharma image to launch an attack. The 9 bird heads opened their sharp beaks at the same time, and countless yin fire, hell wind, blood thunder and other attacks of different attributes were spewed out densely. For a time, the magical power attacked like raindrops, and the sky darkened. Luo Hong knew that these attacks contained Death Key and should not be taken lightly. At least the Kyankan 5-element cover was restrained by it. So, he pushed out with a palm, and the yellow spring ghost hand condensed in front of him. The pitch black ghost hand was more than 100 feet long, blocking Luo Hong like a huge wall. The various attacks spewed out by the 9-headed Dharma image hit it, but they were swallowed into the palm without even a ripple. In fact, these attacks flew directly into the netherworld in the palm, and before they could cause damage to the sea of blood and corpses, they were decomposed into Yin Key and Death Key in the air. As for the attacks of corpses, blood, and ghosts, as long as they were not so strong that they exceeded the upper limit of the netherworld in the palm, Luo Hong could use this method to take them. Death Spirit Treasure. No wonder you can see through Yamal's escape method. Seeing this scene, Yahoo suddenly understood a lot, and immediately drove the 9-headed Dharma image to stop spewing, and changed the magic formula in his hand with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. At this time, Luo Hong summoned the Jade Bone Demon from the Sea of Blood, and forced it to pounce on Yahoo. This virtual refining monster was not easy to drive, and Luo Hong only dared to release it in a one-on-one battle. Otherwise, in a complex situation, his uncontrolled actions could easily put Luo Hong in danger. Then, Luo Hong pressed his right palm, and the yellow spring ghost hand fiercely slapped the 9-headed Dharma image. He had already seen that almost all of Yahoo's magical powers were above the 9 nether rise. As long as this treasure was restricted, the outcome would be immediately clear. Facing Luo Hong's fierce counterattack, Yahoo not only cast spells with his hands almost turning into after images, but also had veins on his forehead bulging, and his face looked exhausted. Soon, the aura emitted by the 9 nether eyes suddenly rose a lot, and more darkened air gushed out of it, condensing into a small half of the body of the 9-headed fierce bird. With an angry scream, a pair of wings spread out from its side, and without saying a word, it flapped at the jade bone demon that was rushing towards it. Suddenly, 2 streams of grey air whistled out, and hit the oncoming jade bone demon fiercely. Surprisingly, the jade bone demon, who had been almost unharmed in the mouth of the sky-piercing python, was covered by the grey gas, and his body surface sizzled and eroded with many holes, looking like he could not resist. 9ly fierce key. Your spiritual treasure is indeed made from the remains of the 9-headed bird. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately confirmed his guess and exclaimed, "You know a lot, and today you will turn into pus under this 9ly fierce key." Yahoo roared with a ferocious face. Humph. If it was the 9ly fierce key of the 9-headed bird, when it was alive, Luo would naturally avoid it, but you are just barely driving 2 of them with the power of the spiritual treasure, so why should I be afraid of it? After being shocked, Luo Hong quickly calmed down and shouted in a cold voice. The 9-headed bird is a well-known true spirit fierce bird. Its innate magical power, the 9ly fierce key, is so fierce that even true spirits of the same level dare not resist it. It is extremely famous. However, the momentum of Yahoo's magical power is far less than that of the 9-headed bird, which spreads its murderous aura throughout the universe and melts everything with a flap of its wings. To put it bluntly, it is not in sufficient quantity, and not pure enough, otherwise the Jade Bone Demon should have been destroyed by now. Although the Jade Bone Demon is not easy to use, it is indeed the best fighter under Luo Hong at present, and it cannot be easily lost. So, Luo Hong's mind moved, and he summoned the Heaven Wolf Divine Fire to rescue the Jade Bone Demon. He himself did not hesitate to perform the law of heaven and earth, and urged the Thunder Immortal Body technique, and drove the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand to hit the 9-headed Dharma image with all his strength. The true spirit treasure should not be underestimated, and Luo Hong has already used all his strength in this attack. Under the blessing of the powerful law power, the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand exudes an extremely terrifying aura. Before it completely falls, it locks Yahoo in place, and even makes him have the illusion of facing the power of heaven. Blood sacrifice. Upon seeing this, Yahoo immediately roared at the top of his lungs, and then his pair of black wings burst open, and all the blood and flesh poured into the 9 nether eyes. Under such a tragic spell, the power of the 9 nether eyes surged again, and finally condensed into a complete 9-headed Dharma image. The next moment, the 9-headed Dharma image flapped its wings and rushed towards the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand at an incredible speed. Its 9-bird head stretched straight, like 9 lances. The fierce energy of the 9ly flowed to its sharp beak, making it shine with a fascinating aura. The speed of the 2 magical powers was extremely fast, and they collided in the air in the blink of an eye. There was a loud boom sound, and where the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand and the 9-headed Dharma image met, a black sun appeared hundreds of feet high. This round of black sun was rolling and expanding at this moment, and soon touched the ground, immediately causing a violent earthquake in a radius of thousands of miles. In the center of the black sun, although the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand had 9 holes of different sizes on its palm, it did not collapse. It was just that there were many grey gases attached to the holes, and no matter how the black gas on the edge rolled and washed, it could not be refined. However, these grey gases were ultimately water without a source, and Luo Hong only needed to spend more time to eliminate them. As for the 9-headed Dharma image, it was now missing. It was obvious that it had been completely broken into a darkened dead air under Luo Hong's full strength palm. On the other side, the Heavenly Wolf Divine Fire had also saved the Jade Bone Demon from the 9ly evil spirit. This demon may have never suffered such a big loss, and at the moment he lost his madness, he returned to the Sea of Blood obediently, after being called by Luo Hong. Looking at the 9 small dots of grey smoke on the palm of his hand, Luo Hong stretched out his right palm with an indifferent expression, and saw that the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand flashed and blocked the 9 nether eyes that were flying back. The 5 fingers closed slightly, and the treasure immediately stopped in the air. Dao, please talk it over. Don't try to take my spiritual treasure. The 9-headed image was forcibly shattered. Yahoo was severely injured with blood flowing from his 7 orifices under the backlash. Even so, he still pleaded with fantasy, as if the 9 nether eyes were more important than his life. Humph, have you forgotten what you are here for? Luo Hong snorted coldly. Yahoo and others came here to take his heavenly evil dragon armor. How could Luo Hong be polite at this moment? Dao Yamao can exchange his spiritual treasure and life for a great opportunity. If you get it, your death spiritual treasure will definitely be even better. Yahoo still said unwillingly. Oh, tell me. Just when Luo Hong showed a little interest, a black beam of light suddenly shot out from the 9 nether eyes, shooting straight at Luo Hong's face like a sharp arrow. Needless to say, the speed of the divine light is so fast that it hit Luo Hong the moment it was seen. Wherever it passed, the air nearby was extremely hot. The spiritual shield and the spiritual shield around Luo Hong were easily penetrated by it, and they were completely vulnerable. In just a flash, Luo Hong's head was shot through. However, Luo Hong's breath did not disappear because of this, and even his neck, which was tilted backward, slowly straightened up in front of Yahoo's eyes. How is it possible? How could you not be dead? Yahoo was shocked, and couldn't believe his eyes. Since I know the background of your Dharma image, how could Luo not guard against the soul-destroying divine light of the 9-headed bird? Moreover, your method of distracting my attention is not very good. As Luo Hong spoke, the Luo Hong whose head was pierced gradually turned into a bubble and disappeared. It turned out that Luo Hong had long known that in addition to the fierceness of the 9 Li, the 9-headed bird also had a magical power that was not often used, but it was its real killer, the soul-destroying divine light. Therefore, he had always been prepared for this, and took advantage of the moment when the magical powers collided to condense an illusion of himself. However, even if Yahoo was not fooled by the illusion, Luo Hong would not be attacked by him. After all, he already knew about the great opportunity that the other party mentioned. Seeing Luo Hong's unharmed true body, Yahoo's spiritual light suddenly became stronger and turned into a black ball of light. Then, with a bang, the ball of light exploded into 13 streams of light, all escaping in different directions. Obviously, in front of life, it is not difficult to abandon a spiritual treasure. It's too late to run now. Looking at the 13 escaping lights that were completely the same in aura and went away separately, Luo Hong said in a cold voice without hurrying. As soon as the voice fell, a golden stream of light suddenly rushed into the sky, and after turning in the air like lightning, it caught up with one of the escaping lights. When the two met, there was only a bang sound, and the black escaping light exploded instantly. Then, this golden stream of light did the same thing. Every time it flashed, there would be a bang. In an instant, only the last black escape light remained in the sky. Ah. Die with me. Yahoo's life-saving escape method is very exquisite. Not only is it difficult to distinguish the aura between the real body and the fake body, but the real body and the fake body can also be exchanged instantly within 300 miles. Even if he faced an opponent of a higher realm, he would have a high probability of escaping with this escape method, but he happened to meet a guy with unreasonable escape speed. In desperation, Yahoo cast a spell to self-destruct without hesitation, hoping to bury the pursuer with him. However, with a buzzing sound, a golden divine light slashed down from above him like a sharp sword, instantly engulfing him. A moment later, when the golden light dissipated, Yahoo had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a bottomless smooth round pit on the ground. Just after blinking, Xiaojin appeared on Luo Hong's shoulder. She puffed her chest proudly, obviously trying to get credit. What credit are you asking for? Who told you to use the extreme divine light? Now you even have no storage bag. Luo Hong knocked Xiaojin on the head in annoyance, wondering how he could have trained a prodigal spirit beast when he was so frugal. With the terrifying speed she just showed, she could have killed Yahoo before he exploded. But she had to use the extreme divine light that she had just trained after swallowing the North Pole Yuangang. Now, the one who took the most effort to kill ended up with nothing left except a spiritual treasure that she had snatched during the battle. Once this kind of Fengyu behavior is discovered, it must be preached and stopped immediately. Wu Xiaojin immediately lowered his head in grievance. Hey, this won't happen again. How do you feel now? Seeing this, Luo Hong's heart softened, so he let him go first and asked. Hearing this, Zyojin immediately flapped his wings excitedly, as if he was showing something to Luo Hong. You said you feel full of power now, and every time you inhale and exhale spiritual energy, your cultivation can increase by 1 point. Well, it seems that this Nirvana Heian divine art is really useful. I can learn a thing or two from it, so that I can be more relaxed when I break through the refining void. Luo Hong nodded, then touched his chin and pondered. Boom. Just as he was thinking, a residual image passed by Luo Hong's eyes, and then fell to the ground with a muffled sound. The person who fell to the ground was Luo Hong's defeated General Manji Ui. He was already seriously injured, and had not recovered. Now seeing Yahoo fall, he had already lost his fighting spirit. In comparison, Su Wanrang attacked in anger, so she naturally fell behind. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 957, Dark Eyes Transformed into Sunlight. Soon, after Luo Hong ordered AZ to attack several times, the wild ghost finally fell under Su Wanrang's magic treasure. As the body of the ghost-faced tribe turned into ashes, the danger faced by Luo Hong and others in the Lost Forest was completely resolved. Fairy Yi, are you seriously injured? Luo Hong casually asked with concern. It is all thanks to the magic ban given by Brother Luo before the battle that I can save my life this time. I will never forget such a great favor. Liang was hit in the back of her heart. Although her heart did not rupture, it was also seriously injured. She bowed her hands with a pale face and said, Fairy Yi, since you are helping me fight the enemy, I should protect you, so there is no need to say so much. However, I'm afraid that I will not be able to recover from today's situation in a short time. No matter what the reason was, Liang really helped him a lot. Luo Hong bowed her hands in return and said sincerely, what do you mean? Does fellow Daoist Luo still not plan to return to Shianyuan City? Liang was stunned when he heard this, and then he seemed to have figured it out, and suddenly said with a look of astonishment, although this matter has come to an end for the time being, it is still not reassuring. Luo must go to Guangyuan City in person to thoroughly investigate the situation. Luo Hong naturally could not reveal his plan to go to the Feeling Clan, but he did have to go to Guangyuan City once. He had to see his bounty mission with his own eyes in order to understand the situation. So that's how it is. This matter is indeed worth worrying about, fellow Daoist Luo. Liang nodded in understanding, and then solemnly bowed to Luo Hong and said, in that case, I will say goodbye to fellow Daoist Luo here. Although there are some misunderstandings between us during this trip, it can be said that we are acquainted after fighting. After fellow Daoist Luo finishes his work, please come to my Yi family for a visit, so that I can fulfill my hospitality as a host. Fairy Yi is too polite. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely keep the appointment. Good guy, you will have to wait for that. Luo Hong secretly complained. After a conversation, Su Wanrang simply recovered some of her magic power and set off on the return journey with Liang. At present, the formation in the Lost Forest is disintegrating on its own, and they can just fly out directly. The reason for such urgency is mainly because Liang's injury is a bit troublesome. The damage to her body was only a minor problem, which could be solved with a pill, but she was attacked when she activated the phoenix blood in her body. The hidden blood backlash was really troublesome, and she had to return to the clan to solve the hidden danger. That, fellow Daoist Luo, can I go with you? After all, with my cultivation and magical powers, it is really difficult for me to return to Shianyuan City alive alone. Of course, I will be obedient on the way and absolutely follow fellow Daoist Luo's lead. After seeing Luo Hong's supernatural powers, Myo who was full of awe for him. At that moment, she didn't even dare to use her prowl charm technique and could only beg with a pitiful look. Myo who had thought about going with Liang, but the Liangsu guards who suddenly appeared beside her really made her hesitate. What's more, Liang and the others didn't intend to take her with them at all. Their escape speed was fast, and Myo who couldn't chase them, even if she wanted to. When Luo Hong heard this, she remembered that there was such a guy who had survived a disaster around her. To be honest, this woman's luck is really good. She didn't even get hurt despite all the dangers. However, it was impossible to take her with him. One of Luo Hong's goals was to reunite with Yuan Yao. What would it mean if there was a vixen around him? Fairy Mao, I plan to go to the place where these refining void aliens come from. It will be more dangerous if you follow me. Luo Hong refused immediately. I have heard the conversation between Dao Luo and Sister Yi, and I know what Dao is going to do next. However, I still hope to go with Dao Luo. After all, if I go into the depths of the wilderness alone, I will definitely die. I hope Dao Luo will give me a way to survive for the sake of our past friendship. Although Mao, whose words were a bit exaggerated, it was only the difference between dying and surviving. She really had no other choice at the moment. As for the relationship, Luo Hong and Mao, who only had a little affection for each other, he would never take on such a big trouble, even if the other party was a charming and useful fox spirit. However, just when Luo Hong was about to put on a cold face to refuse, Mao, who seemed to see this, and first showed anxiety on her face, and then suddenly exclaimed flipped her hand, and took out the ancient map. Dao Luo, there is something I forgot to say before. This ancient map has changed again not long ago. Oh, let me see. Luo Hong's eyes flashed with doubt, and he immediately took the ancient map and unfolded it. I saw that the forest sea on this ancient map was flickering, as if it was about to disappear, which was obviously affected by the collapse of the mysterious forest array. In addition, a hidden ban also emerged in this ancient map. Luo Hong found that it was closely related to the teleportation array in the cave after a slight sense. After casting 2 spells on him, Luo Hong was even more certain that he only needed to activate this restriction to remotely use the power of the light and dark teleportation array to move out of the lost forest. After discovering this, Luo Hong didn't know what he was thinking about, and he immediately pondered. Mao, who didn't dare to disturb him, so he could only wait anxiously on the side. After a cup of tea, Luo Hong suddenly broke the silence and said, Fairy Mao, this trip is much more dangerous than you think, and there are some secrets that Luo Hong does not want you to know. However, Luo Hong can understand the difficulties of Fairy Mao. Since Fairy Mao cannot return alone, she can stay here to practice. Anyway, you have already obtained the cultivation medicine of the Sky Fox clan, and it is time to retreat and break through the realm. You can occupy the cave house underground. Before Luo Hong leaves, he will also leave you a formation, so that you can use the power of miasma to live in peace and save your life. Well, since fellow Daoist Luo is really embarrassed, I will not force it. I'm willing to stay and practice. Mao, who looked at Luo Hong's expression carefully, and seeing that there was really no room for maneuver, he nodded and agreed. Well, Fairy Mao, go to the cave house with Luo Hong to adjust your breath for a few days. After you recover your magic power, Luo Hong will make arrangements. Seeing that he knew the situation, Luo Hong couldn't help but say with satisfaction, okay, I will obey you. Mao, who responded immediately. After that, Luo Hong called Arzi back and fled to the Dark Mansion. Soon, the 3 of them spent 10 days in the Dark Mansion peacefully. At this time, in a stone room in the Dark Mansion, Luo Hong was sitting cross-legged to offer sacrifices to the 9th netherworld pupil. I saw that black and cold dark death energy surged out from Luo Hong's right palm and quickly drilled into the 9th netherworld pupil, causing it to emit circles of evil halos. Suddenly, the magic formula of Luo Hong's right palm changed, and the 9th netherworld pupil immediately flew to Luo Hong's palm with a whoosh. After contacting the black air lingering in the palm, this treasure merged into it without any hindrance. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong immediately closed his eyes and probed his consciousness into the netherworld cave heaven. Although Luo Hong collected some ancient beast ghosts on this trip, the netherworld cave heaven was still obviously monotonous and deserted, which made people feel that this cave heaven was incomplete. The broken body of Meng Chen lay quietly on the corpse soil. The jade bone demon in the sea of blood was also recuperating, and the 6 groups of demon souls hanging in the Yinsha sky did not move at all. At this time, the netherworld cave heaven actually exuded a strange and peaceful atmosphere. If mortals saw it, they would even walk in by themselves for this tranquility. But the next moment, this peaceful atmosphere was broken by the movement from the sky. The originally gloomy sky suddenly rolled up a fierce grey wind, and circles of space fluctuations first appeared in the void, and then a huge pupil suddenly appeared. There is no doubt that this pupil is the 9th-world pupil that Luo Hong collected in the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand. After a few days of sacrifice and refining, Luo Hong finally refined the treasure initially, but what he didn't expect was that perhaps, because the 9 netherrise and the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand were really compatible, it caused some changes as soon as it was put into the nether cave heaven. It was seen that at this moment, a real dark sun seemed to appear in the Yinsha sky, and all the Yin Qi was boiling and agitated. Fortunately, Luo Hong found that during this process, the volume of the nether cave heaven was rapidly expanding, and his spiritual sense did not feel abnormal, so he put away his uneasiness, and turned to observe the changes in front of him with expectation. The agitated Yin Qi rushed into the grey wind surrounding the 9 netherrise, making it larger and larger, and gradually formed a huge storm covering the entire sky. In this grey storm, there were 9 bird heads rolling and roaring. But perhaps because of insufficient spiritual power, these 9 bird heads barely had an outline. Not bad, not bad. My previous design is indeed correct. With the netherworld in the palm, it will be much easier to improve the death lore of the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand in the future. It is gratifying that the power of the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand has been significantly improved because of the 9 netherworld pupils, but Luo Hong is more pleased that this attempt proves that his previous design is correct. The future is a smooth road for the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand. In this case, it's time to leave. I don't know what Luo Hong thought of, but suddenly the smile on his face disappeared, and then he showed a solemn look. With a thought, Luo Hong sent a thought message. After a few breaths, Maohu's enchanting figure appeared at the door of the stone chamber. Fellow Daoist Luo, are you looking for me? Fairy Mao, Luo is leaving today. You take this array plate and practice well here. Luo Hong didn't have any concerns about this woman. After giving her a word, he flashed and came to the light and dark transmission array. Dao Luo, you're here. Ming had been sitting cross-legged waiting here. Seeing Luo Hong coming, he immediately stood up and said, well, it's time. Let's go. After responding, Luo Hong's magic power spurted out from his feet and activated the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, the 2 figures disappeared without a trace. Unlike the teleportation to the Dark Palace, this teleportation made Luo Hong feel a little dizzy. In addition, they did not appear on another teleportation array, but appeared directly in the sky. However, Luo Hong was not surprised at all, because he had already learned from the Jade Slips in the Dark Palace that the teleportation array on the surface was a long-distance directional teleportation array. This kind of teleportation array does not move people to a precise place, but only moves people roughly in one direction. Its advantage is that there is no need to set up a teleportation array at the other end, but the disadvantage is that the landing point of the teleportation will be in a larger area, and the pressure in the space channel is also high. Even Luo Hong, who has such a strong physique, will feel a little uncomfortable. Looking around, Luo Hong soon found the building complex in the distance. Needless to say, that was the location of Guangyuan City. It was not a coincidence that Luo Hong and his friends were teleported here, but the design of Wenshan Zenran himself. The main purpose of this guy creating the Lost Forest was to use bugs to brush the Guangyuan Heavenly Book mission, so efficiency was the priority. The teleportation array was directed to Guangyuan City to facilitate the delivery of missions. Is there a heavenly book in the city that harms the master? How come there is no breath of immortal cultivators? Ming said with a suspicious look on his face. It's right that there is no breath. In order to compete for Luo's mission, those few refining void aliens slaughtered all the transformation god aliens in the city at that time. In this process, those rampant slaves also contributed a lot. But if there is no one in this city, it is not necessary. Isn't there a senior who comes to welcome? As soon as Luo Hong finished speaking, a laugh came from the sky, and a middle-aged man with a skinny figure and a pair of silver wings on his back appeared. Haha, I didn't expect this young friend's spiritual sense to be so sharp. Although I didn't use any special means to suppress my aura, It's still quite amazing that you can detect my whereabouts with your cultivation. Late stage of refining emptiness. No wonder I didn't find him when I used my spiritual sense to detect him before. It turned out that Luo Hong didn't detect the aura of the skinny middle-aged man at all. He just said that casually, but he didn't expect to trick the other party out. Luo Hong frowned secretly in his heart, but on the surface he calmly bowed his hands and said, "Senior, we too heard the name of Guangyuan Heavenly Book, so we went through a lot of trouble to come here. I wonder if you have any advice? Don't pretend. This place has always been shrouded by my divine thoughts. How could I not know that you suddenly teleported and appeared? However, I'm really surprised. You should be the owner of the evil dragon armor of the day, but now you are here safely. I think those wastes of Yahoo are already in danger. But you, a flying spirit general, did you do this? Moreover, there is no breath of the ban left by me on your body, which proves that you have entered the cave in the center of the lost forest. It's really interesting," the thin middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. However, after Luo Hong heard this, his face immediately sank. It was indeed him. This guy was the one who emptied the Ming mansion and tampered with the ancient map. Like Wen Zenren before, he was also using the mysterious forest to get the wool of Guangyuan Heavenly Book. Although the two were not comparable in terms of efficiency, he certainly got a lot of opportunities to ask questions, and he was definitely not an easy person to deal with. Chapter 958 5-Colored Divine Light. With your methods, I believe there is no shortage of opportunities to ask questions, so why bother with the juniors? The Heavenly Evil Dragon armor is only related to the ancient Evil Dragon clan, and it has upset some people, so it was put on the Guangyuan Heavenly Book's bounty. It is also just a powerful spiritual treasure, and the senior would not be interested in it. If possible, Luo Hong would never want to fight with the alien Liangsu in front of him, and said indifferently. As for the existence of the skinny middle-aged man, Luo Hong actually guessed it as early as when he was in the Lost Forest. After all, the other party left more than one clue. First of all, the preservation of the light and dark mansions proved that Luo Hong and his group were not the second batch of visitors, but at least the third batch or later. Both the light and dark caves had been invaded, but while the dark mansion, which stored important spiritual objects, abnormally left many good things, the inferior light mansion seemed to be as clean as if it had been licked by a dog. Obviously, these two traces were from different people. The former was left by the Guangyuan's He monk who captured Wen Zenren, while the latter was a cultivator who didn't know the existence of the dark mansion and mistakenly entered the Ming mansion. Moreover, this person most likely discovered the secret of the mysterious forest from the spiritual objects in the Ming mansion, and even mastered part of the array map. Otherwise, he couldn't have tampered with the ancient map, allowing the cultivators carrying this map to use the teleportation array in the Ming mansion to escape anywhere in the mysterious forest. The purpose of Wen Zenren practicing the teleportation array was just to make it easier for him to hand in tasks, and it was impossible for him to use it for the person who tricked him into holding the map. Therefore, when Hu took out the ancient map, Luo Hong realized that it was a trap. Imagine that when a group of cultivators holding the ancient map broke into the mysterious forest, they gradually found that they were trapped to death. At this time, the ancient map gave them a way out. What would they choose? They would definitely go in. But even though Luo Hong saw through this trap, he had to come to Guangyuan City in person, and as soon as possible. Therefore, he had to take the initiative to teleport here, even though he knew there was a problem. It seems that you do know a lot, but do you think you are qualified to bargain with me? The skinny middle-aged man suddenly glared, and the silver wings behind him flapped towards Luo Hong. Suddenly, a huge spiritual pressure surged out and rushed straight to Luo Hong's face with a buzzing sound. This aura is indeed not an ordinary late-stage refining emptiness. Luo Hong's eyes jumped, and he immediately urged the power of heaven and earth to tear apart the impact. So, on the surface, Luo Hong was motionless and resolved the temptation of the skinny middle-aged man. The power of heaven and earth. Haha, you really have some skills. The skinny middle-aged man nodded as expected, and then said in a slow tone, "You guessed right. The opportunity to ask questions in the heavenly book is nothing to me. After all, it is just a means, not an end." As long as you can come up with something that I'm interested in, I will let you go. Facing Luo Hong, who was able to survive the hunt of the 6 people of Yahoo, the skinny middle-aged man was not as relaxed as he seemed. His words were undoubtedly persuading Luo Hong to spend money to buy his life. As for his credibility, it is hard to say. Oh, I would like to hear more about it. If the conditions are acceptable, Luo Hong would not mind spending money to avoid disasters. Anyway, he has the method of ascending spirits, and a little loss is nothing at all. It's simple. If you can come up with a room at Nether Lotus or Dark Blood Crystal, I will not only let you go, but also give you generous compensation. The skinny middle-aged man said indifferently on the surface, but there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. However, Luo Hong's face darkened immediately after hearing this, and he said unhappily, "Senior, are you teasing me? These 2 spiritual objects have only existed in ancient books and legends. How can I possibly have them? Forget it, I shouldn't have held out any hope. You better die gently, kid." The skinny middle-aged man immediately shook his head in disappointment, and a murderous aura immediately emanated from his body. Obviously, apart from the 2 spiritual objects he proposed, no matter what Luo Hong offered to buy his life, it was not as valuable as the reward of 1,000 in his eyes. At least, he might be able to use the opportunity of 10 questions to get some clues about the Netherworld Lotus and the Dark Blood Crystal. However, the skinny middle-aged man was not optimistic about this. After all, the more he used the Guangyuan Heavenly Book, the more he felt the limitations of this treasure. Otherwise, he would not have tried his luck on Luo Hong, just because he thought he was very special. HMPH. You want me to die gently? Senior, do you think I can't see that you are injured now? Luo Hong's voice turned cold, and he opened his arms slightly without fear. One hand was shrouded in black air and turned into a ghost claw, and the other hand was shining with 5-colored spiritual light, with the Kyankan pearl hanging on his palm. So what if I'm injured? It's more than enough to kill a mere flying spirit general like you. The skinny middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, and a hand hidden in his sleeve secretly pinched a spell, and suddenly a muffled sound came from behind him. A 5-colored light appeared in an instant, and in the flash, it turned into a huge peacock phantom. The peacock phantom spread its wings and immediately sprinkled a 5-colored sea of light, rumbling towards Luo Hong. 5-colored true blood. Luo Hong was shocked when he saw this. The magical power used by the other party was the famous 5-colored divine light. Late stage of refining void 5-color true blood, the appearance of the Cheyenne Pen clan. All these combined made Luo Hong recognize the person in front of him immediately. Senior, is your surname Yu? So what? Go to hell. The fish shop owner naturally thought that it was Yahoo and others who revealed his surname, and he kept urging the 5-color sea of light to advance. Wherever it passed, the sky and the earth were dim, as if the entire sky was about to collapse, and the momentum was extremely shocking. In an instant, the 5-color sea of light surged to Luo Hong's front, and countless runes appeared in the divine light, which were connected to each other to form a series of mysterious restrictions, covering the sky and the earth, and there was nowhere to hide. However, at this time, Luo Hong put away the magical powers of his hands, and asked Dying Ming, who was his helper, to return to the Jade Mansion Cave Heaven, looking like he was going to accept his fate. The fish shop owner's face flashed with doubt, but he drove the 5-color sea of light to swallow Luo Hong without any hesitation. As a result, the next scene directly made the fish shop owner suspect that he was under an illusion. Luo Hong did not use any magical power, but he seemed to be unaffected by the 5-colored divine light and moved freely in the sea of light. Those mysterious restrictions actually regarded him as nothing and passed through his body. It was incredible. After a moment of stunned, the fish shop owner's eyes immediately lit up, and he used some kind of spiritual eyes to look at Luo Hong. Only then did he realize that Luo Hong was not doing nothing, but there was a faint 5-colored halo flowing on his body. In addition, a familiar aura was becoming more and more obvious on him. P.S. I have to pay back half of my debt. I haven't updated twice in a while. I'm trying to find the feeling. Backquote. Chapter 959. Two powerful fights. 5-color true blood. Are you the holy son of the Five Lights clan? No, it's impossible. I have seen those young people before. And you don't have wings on your back. You are not a cultivator of the feeling clan. Where did you get the 5-color true blood? Sensing Luo Hong's blood aura, the fish shop owner was stunned at first, and then asked with an ugly face. It's no wonder that the fish shop owner was so shocked at this moment. His 5-color divine light couldn't hurt the other party, which was enough to show that Luo Hong's blood power was far better than his. And in his case, even the combined elders of the Five Lights clan couldn't do this. Obviously, Luo Hong must have a major secret related to the 5-color peacock. Senior you, do you think Luo will tell you? Luo Hong said without any fear, but in fact he was already shouting bad luck in his heart. Although the man in front of him looked like a Fipen clan member, Luo Hong knew that he was a member of the Five Lights clan and his magical powers were unimaginable. Even when fighting with Han Leomo, who was at the same level, he almost won. He was a real tough guy. Although he is now surrounded by some kind of lightning spirit power, and he is obviously injured, it will not affect his strength too much. I must not fight him head on. I must find a chance to escape. Luo Hong thought to himself. He came here just to confirm the mission about himself in Guangyuan Heavenly Book. There was no need to fight such a strong enemy. Then I will come and see it myself. The fish shop owner obviously did not expect Luo Hong to cooperate. With the continuous changes of the spells in his hands, the 5-color sea of light suddenly shrank towards him. After all, the 5-color divine light gathered around the peacock Dharma, a dazzling spiritual light flashed, and countless 5-color flying swords condensed immediately. I saw that these 5-color light swords had just taken shape, and they trembled and shot towards Luo Hong. Although the magical power of the 5-color divine light itself could not do anything to Luo Hong, who had a higher bloodline power, after performing some changes, the result was completely different. Wherever the sword light passed, it actually left a series of faint white marks in the air. The overwhelming number was enough to make ordinary spiritual cultivators despair. At this moment, Luo Hong held a talisman with his sword finger, and a roar of fighting spirit came from behind him. The next moment, a dazzling golden spiritual light flashed, and a golden eagle with a wingspan of several feet suddenly appeared behind Luo Hong. Then, the spiritual talisman held by Luo Hong shone brightly, turning him into a ball of light, and then fled backwards, and merged into the body of the giant eagle. The spiritual light emitted by the spiritual talisman immediately engulfed the golden eagle's figure, but then there was a bang, and the spiritual light immediately exploded into light spots all over the sky, revealing the half-human half-demon figure of Luo Hong. The early stage of refining the void? The fish shop owner's spiritual sense was powerful, and he could see in an instant that after Luo Hong merged with the golden eagle, his cultivation level directly broke through a major realm and reached the level of the early stage of refining the void. After frowning slightly, the fish shop owner's mind moved, and a large number of 5-color light swords gathered in two places, turning into two 5-color light blades more than 10 feet long, slashing towards Luo Hong from the left and right. Facing such a fierce attack, Luo Hong, who used the Wuxiang fusion talisman, was not afraid. He stretched out his left palm in front of him, and a golden vortex with a diameter of several dozen feet appeared instantly. 10,000 worlds swallowing Yuan Gong. With a dull shout, the golden vortex slowly turned, and it was seen that, whether it was the 5-color light blades or the 5-color flying swords, they began to radiate bean-sized light spots. As soon as these light spots left, they flew madly towards the golden vortex, and those 5-color light blades and 5-color flying swords actually dimmed, and their power was greatly reduced. Swallowing Yuan divine power. What is your relationship with the Cheyenne Pen clan? Seeing this, the fish shop owner's face changed, and he couldn't help asking in surprise again. However, Luo Hong did not respond this time. After swallowing the fish shop owner's vitality, he felt that his body was about to burst. He felt indescribably uncomfortable at the moment. Without any hesitation, Luo Hong immediately used the law of heaven and earth, and turned into a giant over 100 feet tall. His aura soared to the middle stage of refining emptiness. Then, he stretched out his hand through the golden vortex, letting the golden light wrap around his right fist, and then without saying a word, he swung it towards the void in front of him. I saw that half of Luo Hong's right arm disappeared instantly. At the same time, the space in front of the fish shop owner fluctuated violently, and the fist with golden light suddenly appeared. Because of the previous shock, The fish shop owner lost his mind for a moment. At this moment, he had no time to use other means. He could only use his mind to make a large amount of 5-colored divine light condense in front of him to form countless gorgeous light shields. Layer upon layer, the fish shop owner was protected tightly. A loud bang erupted, and the fish shop owner was immediately engulfed by a golden sun. The next moment, a stream of light shot out from it, and it flew hundreds of feet in one breath before stopping, revealing the fish shop owner, who was protected by a thick crystal ball. At this time, the fish shop owner's eyes were full of horror, and after a muffled groan, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he underestimated the power of Luo Hong's punch, and did not completely defend against it. A distance of hundreds of feet is not worth mentioning for a being at the level of refining emptiness. This is not an opportunity to escape. Therefore, Luo Hong shook his shoulders and stretched out his arms at the same time. Suddenly, the void on the left and right sides of the fish shop owner fluctuated again, and Luo Hong stretched out his palms together, pressing the crystal ball condensed by the 5-color divine light between his palms. As soon as his right palm touched the crystal ball, light spots began to precipitate from its surface. Fortunately, the fish shop owner replenished his spiritual power faster, otherwise he would not need to use any force. Just wait for a moment, and the crystal ball would fall apart. You want to crush me to death. Wishful thinking. Seeing Luo Hong's palms begin to exert force, the fish shop owner immediately showed anger on his face and pointed a sword towards his head. The peacock's phantom flapped its wings and moved to his feet in an instant. In an instant, the rosy clouds flowed, and a 5-color light array quickly condensed. Surprisingly, as the 5-color light array turned, the fish shop owner's skinny figure actually began to melt rapidly from his feet. In the blink of an eye, his lower body had disappeared, and the corresponding peacock, which was originally just a phantom, gradually condensed into a solid under the spiritual light of the 5-color light array. Its aura was also soaring at a terrifying speed. Before it was completely fused, it was close to the initial stage of fusion. It can be imagined that once the fish shop owner completely merges with the peacock phantom, there will definitely be an existence with an aura comparable to the fusion realm. However, at this moment, thunder suddenly came from around him. The fish shop owner glanced around and saw that Luo Hong's 2 giant hands were entangled with many white lightning snakes at some point. Before he could react, a crisp shattering sound rang in his ears. The 5-colored crystal ball that had been hit by Luo Hong's punch without any damage was now shattered by Luo Hong's hands. Not good. As soon as the exclamation fell, Luo Hong's palms crushed the last obstacle and closed together with a snap. A hurricane swept out and poisoned the land for hundreds of miles. At this time, Luo Hong, who was half human and half demon, couldn't help but show a look of pity on his face. Just as he was about to retract his hands, many 5-colored light bands suddenly flew from below and entangled his hands tightly. Luo Hong pulled hard and found that these light bands were extremely tough and could not be broken free for a while. Just as he was about to use his magical power to deal with it, a terrifying spiritual power fluctuation suddenly erupted. The 5-colored peacock phantom had completely condensed into a solid body and was now staring at Luo Hong with anger. And those light bands came from the peacock's tail feathers. However, seeing that part of its body flickered from time to time, it was obvious that the fusion was not perfect. In fact, the fish shop owner could not escape Luo Hong's full strength grip, and his head should have been crushed by Luo Hong. But at the last moment, he used his life-saving magical power at the cost of his vitality, and successfully escaped. At present, although his state is unstable, his aura has broken through the fusion realm, otherwise he would not be able to restrain Luo Hong's hands. After restraining Luo Hong, the 5-colored peacock immediately let out a sharp cry, opened its mouth and spit out an ancient black spearhead, which went straight to Luo Hong's eyebrows. Where can you escape? The fish shop owner's roar came from the void. Seeing that the ancient spearhead turned into a black lightning and flew towards him, Luo Hong's spiritual sense immediately sounded the alarm. If he were hit by this blow, he would be seriously injured if not dead. The spearhead magic treasure came very quickly, and Luo Hong did not have many choices at the moment. His eyes flashed with golden light as soon as his mind moved. The next moment, 2 golden light beams shot out from his eyes, merged into one halfway, and directly hit the black lightning. Luo Hong suddenly felt a huge impact, and he could not help but take a step back to stabilize his body. The black spearhead was not completely blocked. At this moment, it was splitting the golden light beam at a fast speed, and continued to move towards Luo Hong's eyebrows. Seeing this, Luo Hong gritted his teeth and groaned, and sacrificed the heavenly evil dragon armor. His retreating right foot stepped forward fiercely at this time, and his figure immediately grew more than 20 feet taller, and the golden light beam became thicker. Suddenly, the tip of the black spearhead began to disintegrate and disappear, and spread to his whole body little by little. One side's power increased greatly, while the other side was disintegrating and disappearing. As one grew stronger, the other grew weaker. Soon, the golden light column engulfed the entire black spearhead, causing it to disappear from the world. After gaining the upper hand, Luo Hong would not stop. He thrust his head forward, and the golden light column pierced the 5-colored peacock like a sharp sword. Although he was shocked that the Meiji divine light could destroy his spiritual treasure, the fish shop owner would not make the same mistake twice. With the spiritual light of his wings shining, he slashed forward together. The Meiji divine light was instantly split in two when it touched it. However, Luo Hong seemed to have expected this. He twisted his neck without any hesitation, and the Meiji divine light swept upwards, immediately cutting off the many light bands wrapped around his hands. The Meiji divine light is a fusion of the Meiji divine light and the North Pole Yuan light. As long as it is a tangible object, whether it is alive or dead, it will disintegrate and disappear when it shines on it. It is extremely powerful. But if it encounters an intangible object, such as pure spiritual power, its power will be greatly reduced. Moreover, this divine light is also within the 5 element, and is restrained by the 5-color divine light. It is actually quite good to be able to perform like this. After breaking free from the control, the spiritual light in Luo Hong's eyes dimmed immediately, and then he raised his right palm to the sky, formed a claw, and a silver bright spearhead slowly emerged from his palm. As soon as the spear tip was revealed, the vitality of the heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 miles trembled together, and then swarmed towards it, with an amazing momentum. Such a change immediately startled the 5-color peacock. He had never seen such a powerful spiritual treasure before, and he couldn't help but regret it in his heart. Wait. Fellow Daoist Luo, right? I think we can talk. The fish shop owner had fully realized Luo Hong's strength after fighting to this point. Fighting with such an existence for a mere 1,000 bounties was really a great loss, and he didn't want to fight anymore. Although Luo Hong seemed to be in the upper hand at the moment, he was actually suffering. After all, magical powers need mana to drive, and the more powerful they are, the more so. Although Luo Hong's mana far exceeded that of the same level beings by several times, he could not withstand his wanton squandering after exerting his full strength to perform the law of heaven and earth. Although he and the fish shop owner had only fought for a few rounds, he had little mana left after being consumed by the Thunderbolt Immortal Body technique, the Destroying Divine Light, and a number of spiritual treasures. Because of this, Luo Hong hurriedly sacrificed the sky-breaking spearhead, a remnant of the Zuanshan treasure, in order to create an opportunity to escape with a full-strength attack. And if this attack did not seriously injure the fish shop owner, Luo Hong would have had no choice but to use a Zuanshan golden flame to fight him to the death. Therefore, after hearing that the fish shop owner wanted to stop the war, Luo Hong immediately had some intention and slowed down the action of sacrificing the sky-breaking spearhead. At this point, what else can we talk about except fighting to the death? Lack of trust was the biggest obstacle for the two to stop, especially for Luo Hong. Once he released the soul fusion state, he would not be able to enter it again in a short period of time. At that time, although he would not be at the mercy of the fish shop owner, his situation would definitely not be good. Although Luo Hong's tone was cold, the fish shop owner knew that, if he had no intention to stop the war, he would never stop offering the spiritual treasures. To show his sincerity, the fish shop owner did not take the opportunity to prepare countermeasures, but said in a gentle voice, "Fellow Daoist Luo has such strength, so he is qualified to cooperate with me. I wonder if you are interested in the 5-color True Soul?" The 5-color True Soul is the original spirit of the 5-color peacock. which is a true spiritual treasure that is rarer than true blood. You and I both have 5-color true blood. If we can get the 5-color true soul, even if it is only a small portion, it can make the power of the 5-color divine light soar. How can Luo not be interested? What's the matter? Did the senior ask the whereabouts of the 5-color true soul from the Guangyuan heavenly book? Luo Hong turned his eyes and asked with full vigilance. Haha, you don't need to ask me. I also know where the only 5-color true soul in Fingyuan continent is. I have been planning for it, but for some reasons, I have not succeeded so far. However, if fellow Daoist Luo is willing to help, the situation will be very different. It turned out that the fish shop owner had a place to use Luo Hong, so he was eager to capture him after discovering that he had a powerful 5-color bloodline, but he didn't expect Luo Hong's strength to be so amazing. Since he couldn't capture the other party and force him to work for him, he had no choice but to seek cooperation with Luo Hong. The only 5-color true soul? Senior, you are not talking about the holy soul of the Five Lights clan, right? Luo Hong said with his eyes fixed, after flipping through his memory. Chapter 960 Cooperation and King Luo Fruit. Yes, it seems that fellow Daoist Luo knows our feeling clan very well. The fish shop owner smiled and nodded. However, Luo Hong couldn't laugh at the moment. After all, the holy soul of the Five Lights clan is guarded by several combined elders all year round. In the past years, I don't know how many powerful enemies the Five Lights clan has resisted. The 5-color holy soul has made great contributions to the Five Lights clan's survival to this day, and is still one of the 12 main branches of the Feeling clan. Whoever touches it will undoubtedly fight to the death with the Five Lights clan. If there is a distinction between traitors to the clan, the fish shop owner is obviously the type who has betrayed the clan thoroughly. Humph, judging from the senior's appearance, most of you have served as the holy son of the Five Lights clan before. Why do you want to plan your own clan like this? Not all the cultivators of the Five Lights clan have a strong 5-color true blood. On the contrary, most of them actually have a weak blood. Only those 5 colors clan members who are talented enough to attract the attention of the 5-color true soul will be granted the 5-color true blood by the elders and become the holy sons of the clan. Therefore, the fish shop owner must have received great favors from the tribe in his early years. But now he has completely fallen to the opposite side of the Five Lights clan and has the idea of getting the 5 colors true soul in a rebellious way. It really makes people curious about what happened. Fellow Daoist Luo, you don't need to know too much about my affairs. If you want to get a strand of the 5 colors true soul, just cooperate with me and don't talk nonsense. The fish shop owner immediately showed a resentful look when he heard this, and it was unknown what past events he remembered. Of course I want the 5 colors true soul, but it is not worth it to risk my life for it. Senior, why don't you tell me your plan first, and I will give you an answer after considering it. Luo Hong believed that, if the other party was deceiving him on a whim, the plan he said would definitely be full of loopholes, and if he was really sincere, the result would naturally be the opposite. In the former case, he would immediately offer the sky-breaking spearhead, and in the latter case, he would continue to talk with him. Of course, one's own life is the most important. This old man's plan was originally for myself, so I will not let fellow Daoist Luo go to die. The 5-color true soul of our clan is located in the Tangshan Tower in the Holy City. It is usually guarded by the great elders of our clan in the late stage of fusion. If you want to get a chance to contact it, you can only do so when you become the Holy Lord of our clan and enter the tower to be canonized. My plan is to let fellow Daoist Luo replace one of the holy sons of our clan on the eve of the trial, and then use fellow Daoist Luo's magical powers to easily seize the position of Holy Lord. And with fellow Daoist Luo's 5-color bloodline, at that time, only a slight leak of breath will be needed to wake up the holy soul from its slumber. This old man will have the opportunity to lead the holy soul out of the holy city and seize part of it. During this period, the fusion elders of our clan will surely go out in full force to recover the holy soul, and fellow Daoist Luo can take the opportunity to escape. The fish shop owner said without a moment's pause. It was obvious that this plan had been circulating in his soul for an unknown period of time. The plan is good. I also believe that you have the means to lure the 5-color true soul. But after I get out of this, How can I be sure that you will give me a share of the 5-color true soul? Luo Hong narrowed his eyes. Although the fish shop owner's plan is highly feasible, it only lacks the link of dividing the spoils. Obviously, the other party has never considered sharing the 5-color true soul with others. I didn't expect to cooperate with others. It was originally a bit inappropriate. But fellow Daoist Luo doesn't have to worry that I will swallow the true soul alone. After all, this thing is useless if used too much, and it cannot be refined in a short time. The carrier will be hunted down by those combined elders. And with fellow Daoist Luo's magical powers, he is qualified to share some of the pressure for me. Even if I want to get out of this smoothly, I will not forget your share. As for how to act specifically, why don't you and I sit down and discuss it carefully? As he said, the huge 5-color peacock dissipated in a burst of rosy light, and the figure of the fish shop owner appeared again in the center. Luo Hong hesitated for a moment after hearing this. Then he also retracted the tip of the sky-breaking spear and made a spell with one hand. Suddenly, a golden spiritual light burst out from his body, and after a sudden shrinkage, it split into 2 golden balls, and then the figures of Luo Hong and Xiao Jin were revealed. Fellow Daoist Luo, please follow me. After a fight, the surrounding area within a radius of hundreds of miles was in a mess. The scattered Meiji divine light destroyed countless mountains and rivers, and there was no place for the two to sit down and discuss. So, the fish shop owner stretched out his hand and led Luo Hong to Guangyuan City. Not long after, the two escaped to the top of a high pavilion in the city. Knowing that Luo Hong was far from trusting him, the fish shop owner did not invite him in and directly sat opposite him on the rooftop. Since that portion of the 5-color true soul belongs to fellow Daoist Luo, then this old man is willing to do as fellow Daoist Luo said. Please don't be polite. The fish shop owner waved his hand and placed some wine, water and spiritual fruits. Before discussing, I want to know the means by which the noble elders lock the location of the 5-color true soul. Luo Hong asked in a deep voice without even looking at the spiritual wine and spiritual fruit in front of him. Since the 5-color true soul that I'm going to take away is only a small part, the chief elder of our clan will definitely take escorting the holy soul back to the Tangshan Tower as his top priority, and will not come to hunt you and me. In addition to the chief elder, although the other combined elders also have the means to detect the location of the 5-color true soul, they cannot lock it all the time, and can only learn its location every once in a while. Therefore, as long as the operation is proper, you and I have a chance to escape the pursuit. The fish shop owner answered very confidently. In this case, please give Luo's share of the 5-color true soul to Luo's spirit beast, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Luo Hong stroked Xiao Jin's back feathers and said, in a few decades, Xiao Jin will definitely be able to break through the realm of refining emptiness. At that time, with his escape speed, as long as he is careful to guard against the fish shop owner, he will not be afraid of his sudden change of attitude. A spirit beast with Kunpeng bloodline, Daoist Luo is really a good opportunity, so let's do it. The fish shop owner nodded slightly, paused for a moment, but his eyes flashed and said, speaking of which, Daoist Luo's secret technique of combining with his own spirit beast is quite interesting. If Daoist Luo wants to replace the 5 Lights Saint without any flaws, he must practice the secret technique of 5 Lights transformation. Why don't we exchange ideas? Luo Hong actually heard a lot about 5 Lights transformation and similar secret techniques. Practicing this technique can enable the 5 Lights people to activate their own bloodline and transform into a 5-color peacock, greatly increasing their strength in a short period of time. The thicker the 5-color true blood a practitioner has, the more powerful this technique will be. It is similar to the true spirit soul, but the direction is completely different. Every branch of the Feeling clan has similar secret techniques, but the Xianpeng clan has Xianpeng transformation, which can transform successful practitioners into Kunpeng. The famous 12 changes of Jings were actually created by senior Han Gan with reference to the magical powers of the 12 main branches of the clan. Luo Hong was quite interested in this, because each time one of the 12 changes of Jings was practiced, the magical powers of the other changes could be amplified, and there were obviously some secrets of laws hidden in it, which Luo Hong had long wanted to study. Of course, if it were not for coincidence, the difficulty of obtaining the 12 changes of Jings would be no less than that of planning the 5-colored true soul. Therefore, Luo Hong did not have a corresponding plan for this trip. Anyway, as long as he waited for Han Lao Mo to get it, he would have a way to learn from him. However, he did not intend to do nothing on this trip, but had a plan to collect the secrets of the 12 main branches of the Feeling Clan. After all, repeating the process of Senior Han and creating the 12 changes of Jings might make it easier for Luo Hong to discover the secrets of the laws than directly comprehending the 12 changes of Jings. Since the 5-color change was one of Luo Hong's goals, the fish shop owner showed a look of interest before he finished speaking. But after changing his mind, Luo Hong smiled and said, "Senior, you are really good at scheming. Since you want me to take the risk to replace the 5 Lights Saint, you must teach me the magical skills that are widely circulated in the 5 Lights clan. Otherwise, how can your plan go on? Senior, you want to use the things that should have been given to me in exchange for my secret skills. Isn't that too cruel?" Haha, I didn't think of it for a moment, but I didn't mean to deceive fellow Daoist Luo. I hope you will forgive me. Although his plan was exposed by Luo Hong, the fish shop owner was not ashamed of it at all. He laughed and planned to let the matter go. But at this moment, Luo Hong changed the subject and said, "Haha, in fact, it is not impossible for the senior to want Luo Soul Fusion secret art. As long as the senior is willing to exchange the King Luo fruit on his body, Luo will not only offer the Soul Fusion secret art with both hands, but also add some thunderstones. I believe that with these stones in hand, the lightning injury on the senior's body will be healed in a few days." Luo Hong's tone was calm, as if he was just proposing an ordinary transaction. But the fish shop owner could no longer hold back his smile after hearing this, and said gloomily, "How did Daoist Luo know that I have the King Luo fruit? Except for me, no other living person in the world should know this. This kind of secret that only he knew, but suddenly heard from others." His feeling was undoubtedly extremely horrified. But the fish shop owner was also a person with many secrets, and Luo Hong's words even made him more afraid than his strength. "Senior, don't be nervous. This spirit beast that Luo raises has no other magical powers, but it is extremely sensitive to some heavenly and earthly spiritual medicines. It can sense them even through the storage bag." Luo Hong had thought of an excuse long before he opened his mouth. With a thought, he summoned the transparent spirit rat that had not appeared for a long time. The fish shop owner could not have guessed that Luo Hong actually knew many things in the future, and some gifted spirit beasts did have the magical powers he said, so he changed his mind and nodded and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder fellow Daoist Luo has this ability. I guess this little guy has contributed a lot, right? Yes, this little guy has indeed helped Luo a lot, but it's a pity that it is extremely difficult to cultivate and advance because of its talent. Even though Luo has provided it with a lot of resources, it has not been able to break through to the god transformation stage so far." Luo Hong shook his head and threw out a piece of top-grade spiritual stone, and then put it back into the spirit beast bag before the transparent spirit rat showed ecstasy. "Heaven is fair. It is common for cultivation to be hindered by talent. The way to break the situation cannot be forced, and we can only seek opportunities." The fish shop owner secretly breathed a sigh of relief, drank a cup of spiritual wine, and then said, "I do have a King Luo fruit on hand, but I have a great use for it, and I can't give it to fellow Daoist Luo. You should change the conditions." "Haha, of course I know you have a great use, and you want the soul melting secret technique for the person who took the medicine." Luo Hong smiled secretly, and couldn't help but complain. In fact, as early as when Luo Hong recognized the other party as the fish shop owner, he knew that the lightning scorch marks on his body must have been obtained to subdue the thunder beast. In the original time and space, the fish shop owner used the medicinal power of the King Luo fruit to raise the thunder beast's cultivation to the realm of refining emptiness in just a few hundred years. The thunder beast is an extremely rare thunder and lightning spirit. I'm afraid that there is only one in the fish shop owner's hand in the entire spirit world. If he were to perform the soul fusion secret art, the fish shop owner could control some of the lightning laws during the secret art, and his combat power would soar. It was precisely because the posture of Luo Hong after merging with Zyojin was similar to the posture he imagined when he merged with the Thunder Beast, that he was so concerned about Luo Hong's soul fusion secret art. The reason why Luo Hong was willing to trade such an important secret art with a powerful enemy who could not be trusted was because the other party would have another opportunity to obtain a similar secret art in the future. Luo Hong was trading the other party's future secret art with him now, which was also a return of the previous deception. The medicinal power of the King Luo fruit is to increase the medicinal properties of other elixirs by 30% to 50%, so the so-called great use of the senior does not necessarily require the use of the King Luo fruit. Why don't you make a request? How can Luo Mao exchange for this fruit? The King Luo fruit is the main material for refining the Cheyenne Luo pill. It only has the effect of helping the divine transformation cultivators break through the bottleneck, and it is not worthy of Luo Hong and the fish shop owner's attention. But in fact, another wonderful use of this elixir, that is, it can greatly enhance the medicinal power of the elixir taken together, which can make the combined cultivators extremely jealous. After all, not everyone can eat the elixir suitable for their elm like Han Lao Mo. In most cases, it takes a lot of hard work to gather the materials for a furnace of important elixir, and naturally want to maximize the use. Cheyenne Luo pill is the best choice, so it is also the high-level cultivators who need this pill the more, so that King Luo fruit soon disappeared in the wilderness, and only those dangerous spiritual places can have a chance to find it. But in general, even the combined cultivators may not be able to escape unscathed in that kind of spiritual place, which makes this fruit now extremely precious. On the other hand, if Luo Hong can directly provide the 30% to 50% extra medicinal power of King Luo fruit, the fish shop owner will definitely agree to the deal. Because the probability of Cheyenne Luo pill producing that kind of heaven-defying effect is actually unpredictable. It is possible that one pill will work, and it is also possible that 7 or 8 pills will work, but nothing will be gained. On the one hand, there is a 100% probability, but on the other hand, it requires luck. Everyone knows how to choose. I didn't expect that Daoist Luo would be so persistent. Well, if Daoist Luo can take out 3 thunder crystals, I will give this King Luo fruit to Daoist Luo. Of course, Daoist Luo must also give me the secret art of soul fusion, the fish shop owner said without any expectation. Although Thunder Crystal is far from being a spiritual object like the Nether Lotus and Dark Blood Crystal, the Thunder attribute is the most explosive, and spiritual objects with the corresponding attribute are the rarest among all kinds of spiritual objects, and most of the immortal cultivators are eager for it. Therefore, the fish shop owner did not think that Luo Hong could take out even 1 Thunder Crystal, let alone 3. Deal. Luo Hong said without hesitation. Well, Daoist Luo, don't be disappointed. In the Earth Abyss. What did you say? The fish shop owner did not react at once, and was still trying to persuade Luo Hong to go to the Earth Abyss to find the King Luo fruit. After all, the one in his hand was found in the Earth Abyss. I say deal. But right now I only have 1 Thunder Crystal in my hand, and it will take some time before I can give the remaining 2 to you senior. As Luo Hong said this, he flipped his palm and took out a diamond-shaped crystal stone that was flickering with green lightning light. Chapter 961. Each has his own agenda. Thunder crystal can be obtained by upgrading the spirit through Thunderstone. Although the latter is also quite rare, it can still be bought with spirit stones in Cheyenne City. In other words, Thunder crystal is just an ordinary spiritual object that can be bought with spirit stones for Luo Hong. Once the formation is opened, there will be as many as you want. In fact, Luo Hong mentioned Thunderstone before, just to let the fish shop owner think of Thunder Crystal. After all, this kind of spiritual object is no different from a panacea for Thunder attribute spirit beasts, and it can directly improve their cultivation. In other words, Thunder Crystal can replace the King Luo fruit for the fish shop owner. It's really Thunder Crystal. The fish shop owner glared and stretched out his hand to take the crystal stone in Luo Hong's palm. However, at this time, Luo Hong clenched his 5 fingers and smiled faintly. Senior, shouldn't you take out the King Luo fruit for Luo to check the goods first? After all, my spirit beast can only sense whether the senior has King Luo fruit, but cannot distinguish its quality. Of course, I lost my temper. The fish shop owner smiled a little embarrassedly. This is not his fault. Luo Hong's cultivation is too confusing. He forgot that the other party is not a low-level cultivator, that he can ask for anything at will. After saying that, the fish shop owner waved his hand and threw out a wooden box with a strange texture. The lid of the box slid open by itself in midair, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance came to the face. In the box, a fist-sized peach-shaped fruit like jade was quietly lying. Under the fruit, there were two strange red leaves. Seeing this, Luo Hong's eyes flashed, and he used his spiritual eyes to check it. After a while, he nodded slightly and said, yes, the King Luo fruit of the senior is full of medicinal properties, and has no defects. It is just right for Luo to use. Haha, as long as brother Luo is satisfied, there is no need to wait for the future. You can take this fruit now. The fish shop owner's mind moved, and he actually erased the restriction on the wooden box. Senior, have you forgotten that I can't take out 3 thunder crystals at once? Luo Hong asked with a suspicious look on his face. Luo Hong was secretly on guard against the sudden show of goodwill from the fish shop owner, in case he fell into a trap unknowingly. Since you and I have chosen to cooperate and conspire for great things, I can still give you this trust. Not to mention, if fellow Daoist Luo can improve his cultivation, then the possibility of our success will be greater. The fish shop owner did not have much doubt that it would take some time for Luo Hong to take out the other 2 thunder crystals. He thought that the 2 thunder crystals were probably in the hands of the other party's acquaintances, and he had to make another deal to get them. As for the thunder crystal itself, the fish shop owner could not covet it too much. After all, this spiritual object would be useless after the thunder beast advanced to the refining void. So in comparison, it is undoubtedly more important to take the opportunity to deepen the cooperative relationship. Humph, it seems that he thought I wanted to use the King Luo fruit to break through the current realm. This is a good misunderstanding. Luo Hong secretly complained, then threw the thunder crystal in his hand, and then bowed and said, Senior is so straightforward. The 5-color true soul is a treasure that you and I have dreamed of. Luo will do his best to plan it. It is better to do it today than to wait for a day. Let's discuss the details of the plan now. Haha, with what you said, I feel relieved. I have been planning this for many years, so I have also picked out 2 candidates for the Holy Sun that you will replace. I will introduce them to you in detail. The fish shop owner was overjoyed when he heard this, and he discussed with Luo Hong very eagerly, and this discussion lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, Guangyuan City, which was originally a chaotic and lawless place, was now as quiet as a cemetery, without the breath of any living creatures. Suddenly, a 5-color spiritual light flashed, and a man with 5-color light wings on his back, and an ordinary appearance appeared above the square. All the monks who accepted the mission have died, but the mission content in the heavenly book has not changed at all. It seems that the person behind the scenes did it casually. The man with the light wings is Luo Hong. The reason why he has become what he is now is because he practiced the 5 light transformation. As long as you have 5-color true blood, there is almost no obstacle to practicing this secret technique. Luo Hong only practiced it a few times and mastered it. It should only take a month to practice to the point where he can transform into a 5-color peacock. Even at this level, he can disguise himself as a member of the 5 Lights tribe without revealing any flaws. Isn't what I said right? In the eyes of those old guys, you are just an ant. It is not worth wasting time and attention on you, let alone spending energy to deduce your position. However, don't relax too much. After all, there are countless people who want to please those old guys, and bigger troubles are probably on the way. But as long as you don't stay in one place for a long time, no matter how big the trouble is, it will not materialize. After the Silver Fairy said these words, that made people not know whether to be relieved or not, she suddenly flashed and poked Luo Hong's light wings and said, are you really going to cooperate with that traitor? He can even betray his own tribe. There is no trust at all. Be careful not to get cheated. Fairy, you worry too much. Luo naturally knows that Senior Yu is not trustworthy. In fact, Luo never really wanted to work with him to seize the 5-colored true soul. Luo Hong withdrew his gaze from the Guangyuan heavenly book and then said lightly, "You don't want to cooperate? Is it really that simple? That traitor is not an easy person to deal with." Fairy Silver said with some worry. "He is indeed difficult to deal with, but he knows too few secrets. As long as Luo enters the abyss, he will be useless." Luo Hong said confidently at the moment. The reason why the fish shop owner could reach a cooperation with Luo Hong without placing restrictions on each other was mainly because they had common interests. In this case, although they both believed that the other party would make some small moves, their common goal was definitely to seize the five-colored true soul. Secondly, after Luo Hong replaced the five-colored saint, the fish shop owner had a natural handle on him. Once there was a change, the fish shop owner could use this to threaten Luo Hong. In fact, he was in an advantageous position in this plan. However, he did not know that Luo Hong had a true spirit origin that was more precious than the five-colored true soul, and their previous common interests did not exist at all. And the real purpose of Luo Hong's agreement to cooperate was just to enter the abyss smoothly. Although the monsters in the Earth Abyss are a major threat to the Feeling Clan, it is also a vital resource treasure land for the Feeling Clan. It is usually heavily guarded by high-level monks from the 12 main branches. It is undoubtedly difficult for an outsider like Luo Hong to enter it. Originally, Luo Hong planned to wait until he arrived at the Feeling Clan before thinking of a way, but now that there is a way delivered to his door, it is the best. With the help of the fish shop owner, who is a traitor of the Five Lights clan, Luo Hong can simply search the soul of the unlucky saint and directly replace him. When the Earth Abyss trial comes, he can enter it as the Five Lights Saint. And when he arrives at the Earth Abyss, King Yuanzi will definitely make a trip for Yuan Yao. With this big backer, breaking the contract is not a piece of cake. Just know it. By the way, I'm very curious, why do you want that King Luo fruit? I remember that you don't have any elixir worth using it to increase the medicinal power. Fairy Yin didn't ask any more questions after hearing that, but changed the subject and asked curiously. The medicinal power of this fruit is quite strange. Luo wants to study it. Are you willing to help, Fairy Yin? Luo Hong invited. No, don't. Just looking at those numbers and runes makes me feel dizzy. Don't even think about pulling me to do hard labor. Having been with Luo Hong for so many years, Fairy Yin has seen Luo Hong's research. She also participated in it because she thought it was novel, but she suffered a lot when she heard that Luo Hong was going to stretch out his claws to her again. She immediately refused loudly with a look of fear on her face. After that, she flew back to the storage bag, as if she was afraid that Luo Hong would not give up, and went to sleep directly. Seeing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but laugh and shook his head, saying to himself, "What a pity, this is a very important project." After the trip to the Lost Forest, Luo Hong found that he had a huge shortcoming. That is, his mana cultivation was far from matching his own magical powers. In other words, his skills were very strong, but his mana was too little. Although Luo Hong's mana was actually several times that of the same level, the magical powers and spiritual treasures he mastered were too powerful. Whether it was the Thunder Immortal Body technique and the Heavenly Yuan Return to Life technique, or the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand and the Glazed Golden Light Hammer, they were all big swallowers of magic. Especially now that Luo Hong has cultivated the law of heaven and earth, his own mana is even less than enough for him to squander. In the previous battle in the Lost Forest, if his luck hadn't suddenly improved, Meng Chen and Ziyun would have fallen into his trap at once, and they would not have been able to exert only 1/10 of their strength in a short period of time, which would definitely not have been so easy. But if his mana at that time could have been 10 times as much as it is now, even if there were 2 more Meng Chens, they would not be enough for him to hammer. Because he realized this shortcoming, after Luo Hong recognized the fish shop owner, the 3 words King Luo fruit immediately appeared in his soul. The mana of a cultivator is related to his cultivation, and it is extremely difficult to increase the total amount. The only way Luo Hong can think of to obtain mana far beyond his own cultivation is to improve his ability to recover mana during the battle. If a cultivator wants to recover mana, he can only use his skills to refine spiritual energy. Unless the battle is in a stalemate, there is no way to do it. When Han Lao Mo and senior brother Lu were fighting for life and death, Their respective talismans and magic weapons were evenly matched, so they had the opportunity to use spiritual stones and spiritual medicines to recover mana. When he was fighting with Wenchairen, he used the 10,000-year spiritual milk to recover his mana after being covered by the 8 golden flames. Although the means used by Han Leomo to recover mana before and after were very different, they could not escape the shackles of stalemate. The difference between the spiritual power of the spirit stone and the spiritual power of the 10,000-year spirit milk is that the former is not easy to refine, while the latter is very easy to refine, but both require the process of refining. What Luo Hong needs is a means to recover his mana while fighting fiercely with others. In other words, there is no means of refining. In this way, the heaven-defying effect of the King Luo fruit that can amplify the medicinal power of many different elixirs came into his eyes. The medicinal power of elixirs is actually spiritual power, so the effect of the King Luo fruit is that its own spiritual power can simulate most of the spiritual power of different species. The mana of the cultivator and the ordinary spiritual energy of heaven and earth are actually two different attributes of spiritual power. In other words, as long as Luo Hong can thoroughly study the King Luo fruit, he can obtain a large amount of spiritual power with the same attribute as his own mana without going through the practice of refining. To be precise, it should be called reserve mana. As long as the research is successful, Luo Hong can completely unleash his own combat power. It just so happens that there are still more than 100 years before the next Earth Abyss trial of the Feeling Clan, which is enough time for him to use. On the other side, in the attic quiet room, the fish shop owner did not practice Qigong to heal his wounds alone as he told Luo Hong, but sacrificed a small tower and projected a blurry light and shadow. I haven't contacted you for 300 years. I thought you had died in the wilderness, fish saint. A gentle and pleasant voice came from the light and shadow, revealing the identity of the fish shop owner. I'm no longer the Five Lights Saint. I'm only the owner of the Wanli Fang and the noble holy city. Elder Jin, please don't call me that anymore. The fish shop owner said with a smirk. HMPH. Don't talk nonsense with me. How are you preparing for that matter? The owner of the light and shadow, who was nowhere to be seen, asked angrily. I have found a suitable candidate, but this person's methods are really powerful. I failed to capture him. At present, I have only reached a verbal cooperation with him. The fish shop owner immediately said bluntly, you have broken through to the late stage of Feeling General. The person you failed to capture must also be at the level of Feeling General. This is different from the previous plan. The man in the light and shadow questioned again. The saints of the Feeling Clan are all Feeling Generals. If Luo Hong is Feeling General, then the plan must be completely different from the original one. I'm afraid Elder Jin may not believe it. This person is only at the middle stage of Feeling General, but his magical powers are really powerful, and he has a treasure on him. Don't take it lightly. The fish shop owner said with a strange look on his face. There is such a thing. Which tribe is this genius from? This person is not from our Feeling tribe, but a human cultivator from a corner of the edge of Fingyuan continent. He is suspected to be the young master of a Zenling family. If he is the young master of the Zenling tribe of the human race, there is an 80% possibility. After all, the human race is quite proficient in refining equipment. It is not surprising that the man has a treasure on him. The man in the light and shadow spoke for a while, but then he said coldly, but the matter of seizing the Five Lights Holy Soul is of great importance. There must be no factors that are beyond our control. We must set restrictions on that person to ensure the success of the plan. Elder Jin has a brilliant idea. I think so too. I have stabilized him now, and will bring him to the territory of my Feeling tribe soon. Then, the fish shop owner chuckled and bowed. No need to say more. I will find an opportunity to take action when the time comes. Humph. Wu Guang clan, since you want to annex my Cheyenne Pen clan, don't blame me for being unfair. After shouting, the light and shadow disappeared immediately, leaving only the fish shop owner in the quiet room with a sinister smile. Chapter 962 Five Lights Holy Sun. Years later, in a sea area east of Fingyuan continent, a group of monsters were fighting with a huge sea beast. These monsters were all strange birds with red wings. Only the leading man and woman had cultivated human form, and the other dozens of the same clan had not yet opened their spiritual intelligence. At this time, above the sea, more than a dozen great tentacles more than 10 feet long were dancing wildly. As long as the suction cups were attracted, they could shoot out water arrows with amazing power. If they fired a volley, the red monster birds would surely suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, ordinary monster birds were extremely obedient to orders. At this moment, they kept spitting out fireballs to restrain these tentacles, so that they could not exert their full power. The man and woman who were transformed monsters each held a bone fork and kept casting spells to make them shoot out red thunders one after another, bombarding the center of those tentacles. As if hurt by the attacks of the two monsters, the ancient beast hidden under the sea suddenly roared wildly, and a huge squid head broke out of the water. I saw a bright aura on its head, and a grey glow spread out, instantly wrapping all the red strange birds in it. Once these strange birds fell into the grey glow, their originally agile wings seemed to have a heavy burden, and they flapped very hard. Therefore, they could not stabilize their bodies at the moment, and then the grey glow rolled up, dragging them all into the huge mouth of the ancient squid beast below. The male and female transformed demon cultivators were anxious when they saw this, and they didn't know what secret technique they used to put their bone forks together. Then, the two demons spit out the demon pills at the same time, and with all their strength, a red thunder as thick as a millstone struck down. This red thunder split the protective aura of the ancient squid beast like a broken bamboo, and hit its head hard. With a bang, the huge head of the ancient squid beast was smashed into pieces, and the light grey juice sprayed out, immediately changing the color of the surrounding seawater for several miles. However, the ancient squid beast was extremely tenacious. It could still move even without half of its head. It was about to escape into the deep sea with its many tentacles retracted. The strange birds, that regarded it as prey, would not watch it escape. They immediately flapped their wings together, and a stream of wind entangled the tentacles of the ancient squid beast. Then, they grabbed the wind with their claws, and flew high into the sky. The ancient squid beast sensed the crisis, and tried desperately to drill into the deep sea. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. After a few breaths, the two demon cultivators, one male and one female, finally recovered. Seeing this, they couldn't help but grin and waved the bone fork in their hands to dive down. At this moment, the two demons suddenly caught a glimpse of a gorgeous spiritual light from the corner of their eyes. Before they could react, a 5-color lightsaber rushed into the group of red strange birds and cut all the red strange birds into pieces. As soon as the red bird died, the ancient squid beast instantly swam 100 feet below the sea surface, but before it could be happy, a 5-colored glow covered it. The 5-colored glow twisted slightly, and the 5 element of spiritual energy in the ancient squid beast's body surged out, and it turned into a corpse in a few breaths. Seeing the tragic death of their subordinates, the two demons were immediately extremely angry, but then they saw that the other party had easily killed the ancient beast, that they had fought for a long time, and immediately showed a look of horror on their faces. They flapped their wings behind them, and were about to flee from here. If you two little demons don't want to die, stay with me. The 5-colored spiritual light flashed, and a figure blocked the escape route of the two demons. Intermediate level flying spirit general. Sensing the breath of the person who stopped her, the female demon cultivator couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and her saliva was dry. Senior of the 5 Lights clan, how can we two juniors be of service? The male demon cultivator knew that he could not escape, so he immediately asked with a trembling hand. But before the other party could speak, 4 more spiritual lights flashed by, and 4 flying spirit generals with 5-colored wings on their backs came and surrounded the two demons. They are quite intelligent. Let me ask you, have you seen anyone from the Cheyenne Pen clan or the Chiron clan passing through this sea area in the past few days? The cultivator of the 5 Lights clan who arrived first asked in a deep voice. In the spirit world, the so-called demon beasts and ancient beasts are actually just a rough division. Generally speaking, ancient beasts refer to animal creatures that are native to the spirit world, and demon beasts mostly refer to the beast races bred by demon cultivators who ascended from the lower world. But the difference between the two is not absolute. The main difference is that ancient beasts cannot open their spiritual intelligence throughout their lives, but they can have one or several powerful innate magical powers. On the contrary, demon beasts can generally open their spiritual intelligence, as long as they are not those special species, but the power of their innate magical powers is much worse than that of ancient beasts. Therefore, although they were both at the nascent soul stage, the two demons had to join forces and bring a group of subordinates with them to deal with the ancient squid beast. Therefore, the feeling general Z killed the ancient squid beast without thinking, but left the two demons to question. "No, we didn't see anything," the female demon cultivator blurted out. Hearing this, the male demon cultivator's face changed immediately, and he looked up at the feeling general Z. As expected, he saw the murderous intent on his face, so he hurriedly said, "I have seen it. My wife was frightened and didn't remember that we too had seen a group of Cheyenne Peng tribe elders heading southwest before. Humph. How dare you play tricks on me? The Cheyenne Peng tribe is now busy with its own affairs. How could it take the initiative to provoke our tribe? Forget it, you two do it." Feeling General Z sneered and ordered his two companions. The two of them heard the words without saying a word. Each of them shot out a ray of light to take the two demons to their front, and once their magic power was gathered, they performed the soul-searching technique. After a series of shrill screams, one of them first abandoned the male demon cultivator whose soul was shattered, and said with a folded hand, "Sir, I have not found any clues about the thief who stole the woodbell flower." "Same to me." Another person also replied a little slower. Upon hearing this, the face of the saint named Z suddenly became extremely ugly. It turned out that he was the Five Lights Saint who was stationed on a nearby island. His duty was to guard the woodbell flower, which was crucial to the cultivation of their feeling tribe. This kind of spiritual flower can only appear on spiritual islands and specific environments. This sea area happened to be located between the territories of the Cheyenne Peng tribe and the Chiron tribe. In the past, there were often incidents of flying spirits from the Chiron tribe seizing woodbell flowers, so the Five Lights tribe has always had the habit of sending saints to take charge. According to past experience, if a saint loses a large number of woodbell flowers during his term of office, he may be deemed unteachable by the elders of the tribe, and thus be deprived of his status as a saint. Although the male demon cultivator had some quick wits, he didn't know that the Wu Guan clan and the Cheyenne Peng clan had always been on good terms, and this incident could not have been done by the feeling general of the Cheyenne Peng clan. After all, the Chiron clan, which bordered both of them, was the third main branch of the feeling clan. The Wu Guan clan and the Cheyenne Peng clan were both main branches ranked at the bottom, and only by banding together for warmth could they have some power to compete. Moreover, in the past few hundred years, the Chiron clan had been targeting the Cheyenne Peng clan, trying to force it out of the main branch, and then annex it. Therefore, the Cheyenne Peng clan would only need the Wu Guan clan as an ally even more now, and it was impossible for them to ruin the clan's plan for a few woodbell flowers. Holy Sun, the soul locking plate has detected several more spiritual fluctuations. A Wu Guan clan member said, holding a jade plate. Go check separately. It has been delayed for so long, and it is estimated that you can't catch up, but at least you have to know who did it this time. The Holy Sun surnamed Z ordered solemnly. I obey your orders. The four flying spirits of the Five Lights clan responded in unison, and then each of them turned into a beam of light and went in different directions. Seeing the four people's light disappearing rapidly into the horizon, the Saint Z suddenly showed a ferocious look on his face and said to himself, "Damn it, this happened during my term. Although the woodbell flowers lost are not many, those people will definitely not let me go easily. If you don't believe me, I have to make plans early and inform Senior Kong about this first." After cursing his bad luck, the Saint Z was about to set up the light of escape and go in the direction from which he came. But as soon as he turned around, his eyes suddenly glared, and he looked at his chest with disbelief. I saw that several red lines slowly appeared on his chest, and the spiritual light on his body quickly dimmed. He seemed to want to say something, but the blood gushing out of his mouth made him unable to utter even a complete word. It turned out that the fierce windbirds felt like this before. Before his vision darkened, the Saint Z couldn't help but flash this thought in his mind. The next moment, his body that was about to be shattered suddenly exploded into a large ball of blood mist, and the surging spiritual waves stirred up huge waves on the sea surface. At this time, a barely detectable escape light flew out from the blood mist and went straight to the bottom of the sea. In this escape light, it was the nascent soul of the saint surnamed Z. He knew that the existence that could kill him silently could not miss his nascent soul. He was still alive now, which could only mean that the other party did it intentionally, and his purpose was probably to search his soul. I didn't expect that. Just after ordering people to search the souls of 2 transformed demon cultivators, this kind of misfortune would be shrouded in his head. Thinking of this, the nascent soul of the saint surnamed Z couldn't help but speed up a bit. However, before he touched the sea surface, a gust of cold wind hit him from above. Looking up, he saw a huge black ghost hand covering the entire sea area, and then a fierce suction force came fiercely, causing him to fly towards the palm of the ghost hand involuntarily. Please spare my life, senior. I'm the holy son of 5 lights. It is easy to kill me, but please consider the troubles you may have later. The 5 lights clan only sent a group of flying spirit generals to guard this sea area, so they were sure that no one above the level of flying spirit general would break in. Because this sea area was shrouded in a soul-locking formation, any aura above the level of flying spirit general could not escape its sensing. If the soul-locking disc was used, the aura of flying spirit masters within 30,000 miles around, that is, the aura of the nascent soul, could also be sensed. Once the formation sensed the existence of a flying spirit general in this sea area, it would automatically send a message to the clan, and then the flying spirit generals of the 5 Lights clan would come to support. Although the Holy Son surnamed Z did not know how the flying spirit general who attacked him escaped the sensing of the soul-locking formation, he knew that reinforcement must be on the way. However, after he said this, the suction from the top of his head not only did not weaken at all, but also a grey strange wind gushed out. This grey strange wind just lightly touched the protective spiritual light on his body, and it quickly melted away. Suddenly, his ability to resist the suction force was greatly reduced, and his figure whoosh flew towards the black ghost hand. Jiuli Xiangfeng. You are from the Jiuyu tribe. With a cry of surprise, the nascent soul of the Saint Z disappeared in the thick black air of the ghost hand. The next moment, the black ghost hand suddenly disappeared, leaving only a figure with 5 colored wings on his back. As the death energy on his right hand surged, Luo Hong's face and figure gradually changed, and soon, the Saint Z reappeared in the world. Looking at the corpse floating on the sea, Luo Hong waved his hand, and sprinkled a blue and white wave of fire. After burning the corpse in the blink of an eye, the blue and white spiritual flame turned into a fire wolf, and returned to Luo Hong in a flash, opened his mouth, and spit out a blood bowl shining with 5 colored spiritual light. Luo Hong took the blood bowl in front of him, and after a few spells, the blood bowl split into 2, each immersed in the 2 5-colored wings he transformed. After a moment, Luo Hong's appearance and figure, as well as his aura, became exactly the same as the Saint Son surnamed Z. At this time, Luo Hong turned his palm and offered a jade mirror. After forming a complicated spell with his hands, he pointed at it. Suddenly, the surface of the jade mirror began to ripple, and soon the face of the fish shop owner appeared on it. Very good. It seems that you succeeded. This Jiyuan has the strength of a high-level flying spirit general, and Luo will not fail. However, Luo just read his memory, and this person's situation is a bit troublesome. Senior, are you sure he is the best candidate? It turned out that Luo Hong was behind the incident of the wood bellflower being taken away from beginning to end, with the purpose of luring out Jiyuan who was sitting here, so as to kill him and replace him. This person has an extremely cruel personality, and likes to bully the weak and slaughter the lower clans. Killing him, Luo Hong did not have any psychological pressure. However, this guy seemed to be at odds with the other 5 color saints, because of his birth, and they would conflict with each other from time to time, which made Luo Hong feel dissatisfied. I understand Daoist Luo's concerns, but this Jiyuan is the only Saint Son who does not have a close backer in the clan, and there are no other high-level people in his family, so Daoist Luo has the lowest chance of being exposed if he replaces him. As for those Saint Sons, who are likely to cause trouble, Daoist Luo can only ask Daoist Luo to be more patient. The fish shop owner said with an apologetic smile. This guy not only has no high-level people in his family, but also has no friends of the same level, because of his personality. Such a lonely person is indeed a good candidate for replacement. But Luo Hong still wants to take advantage of the 100-year waiting time. to study the king Luo fruit, so naturally he doesn't want people to keep causing trouble for him. Luo is not good at patience, senior. Don't worry, I will solve this matter, Luo Hong said with a slightly cold face. The fish shop owner wanted to persuade him, but seeing that Luo Hong had made up his mind, he could only sigh and say, please don't go too far, brother Luo. If your identity is exposed, it will be bad for both you and me. Luo knows his limits. In the future, you and I should try to have less contact to avoid being noticed. After that, Luo Hong put away the jade mirror and fled towards Ji Yuan's cave. Chapter 963, The Eve of the Storm. In the southeastern Sea of Feeling Sea, a medium-sized spiritual island named Yinghe Island suddenly had a gorgeous light passing through the island protection formation and heading straight for the high tower in the center of the spiritual island. After landing on a floating platform outside the white high tower, Luo Hong took out the restriction token obtained from Ji Yuan's storage bracelet and cast a spell to open the restriction of the cave. Fortunately, at this time, the other feeling generals on the island were searching for the traces of the person who took the woodbell flower, otherwise they would be suspicious when they saw this scene. Because of Ji Yuan's memory, Luo Hong didn't spend much time to get rid of the restriction of the white tower. Then, he walked towards the white tower. When he came to the edge of the floating platform, the floating rocks that were originally used as decorations and planted with various plants and trees took the initiative to float to Luo Hong's feet and built a bridge for him. Unlike the cultivators of the human and demon races who like to dig caves in the mountains, the cultivators of the Feeling clan are accustomed to living in towering giant towers. Generally, the strength of a cultivator's cultivation can be judged by the size of the tower where he lives. After entering the white tower, Luo Hong did not delay and immediately changed all the restrictions in the tower to ensure that all loopholes were eliminated. It can be said that this Ji Yuan was really poor. In the cave, there was no other collection that made Luo Hong's eyes light up except for some spiritual materials unique to the Feeling clan. But thinking about his origin, Luo Hong was relieved. Treasures such as the blood of the true spirit can be integrated into the blood of the cultivator and passed down through descendants, so it is easy to form a family power. The internal structure of the Feeling clan is actually a group of true spirit families of birds who are huddled together for warmth. After all, only the top races in the spirit world will not be jealous of the blood of the true spirit. Among the various branches of the Feeling clan, generally speaking, the ancestors of each saint's son actually had a saint master or even an elder, and their family power was not small. But everyone knows about heredity. After countless years of reproduction, the same clan has more or less some relatives and friends, so there are also ordinary people who get lucky and get outstanding talents. When this kind of person appears, it would be fine if there are not many saint sons in the clan. Otherwise, as a minority group without a background and support, it is completely conceivable that they will be excluded and suppressed. This Ji Yuan just didn't meet a good time. In the past few thousand years, the Wu Guan clan has shown a thriving momentum. Every 300 years, there are 7 or 8 saint sons selected every time. Some important resources have long been insufficient for distribution, so the Ji Yuan's life in the Wu Guan clan is naturally not easy. With a change of mind, Luo Hong took out the communication instrument in the Ji Yuan storage bracelet and ordered the 4 people who had previously gone to explore to return. Because of the Feeling clan's special true spirit blood cultivation system, the affairs of the clan are generally decided by the Saint Lords of the Feeling martial realm, and the combined elders only care about major events involving the entire clan. The relationship between the two is equivalent to the head and the supreme elder of the immortal cultivation sect, so the saint son is equivalent to a young sect master who has a high power in the clan and can command the same level of existence without any problem. Although the stolen woodbell flowers were in Luo Hong's treasure bag, he had no intention of taking them out at the moment. Not only because it was impossible for Ji Yuan to take back the woodbell flowers alone, but also because Luo Hong wanted to give the other 5 light saints an excuse to cause trouble for him so that he could deal with them once and for all. It's better to come quickly so that I can start studying the King Luo fruit earlier. After muttering to himself, Luo Hong sat cross-legged in the quiet room used for cultivation and then took out a pill with a flip of his palm and swallowed it. In the battle in the Lost Forest, Luo Hong obtained a total of 4 personal belongings from the refining void alien race. Although the spiritual objects used for cultivation by different races are very different, their cultivation levels are there after all, and they have a lot of elixirs of the level of God transformation. With the help of these elixirs, Luo Hong can save most of the hard work of cultivation, and he will definitely break through to the late stage of God transformation within 10 years. However, the other 5 light saints can't wait for 10 years. Luo Hong only cultivated for less than a month, and a sound transmission note woke him up from his meditation. With a flash of his figure, Luo Hong escaped to the outside of the tower, and saw a rather wealthy man waiting with 2 gloomy girls on the floating platform. Seeing the Ji Yuan appear, the wealthy man immediately smiled flatteringly. "Son of Ji, I have brought the maid you asked for before. Do you think she is satisfactory?" Luo Hong was not surprised at all. After glancing at the 2 girls, he frowned and said, "Didn't we agree to bring her in a year? Why so much earlier?" Well, there just happened to be a candidate who met the requirements of the son of Ji. Duan was afraid that the son of Ji would be anxious, so he took the initiative to bring her in advance. If son of Ji is not convenient recently, Duan will send her back now. The wealthy man was actually a high-level flying spirit general, and his cultivation was much higher than that of Ji Yuan, but he apologized with a smile without any burden. When the 2 girls heard this, they were immediately shocked, and then looked at Luo Hong pleadingly. "Forget it, since we are here, how can we let brother Duan make a wasted trip? I will trouble you a lot in the future." Luo Hong waved his hand and said casually, as if he had just asked casually, "Haha, it's not a trouble. Duan has something important to do, so I won't stay any longer." The rich man's expression suddenly relaxed, and he bowed and said goodbye. "Yes." Luo Hong did not pretend to be polite. He nodded and sent him away. Then he turned his eyes to the 2 girls and said, "Who are you from?" "Sir, we are from the Zhongli family." Looking at the older girl, she replied tremblingly, "Yes, follow me." Luo Hong knew why the 2 girls were brought here, so he did not ask any more questions. He waved a burst of spiritual light and wrapped them to the White Tower. After following Luo Hong in the White Tower for a short while, the older girl hesitated and said, "Sir, my sister is in a critical period of cultivation. Can I take her essence in 30 years? Before that, I will serve you well." "No, sister, I can do it. I can't leave you alone." Zhang Lihua's face was anxious, and she quickly grabbed her sister's arm and said, "But..." Zhang Lishu frowned and was about to persuade her, but an impatient voice came into her ears. "You can be sisters in private, but now listen to me. From today on, you will live in this room, and all the miscellaneous matters in the tower will be handed over to you. If you don't do it well, don't blame me for sending you back to Zhongli's house." After that, Luo Hong threw out a jade slip and 2 forbidden tokens, and then disappeared in front of the 2 girls. Seeing this scene, that was very different from what they had heard before, the 2 girls were immediately at a loss, and stared at each other. After returning to the quiet room, Luo Hong did not enter into meditation to practice, but came to the terrace, stretched out his sword finger, and gestured at the void. Just looking at his appearance, it was undoubtedly very strange, but as long as you saw the white horizontal bar appearing from time to time in the air, you would know that he was doing serious things. Although the Zhongli sisters were maids in name, they were actually the furnace tripod that Ji Yuan wanted. Because of his background, Ji Yuan had always been suppressed by the saints of the big families. He had no power, and could only choose to swallow his anger most of the time. But as long as you become a saint, you can get the right to choose maids. And most of these saints' maids came from big families, so Ji Yuan vented all the hatred accumulated in his heart on the maids, resulting in the 2 pairs of maids not living in his house for more than 100 years. However, his actions had not been attacked by the other 5 saints before. After all, the reason why those big families trained qualified maids was to obtain the descendants of saints like Ji Yuan. For this reason, these big families have put a lot of effort. Take the Zhongli sisters for example. Although they look like young girls, this is actually because they have practiced secret techniques and elixirs. Their real age is at least several hundred years old, and their cultivation has reached the level of feeling master, that is, the nascent soul level. Only those big families can afford the resources to train them like this. Of course, Ji Yuan can kill people without taking responsibility, because these clansmen who are trained as maids of the Holy Sons are marginal figures in the major families. To those Holy Sons, these women are almost strangers. Secondly, he always finds some reasonable reasons. But Luo Hong has read his memories, and naturally knows that the two pairs of maids were tortured to death by him when he was collecting essence. But now that the debt is cleared, Luo Hong will not think too much. And the reason why he suddenly stopped practicing was just because the rich man was too early this time. Most people only see through what Ji Yuan did, but don't say it out loud. In fact, they all know it in their hearts. So the rich man had the intention of shirking responsibility before. At the moment, he is out of character, obviously affected by some changes. The most likely scenario is that the saints are ready to attack him. Although Ji Yuan lost the wood bellflower this time and made a mistake, the loss was not big after all. Although the saints wanted to take advantage of the situation, it was not impossible for Ji Yuan to be severely punished. But if he was punished for multiple crimes, the result would be different. It seems that the one who took the lead this time was the one from the Zhongli family. His strength among the saints is ranked in the middle, and there is probably someone behind him. I hope that guy will move quickly, and don't make me wait too long. Luo Hong kept moving his hands, and muttered to himself coldly. I saw that the white horizontal lines in the air in front of him were getting more and more. 5 days later, Yinghe Island Teleportation Hall. With a flash of white spiritual light, 3 figures appeared on the teleportation array. The Wuguan tribe members guarding the teleportation array saw the people clearly and immediately saluted and said, "Welcome to the Saint Zhongli, the Saint Yan, and the Protector Jiang." Well, is Ji Yuan on the island? Zhongli Yu was a young man who almost showed his pride on his face, and asked bluntly. Replying to Saint Zhongli, Saint Ji is in seclusion in the mansion. The guarding clan member replied respectfully. It seems that we have come at the right time. Zhongli Yu smiled upon hearing this. Humph, no matter how distant the relationship is, the two sisters are still your relatives. You can still laugh knowing what their fate will be. Yanling, who was standing aside, was a beautiful woman. She said with dissatisfaction upon hearing this. There are too many people like them with neither good nor bad talents in the family. Can senior sister Yan remember the names of each of them? Besides, as long as they make contributions this time, I, junior brother, will naturally give them a chance to let them escape the fate of having to sit and die in just over 2000 years. If such a good thing were to be spread out, I wonder how many people would fight for it. Zhongli Yu said without any concern. Hearing this, although Yanling still looked unhappy, she did not say anything more. After all, she also knew that, unless she was willing to share her immortal cultivation resources, she had no right to blame the other party. Senior Jiang, I wonder if the combined charges of intentionally murdering a fellow tribesman and dereliction of duty are enough to disqualify Ji Yuan from going to Jiuyu Palace this time. Seeing Yanling was speechless, Zhongli raised his lips and asked the old man in black. If Saint Zhongli really has evidence of Saint Zhongli murdering a fellow tribesman, the 2 charges combined should be enough. The old man surnamed Jiang replied expressionlessly. He was just a guard in the law enforcement tower and didn't want to get involved in the fight between these saints. He came here today just to handle it impartially, and now it seems that he really only needs to handle it impartially. To say that the children of these big families are all very skilled in doing this kind of thing. Haha, that's enough. I can't wait to see Ji Yuan's angry look. Zhongli laughed and accelerated his escape speed. To deal with a guy without a background, he only needs to let the family do a little work, and naturally he can turn the other party's negotiable punishment into the heaviest punishment. Humph, you want to compete with me, you lowly thing. I will kick you out now. Yinghe Island is not very big. After Zhongli Yu and the other 2 came out of the teleportation hall, they flew for a while and arrived near the White Tower. Ji Yuan, come out to me. My Zhongli family kindly sent you a maid, but you maliciously took their essence. If they hadn't secretly complained to the elders in the family, we would have been kept in the dark by you, a shameless man. I guess the deaths of the 2 pairs of maids before were not simple. Now that the law enforcement hall's Jiang protector has arrived, why don't you come out and explain it clearly? As soon as he arrived at the tower, Zhang Liu used his magic power to transmit his voice, and his voice was so loud that he wished that the whole Lingdao could hear it. Obviously, he not only wanted to cheat Ji Yuan from going to Jihuayu Palace, but also wanted to destroy his reputation. Heh, finally here, I've been waiting for so long. In the quiet room at the top of the tower, Luo Hong retracted his sword finger and immediately performed the escape technique to come outside the tower. With a glance, he recognized the two people who came to cause trouble. There were 8 people in this group of 5 light saints. Ji Yuan, who was replaced by Luo Hong, was the last among them, and was about the 7th. Zhang Liu and Yanling were ranked 5th and 4th respectively. However, this was the ranking of the internal competition of the 5 Lights clan 100 years ago. Now it seems that Ji Yuan's cultivation before his death was higher than Zhang Liu in front of him. Compared with Yanling, the gap between Ji Yuan and her is even greater. Luo Hong has only been replacing Ji Yuan for a short time, so it is impossible for him to make rapid progress in cultivation. Therefore, he showed the same cultivation as Ji Yuan, a mid-level flying spirit general who is not far from the peak of the mid-level. Sensing the overwhelming aura of Ji Yuan, Zhang Liu's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "Ji Yuan, where are the 2 members of my Zhang Li family? They couldn't have been killed by you? Haha, you invited senior sister Yan here so solemnly. I guess this is not something that can be solved by a wood bellflower or 2 bags of 5-color powder. Tell me, what do you want from me?" Luo Hong counted the spiritual objects that had been taken away from Ji Yuan by the other party under various pretexts, with a cold look in his eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 964 halfway done. Seeing the look on the face of Ji Yuan, Zhang Liu couldn't help but be stunned. After all, when he did this kind of thing before, the other party had only gnashed his teeth and barked a few words of helplessness at most. He had never been as calm as today. Could it be that this guy was ready to accept his fate and not resist? Thinking of this, Zhang Liu couldn't help but curl his lips with pride. Sure enough, only the children of a big family like him are qualified to be the son of God. Junior brother G, what are you talking about? I didn't want you to go astray, so I specially notified the law enforcement tower. Although your guilt this time is not small, you are the son of God of our clan after all, and the clan will not punish you severely. It's just that you don't have to think about this Xianling festival. Zhang Liu said hypocritically, as if depriving him of the qualification to participate in the Xianling festival was just a small punishment. So that's how it is. You're afraid that Ji will snatch your qualification to go to Jihuayu Palace. Haha, it seems that you also know that your cultivation has been caught up by Ji. Luo Hong nodded, as if he had expected it, without any worry on his face. Luo Hong's words undoubtedly touched Zhang Liu's sore spot. If Ji Yuan had only barely reached the qualifications of a saint, he might not have been targeting him all the time, but the fact is that the other party's qualifications are far better than his. Even if he has the support of his family, he can't compare. Humph. Junior brother G, you are so ashamed. Everyone knows how you got this cultivation. The reason why the way of collecting and replenishing is an evil way is that it will make it difficult to break through the bottleneck after improving your cultivation. I hope you can return to the right path as soon as possible and don't ruin your future in vain. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Yanling immediately scolded Luo Hong with a cold face. Sister Yan is talking nonsense. It seems that she is going to deal with Ji together with brother Zhang Li. Has the Yan family decided to form an alliance with the Zhang Li family? Luo Hong immediately understood the deep meaning of Yanling's words and said without changing her expression. Hearing this, Yanling frowned and got angry, because it is impossible for Ji Yuan to improve his cultivation so much just by collecting the energy from a few flying spirit masters. Everyone knows this. Therefore, Yanling's words do have the meaning of threatening Ji Yuan, but what kind of person is Zhang Liu? Is he worthy of being her Taoist partner? Exclamation mark. Sister Yan, calm down. This guy's deliberately provoking us. He probably wants us to violate the ban on private fighting among the saints, so that we can get through this. Suddenly, Zhang Liyu's voice was transmitted to Yanling's soul. He was so angry just now that he actually comforted Yanling. Of course I know what he is planning, or I wouldn't have threatened him just now, but I won't let him off easily for talking nonsense like that. You should quickly settle the matter of Jiuyu Palace, and don't delay my business. Yanling angrily transmitted the message. Zhang Liyu couldn't help but feel very angry when he heard this, but he knew who he could afford to provoke and who he couldn't, so he didn't show it at the moment, but shouted at Luo Hong. Everyone knows that senior sister Yan is in love with senior brother Kong. How can you make it up at will? Quickly call the two girls of my Zhangli family out for a confrontation. If you deliberately delay, I can't guarantee that senior Jiang won't punish you severely. Haha, they have some brains. If they couldn't hold back, this matter would be much simpler. However, now it just makes me waste more words. With a change of mind, Luo Hong waved his hand and shot a sound transmission node towards the White Tower, and soon two escape lights flew out of the White Tower. Sensing the aura and the escaping light, Zhang Liyu couldn't wait to start making up a charge for Ji Yun, but just as the word came to his lips, he was stunned by the current appearance of the Zhangli sisters. He saw that, unlike the pale faces and weak breath of the two women who were conservatively collecting essences as he had expected, although one of them was covered in mud and the other had messy hair, they were all very embarrassed, but their auras were full, and it was obvious that they had not been collected. How did you become like this? Zhang Liyu pointed at the two women and asked in disbelief. What is this Ji Yuan playing at? Did I underestimate him? Exclamation mark. Report to the young master. Ji Shengzi asked us sisters to handle the miscellaneous matters in the tower, but we have never been in contact with the spiritual field in the beast pen before, so we didn't do it well. But please rest assured, young master, we sisters will study this well and will not lose face for the Zhangli family. Zhang Lishu was ashamed at first, and then he assured Zhang Liyu very seriously. Obviously, although they had heard of Ji Yun's bad reputation, they did not know Zhang Liyu's plan. Damn it, he actually let the maid do the work of a servant. This guy must have noticed something was wrong and did it on purpose. Thinking of this, Zhang Liyu couldn't help but look at Luo Hong fiercely. If he couldn't catch the thief and seize the stolen goods, his trip would be in vain. Now that the Feeling Festival is approaching, it will be difficult to find another opportunity. Haha, it turns out that this is the source of junior brother Ji's calmness. Since junior brother Zhangli's matter is settled, let's go to the Dowling Tower with me. We, the saints, will all go to the Earth Abyss to train in the future. We can't do without fighting experience. Senior sister will guide us today. Although there is a rule in the Wuguan tribe that the saints are not allowed to fight privately, it is just to avoid causing too serious internal fighting and damaging the saints and the tribe in vain. However, the elders of the Wuguan tribe support the competition in a place like the Dowling Tower, where people are watching over. If the other party does not respond to the challenge, the challenged person will even be deducted a certain share of training resources. After all, the Five Lights clan's training of the Holy Sun is not for show. It depends on fighting with other branches, or even alien races. Yanling wanted to teach Ji Yuan a lesson in the Dowling Tower to vent her hatred. However, before she finished speaking, she was interrupted impatiently by Luo Hong. Sister Yan, wait a minute. The matter between Ji and senior brother Zhangli is not over yet. Since senior brother Zhangli framed Ji, he should apologize to Ji. It just so happens that the seniors of the law enforcement tower are here. I believe that senior brother will not break the law knowingly, right? Luo Hong looked at Zhang Liu with a teasing look on her face. You. How dare you ask me to apologize? You. Don't even think about it. Zhang Liu was furious when he heard this and almost shouted out of turn. Haha, it seems that senior brother Zhangli can't let go of his face, so I will help you over there. As he said that, Luo Hong suddenly urged the power of heaven and earth and pressed towards Zhang Liu fiercely. Suddenly, Zhang Liu felt like a huge mountain crashed down on him, and he fell towards the floating platform with a muffled groan. Fortunately, he was not very close to the floating platform, and he had not crashed on the platform when he reacted. Immediately, the wings behind him shone brightly, and he used all his strength to activate the magic power in his body, and his face turned red, before he could barely stabilize his body. How dare you? Zhang Liu still didn't believe that Luo Hong dared to attack him, and now he spoke word by word with difficulty. Huh? What's wrong with senior brother Zhang Li? Do you want me to kneel down and apologize? Haha, senior brother, you don't have to do this, but junior brother can totally bear it. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Hong frowned slightly, as if he was secretly practicing his power. Then, Zhang Liu, who could barely maintain his body shape, screamed and crashed on the floating platform with a bang. His knees smashed the rock protected by the ban, and he really knelt down to apologize as Luo Hong said. It turned out that, in order to prevent Zhang Liu from mistakenly thinking that he was attacked suddenly and suffered a heavy blow because he was unprepared, Luo Hong deliberately did not use his full strength at the beginning, and of course it was the same now. Junior brother Zhang Li. All this happened too quickly. Yanling just reacted and saw Zhang Liu kneeling in front of Ji Yun, and she couldn't help but exclaimed. After being shocked, she flapped her wings without thinking and prepared to use her magical powers to rescue him. However, at this time, Luo Hong's eyes suddenly turned, and the power of heaven and earth hit Yanling's face like a giant hammer, immediately knocking her back dozens of feet and forcibly interrupting her spell. Senior sister Yan, there is no need to be so excited. Ji knows that you were just deceived by senior brother Zhang Li and have no guilt in this matter, so you don't have to kneel down and apologize like senior brother Zhang Li. Luo Hong smiled and shook his head, but his kind look was a blatant threat in Yanling's eyes, and she was also very afraid of the power of heaven and earth, and she didn't dare to attack again for a while. Senior Jiang, junior brother Ji violated the clan's law in front of you. Why didn't you stop him? Yanling, frightened by Ji Yuan's surging combat power, subconsciously sought help from the only void refining cultivator present. The power of heaven and earth, is it necessary for Saint Ji to go this far? However, the old man surnamed Jiang did not intend to take action after hearing this, but instead chatted with Luo Hong. Haha, senior is indeed very knowledgeable. If Ji had family support like senior brother Zhang Li and senior brother Yan, he would not have to take the risk of practicing the power of heaven and earth. But in fact, the only thing Ji has is his own life. If he doesn't fight for it, what's the point of keeping it? Luo Hong planned to expose the power of heaven and earth and even the heaven and earth pearl. After all, his goal was to obtain the qualification for the Liyuan trial and then enter the Liyuan, which Ji Yuan could not obtain with his own strength. Therefore, his strength must have skyrocketed. Among all the magical powers of Luo Hong, the power of heaven and earth is the easiest to explain because it does not require any precious spiritual objects to practice, but only requires courage and the courage to risk one's life, which meets the requirements of the first place in the list. I admire the determination of Saint Ji, but please let Saint Zhang Li go, otherwise I will have to take action. The old man surnamed Jiang nodded. He knew the power of heaven and earth, and naturally knew how dangerous it was to practice this magical power. Anyone who dared to practice it was a ruthless person. The old man surnamed Jiang did not want to offend such a person to death, otherwise there would be trouble. Okay, I also think that senior brother Zhang Li should just show some respect, and there is no need to kowtow. After all, it would be bad if blood splashed out and soiled my cave. Luo Hong smiled, put away his magical power, and let go of Zhang Liu. I will kill you. Zhang Liu was already furious and lost his mind after being humiliated by this. So as soon as Luo Hong stopped, he roared and soared into the sky, his whole body full of magic power, wanting to fight Luo Hong to the death. Brother Zhang Li, are you going to fight with Ji in private despite the ban? Haha, although this is against the ban, Ji is happy to accompany you. Luo Hong said this lightly, but his words revealed his murderous intent. Obviously, if Zhang Liu dared to fight him openly, he would definitely take his life today. Fortunately, after being doused by this cold murderous intent, Zhang Liu immediately regained some rationality. When he thought of kneeling in front of Ji Yuan without any resistance, in addition to being ashamed and angry, he also realized in his heart that, if he really fought with the other party, he would definitely die. In the end, the great terror between life and death strangled Zhang Liyu's idea of immediate revenge. At the moment, he snorted coldly and fled to the teleportation hole without looking back. Sister Yan, you don't want to see me off, or do you still want to go to the Dowling Tower with me? Luo Hong said to Yan Ling, who was still glaring at him. HMPH. Junior brother G, I advise you not to be so arrogant, I'm only fourth. Yan Ling knew that Ji Yuan's strength was different from before, so she would not want to humiliate herself. After leaving a meaningless and cruel remark, she also left. The old man surnamed Jiang also bowed slightly to Luo Hong and said goodbye. This is half the job. Looking at the light of the three people leaving, Luo Hong whispered to himself. Then, he turned his eyes to look at the Zhongli sisters, who were frightened by the previous scene and couldn't help but feel amused, and said, since you know nothing about the affairs of the spirit field in the beast circle, why don't you come to ask me? This is the Holy Sun. We are afraid that you will send us sisters back to Zhongli's home. So, Zhongli Shu didn't dare to look up and said tremblingly. Hearing this, Luo Hong was not curious about what they would encounter after being sent back. After all, he could guess it at once. After a moment of silence, he suddenly waved his hand and threw out two jade slips, saying in a deep voice, there are secret techniques and experience of cultivating spiritual medicine and managing spiritual beasts here. You two should learn them well. Don't live for hundreds of years and still be just a vase. After that, without waiting for the two women to respond, Luo Hong cast a spell to send them back to the White Tower. The next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared above the floating platform. On the other side, Zhang Liyu and the other two had returned to the place where they came from through the teleportation array. This is the Shuanglang Mountains. The Five Lights clan has an important mineral vein here, and there are usually saints stationed here. Since leaving the White Tower, Zhang Liyu has been gloomy. Even the Five Lights clan members who guard the teleportation array saw him and spoke more carefully. Senior Jiang, why didn't you take down Ji Yuan at that time? Although the power of heaven and earth is invisible and colorless, you and I know what's going on. How can we be fooled by him like this? Yan Ling was getting angrier and angrier as she thought about it along the way, and finally couldn't help but blame him at this moment. I think it's better not to make a big deal about this, otherwise Saint Zhongli will lose face. The old man surnamed Jiang glanced at Zhang Liyu and said expressionlessly. But however, this reason was not enough to convince Yan Ling. After all, it was not her shame, so she couldn't just swallow her anger. But at this time, Zhang Liyu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly interrupted and said, Senior Sister Yan, I will never let this matter go. I will go to Senior Brother Kong to seek justice. Do you want to come with me? Chapter 965 Five Color Valley. Brother Kong is preparing for the Feeling Festival. Would it be inappropriate for us to disturb him now? Hearing the words Brother Kong, Yan Ling's expression suddenly relaxed, and then he said with some embarrassment that Ji Yuan has cultivated the power of heaven and earth regardless of his life. Although I'm unwilling, I have to admit that I'm no longer his opponent. I certainly cannot compete with him for the place to enter Jihuayu Palace during the festival. And if I'm absent, Brother Kong will lose a helper in Jihuayu Palace, which must have a great impact on him. Therefore, our visit is not a disturbance. Although the design of Ji Yuan and depriving him of the qualification to enter Jihuayu Palace came from Zhang Liyu's original intention, it was also instructed by Kong Dorang. Now that an unexpected situation has occurred, he must take care of it. You have some truth in what you said. I will go with you. Otherwise, this matter is so abrupt that Senior Brother Kong may not believe you for a while. Yan Ling obviously wanted to see Senior Brother Kong, but after being persuaded by Zhang Liu, she changed her mind. After reaching a consensus, the two separated from the old man surnamed Jiang and flew directly to the north. About a day later, outside a little-known spiritual valley in the territory of the Five Lights clan, two different colored escape lights suddenly appeared from the horizon. In a few blinks of an eye, they had escaped to the outside of the spiritual valley's formation, revealing three figures of one man and two women. One of the tall and beautiful women had a pair of five-colored light wings on her back, and was obviously a member of the Five Lights clan. The other two looked obviously different. Both of them were black-skinned, with some obsidian-like spikes piercing their heads and faces, and the wings behind them were dark blue wings. The man was sturdy, and looked like he could stop a child from crying at night. The woman looked like a toddler, but judging from the aura of a mid-level flying spirit general, it was obviously due to her cultivation. Is this the Noble's 5-color valley? Sure enough, the 5 element of spiritual energy are extremely pure. No wonder it was set as a forbidden area by the nobles. The sturdy man looked at the spiritual valley under the formation, and said to the woman of the 5 Lights tribe in a flattering tone, "Brother Aolu, the Jiuyu tribe is the first main branch of our feeling tribe. There should be many spiritual places like the 5-color valley in the tribe. Please don't waste your time. I will take you to get the 5 yin stones from the ground, and we will practice here for a while." The tall woman obviously did not appreciate Aolu's compliments, and even felt a little disgusted. She urged him without any concealment. "Humph, my Jiuyu tribe is naturally much stronger than your 5 Lights tribe. We only appreciate the strong." The female cultivator who looked like a toddler said very dissatisfiedly after hearing this, and then glared at the sturdy man next to her. "Ao King, don't be rude to junior sister KO. Although there are many spiritual places in our clan, the 5-color valley is unique. Otherwise, why would we travel thousands of miles to get the 5 yin stones here?" Aolu's face turned serious, and he immediately scolded Ao King. "Brother, why are you talking so elegantly now? Are you still my brother?" Ao King was not afraid of this, and complained on the spot. She was very depressed at this time. Obviously, the cultivators of their Jiuyu clan all regard strength as beauty, but her brother fell in love with a weak member of the 5 Lights clan. She was so uncomfortable to see him flattering her. Okay, if you brothers and sisters want to quarrel, wait until you finish your business, and come in with me." Kyoshu frowned slightly, feeling a headache, and hurriedly stopped the two of them. After that, she took out the forbidden token, opened a gap in the formation, and flew in. "Junior sister KO, wait a minute." Seeing his beloved leave, Aolu followed immediately, causing Ao King behind him to roll his eyes. The 5 element of spiritual energy in the 5 colors valley are extremely pure, and even reach the level of the 5 element of essence in the core. For the 5 Lights clan, this is undoubtedly a holy place for cultivation. However, the cultivation system of the Jiuyu clan is completely different from that of the 5 Lights clan. They mainly cultivate the yin shaki, and they will not feel comfortable in such an environment. In fact, the Jiuyu clan can become the strongest branch of the feeling clan, mainly because of their cultivation system. After all, the biggest resource of the feeling clan is the 7-layer earth abyss, and the Yinsha spiritual objects in the earth abyss are the most, so that the Jiuyu clan has taken most of the benefits of the earth abyss, and it is difficult for them not to be strong. Not long after, Kyoshu took Aolu and his sister through many restrictions, and came to the core area of the 5 colors valley. "I saw a crystal palace standing here, and the 5 element of essence were constrained into the same streams, and were moved by the formation in the crystal wall, which gave a sense of immortality." The three entered the hall and immediately saw a handsome young man who was sitting cross-legged on a jade platform in the hall practicing. Startled by the three people's breath, the handsome young man immediately opened his eyes, but when he saw that it was Kyoshu and 2 fellow Taoists from the Jiuyu tribe, he seemed to know their purpose, and just nodded slightly, and was about to close his eyes and practice again. Kyoshu didn't think the other party was rude. After all, she knew that, even if they were the 5 Lights Saints, they couldn't practice here at will, so they had to seize every moment. "It's so uncomfortable. Where is the formation leading to the underground? Take us there quickly." Ao King's patience seemed to have reached its limit. Although the 5 element of energy here couldn't hurt her, it could disgust her, and she really didn't want to stay for long. "It's just in front. When you get underground, you will feel comfortable." Kyoshu kept replying casually. The 5 element of energy in the 5 color valley can go through countless years without drying up, all because of the fusion of yin and yang here, forming a natural perfect cycle. Therefore, the 5 element of spiritual energy here can circulate on their own like a cultivator practicing a technique, refining the spiritual energy from the outside world and enriching themselves. But this process is not fast, so the Wuguan tribe set this place as a forbidden area, and only allowed important people in the tribe to come here occasionally to practice. The 5 element are also divided into yin and yang. The 5 element gathered on the ground of the 5 colors valley are all yang 5 element, and the yin 5 element are all locked underground by the formation. Over the years, the 5 yin stones, which are extremely rare yin evil spiritual materials, will be formed, so the Jiuyu tribe will send people to collect them regularly. The Wuguan tribe also gained a lot of benefits from the Jiuyu tribe. However, just when the 3 people stood on the teleportation array, the formation covering the crystal hall suddenly fluctuated, causing the spiritual light that had just emerged from the teleportation array to dim again. Is there a problem? Aolu asked with concern. Someone touched the large formation outside, and the teleportation array is temporarily locked. The core of the 5 colors valley formation is underground, so once the large formation outside is touched, the protection mechanism will be triggered. Kyoshu remained calm on the surface, but he was secretly saying that he was unlucky. She just wanted to get rid of Aolu as soon as possible, but she didn't expect to encounter such an accident. Not long after, a sound transmission note flew in from outside the hall and came directly in front of the handsome young man. It turned out that he was looking for him. Kyoshu looked at the other party with dissatisfaction. The handsome young man frowned at the moment. He had clearly told not to disturb him during this period, but he waited for a sound transmission note. However, after suppressing his anger and reading the content of the sound transmission note, the handsome young man couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. After hesitating for a moment, he waved his hand and threw out a forbidden token. He still wants someone to come in for a meeting. Isn't it a waste of time? Not long after the forbidden token flew out of the hall, Zhang Liu and Yan Ling flew in together. After a simple greeting, Zhang Liu hurriedly said, "Brother Kong, I have failed to live up to expectations and may not be able to go to Jiuyu Palace with you again. Speak clearly, what happened?" It turned out that the handsome young man was Kong Dorang. At this moment, he frowned deeply. Just as Zhang Liu was complaining, Ao King suddenly asked his elder brother in confusion, "Brother, is Jiuyu Palace so good? Why do those people seem to be willing to go there at all costs?" Ao King and his brother lived in Jiuyu Palace. They didn't think it was anything special, so they couldn't understand it at this moment. The Jiuyu Palace they are talking about is not what you think. It is the Jiuyu Inner Palace, which is the cave of the Saint Emperor of our clan. At this point, Aolu paused, looked at Khan Dorang and the other two, and continued, "They should all be the holy sons of the Five Lights clan. In another 20 years, it will be the Feeling Festival that takes place once every 300 years. At that time, they will follow the Holy Lord of the Five Lights clan to the Inner Palace to listen to the Holy Emperor of our clan preach. However, each Holy Lord can only bring 5 newly promoted Holy Sons, so it is not surprising that they are fighting for it. The Feeling Festival of the Feeling Clan is always held on the eve of the Diuan trial. It is usually held in turn by the main branch with the Feeling Emperor, that is, the Mahayana cultivator. The main purpose is to let the main branch that hosts the Feeling Festival show its strength, and secondly, to let the Saint Lords of each branch have the opportunity to get the guidance of the Feeling Emperor, which is related to inheritance. At present, there are 2 Feeling Emperors in the Feeling Clan, one in the Jiuyu clan and the other in the Nanlan clan. The last Feeling Festival was held by the Nanlan clan, so this time it is naturally the turn of the Jiuyu clan. "Brother, you must be able to go too. Can you take me with you?" Ao King's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he begged hurriedly. "That's not possible. You'd better wait until next time." As it was related to the Feeling Emperor, Aolu didn't dare to let his sister be willful in this matter, and immediately refused. "But next time it will be the turn of the Nanlan clan. I want the ancestors of our clan to guide me." Ao King still said unwillingly, "Guidance is the business of the Saint Lords. What can you, a Feeling General, understand? The benefits we can get are not mainly from that sermon, so it doesn't matter which clan it is held in." Aolu patiently explained. "This sister is really annoying, not as cute as junior sister KO." Thinking of this, Aolu immediately turned his eyes and admired Kyoshu's figure openly. Kyoshu was particularly uncomfortable to be seen by him. Seeing that Zhang Liu was still talking endlessly, he couldn't help but get angry and said in a very dissatisfied tone, "Have you finished talking? Can't you see that I'm still waiting here with people? Look how much junior sister Ko cares about us. Aolu smiled foolishly. Ao King almost got angry when he heard this. He was about to have a big fight with him, but suddenly he sensed something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and a teasing look appeared in his eyes. I'm sorry, it's indeed because of me that I delayed junior sister Ko and the 2 people from the Jiuyu clan. Please forgive me. Among the newly promoted 5 light saints, Kyoshu is in existence that can compete with him in terms of talent and family power. Khan Doran knew that he was in the wrong, so he bowed his hands and apologized immediately. Haha, no need, it's okay for us to wait a little longer. At this time, Ao King actually chuckled for no reason. This surprised Aolu, who knew his sister's temper very well. After secretly looking at Khan Doran, his consciousness gradually became strange. Khan Doran was also a little dazed at this moment, but suddenly, he frowned, looked at the door of the hall, and shouted, "Who is there? Come out." Hearing this, everyone in the hall, except Ao King, was shocked. They didn't find that there were other people in the hall, and they all looked at where Khan Doran was looking. At this time, a figure slowly turned from virtual to real. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Zhang Liu took a step back and said in surprise, "Ji Yun, why are you here?" Haha, of course I came with you too, otherwise how can I know who is behind me? The figure who suddenly appeared in the crystal hall turned out to be Luo Hong, who replaced Ji Yun. It turned out that Luo Hong had long guessed that if he beat the smaller one this time, it would definitely lead to the bigger one. In order to avoid the trouble twice, he had been secretly following Zhang Liu and the others, ready to deal with the person behind the scenes after finding him. So, he followed them all the way to the 5-colored valley and entered the Crystal Palace. Originally, he didn't want to show up so early. After all, the formation here was interesting. But a female cultivator from the Jiuyu tribe over there sensed his breath, and Luo Hong also revealed his figure. If he hadn't deliberately released a trace of breath with his Yuanshan cultivation, Khan Doran would not have been able to sense his existence at all. Junior brother Ji, you are so bold that you dare to trespass into the forbidden area. Yanling was shocked and immediately furious. Z didn't trespass. Didn't I come in with you? Luo Hong looked at Yanling and shook his head. Then he ignored her and turned his gaze to Khan Doran and said, "Brother Kong, since you are the one who instigated Brother Zhongli to frame Z, you should apologize to Z like Brother Zhongli." Apologize? Anger flashed in Khan Doran's eyes, but then he hesitated. He tried to win over Zhongli Yu in order to get his help in the opportunity of Jiuyu Palace, but he didn't expect that the other party was so useless. Now, after seeing Zi Yun, he couldn't help but have the idea of letting him replace Zhongli Yu. If he could win over the other party by apologizing, it would not be unacceptable. Obviously, Zhongli Yu did not tell Khan Doran about his kneeling, otherwise he would not have these unnecessary thoughts now. However, Zhongli Yu was reluctant to lose face, but Yanling would not have any scruples. She saw Khan Doran's hesitation, and fearing that he would make a fool of himself, she hurriedly said, "Brother Kong, he wants you to kneel down. Don't waste time talking to him, just capture him and hand him over to the law enforcement tower." What? Brother Ji, do you want to explain? Hearing this, Khan Doran looked at Zhongli Yu in surprise and then said with a frosty face, "Sister Yan is right, I don't need to explain anything. But looking at Brother Kong, he should do the same as Brother Zhongli and let me help you," Luo Hong said with a cold look in her eyes. Chapter 966 Sword Technique. As soon as the voice fell, the two of them started to fight at the same time. Knowing Ji Yuan's means, Khan Doran immediately activated the secret technique to increase his own aura in order to resist the heavy pressure that could come at any time. In his opinion, Ji Yuan could not refine a very strong treasure of heaven and earth, and with his own advantage in cultivation, it should be easy to resist it. Of course, this is also because the problem with the power of heaven and earth is that it can only be resisted. Otherwise, with the many means that Khan Doran possesses, he can always deal with it by restraint. At the same time, Luo Hong did not disappoint him. With a thought, he activated the heaven and earth beads. Immediately, a huge invisible force was added to the range of the jade platform. I saw that many runes suddenly appeared on the jade platform, and after a flash of spiritual light, they exploded at the same time. Then, the whole jade platform seemed to have suffered a blow from a mountain giant ape, and suddenly sank more than 10 feet into the ground. Kandorong, who was flying above the jade platform, also fell down uncontrollably. His back was slightly bent by the pressure. He had to use all his strength to avoid bowing his head in front of Luo Hong. Just looking at his flushed face, you can tell how hard it was for him to resist at this time. Obviously, he underestimated the power of Luo Hong's Kyankan. The time is still a little short. Luo Hong has only been practicing the Great 5-Element Daoju for more than 100 years, which is not a long time for a high-level cultivator. The power of Kyankan Pearl is still rising rapidly. At present, if he only activates the power of Kyankan without using other secret techniques, he can only deal with ordinary high-level flying spirit generals. Even Kandorong, a leader of the same level, is still not strong enough. Haha, they really started fighting. I knew there would be something interesting to watch. Looking at the two people who suddenly started fighting, Aoking's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Little sister, have you noticed someone sneaking in?" Lu, who was standing by, was still surprised that Luo Hong could avoid his spiritual sense. Hearing what Aoking said, he immediately asked in confusion. After all, his Yuan Shen cultivation was higher than Aoking's. There was no reason why he didn't notice it, but the other party could sense it. I couldn't sense this person directly, but I sensed a spiritual object on this person. After they finish fighting, I have to ask about it, Aoking said mysteriously, and suddenly turned his eyes to Kyoshu, who was standing by, and urged, "Senior sister Ko, isn't this the forbidden area of your Five Lights clan? You just watch them fight here, and don't stop them?" Aoking said this, of course, not really considering the Five Lights clan. She just wanted to provoke Kyoshu to take action and watch a good show. "Junior sister Aoking, you are worrying too much. Senior brother Kong's magical power is not inferior to mine. As long as he is serious, he can easily take down the champion. He will not cause any damage to this place." Although Kyoshu was dissatisfied with Kandorong for delaying her business, she still recognized his ability. With a thunderous roar, dozens of white arcs suddenly appeared on Kandorong's body. From a distance, it seemed as if many white giants were wrapped around him. With the blessing of this thunder method, Kandorong's face suddenly looked much better. It was obvious that he had completely resisted Luo Hong's power of heaven and earth. 5-element divine thunder? Haha, let's see how you drive it. Sensing the breath of those white thunders, Luo Hong suddenly became interested and stopped the magical power that was about to be displayed. Unlike Luo Hong, Kandorong did not have so much leeway. After personally experiencing the power of heaven and earth, he had already regarded Luo Hong as a great enemy. At this moment, he pinched the magic formula with both hands, and the many thunder pythons wrapped around his body suddenly turned into dense thunder threads. In a flash, all the white lightning threads stabbed at Luo Hong. Controlling lightning into threads? Interesting. After muttering to himself, Luo Hong collected the power of heaven and earth, flapped his wings and drove out many blue fire crows, and went to meet the lightning threads. The next moment, the white lightning threads that rushed in front stabbed into the blue fire crows summoned by Luo Hong, and then sank into them silently, and were swallowed up directly. Kandorong was shocked when he saw this. He quickly changed the spell in his hand, causing the remaining white lightning threads to explode the moment they came into contact with the blue fire crows. In this wave, he used up all the lightning threads, and then blew up all the blue fire crows. At this time, Luo Hong raised his sword finger, and the many flames floating in the air gathered on his fingertips, turning into a blue fireball several feet in size. Although the flames of this fireball were not fierce, as soon as they gathered and formed, the temperature of the entire hall rose wildly, causing Zhang Liao and Yanling, who were watching the battle on the side, to unconsciously step back. "Thank you, senior brother Kong, for your guidance. This technique is quite good." After suddenly thanking Kandorong, Luo Hong's eyes condensed, and the fireball on his sword finger spread out like a flower bud, turning into many fine threads, shooting towards Kandorong without leaving any dead angle. "Turn fire into silk. You." Khan Dorang almost popped his eyes out of his sockets when he saw this, because the other party obviously learned it temporarily after watching him perform the magical power of controlling thunder into silk. What a talent and understanding. However, Luo Hong did not think that his understanding was very high. This magical power of turning fire into silk is actually the same as the essence of turning fire into bird, both of which are just a technique to drive the magical power. However, the latter can only make the magical power more flexible, while the former is the product of compressing the power of the magical power. The spiritual power in a fire thread exceeds the total amount of 10 fire crows. In terms of power, the two cannot be compared. But correspondingly, if you want to perform the skill of turning fire into silk, you need a very solid foundation, otherwise you will not have this control. And there is no doubt that what Khan Dorang can do, Luo Hong, who is practicing the same Dharma body god, can do more easily, so he can do it at a glance. In this hall, Khan Dorang is the only one who knows the power of the blue and white spiritual flames, except Luo Hong. So, although he was shocked at the moment, his reaction was not slow at all. Khan Dorang first dodged and withdrew dozens of feet, and then shrank his body and wrapped himself with his wings. Suddenly, a layer of rich 5-color glow appeared around him, and soon a 5-color peacock with white lightning jumping on its body appeared. Once a cultivator of the Feeling clan performs the transformation technique, it means that he has really used his full strength. Logically, Luo Hong should also perform the 5-light transformation at this time, otherwise he will suffer a lot. But he didn't mean to do so at all, and continued to concentrate on driving the blue fire thread, as if he had great confidence in it. Khan Dorang didn't have time to think about it at this moment, and the 5-color peacock tail screen he transformed into opened, and a large piece of 5-color divine light was swayed out. However, the 5-color divine light he displayed was not comparable to the one used by the fish shop owner that day. Whether it was the aura or the power, they were far apart. Under the illumination of the 5-color divine light, the 5-element divine thunder on the 5-color peacock suddenly turned into a white cloud, and then gathered on his open wings. In an instant, the wings of the 5-color peacock became extremely dazzling, and then he flapped his wings forward, and 2 extremely thick and violent thunders shot out. When these 2 violent thunders touched the blue fire wires in front, they made a huge explosion. Although the frontline speed was hindered, they blasted towards Luo Hong unstoppably. Seeing that Khan Dorang was going to gain the upper hand as expected, after performing the 5-light transformation, Luo Hong hooked his mouth at this time, and the subsequent blue fire wires actually retreated slightly, and then they entangled with each other to form a rune. As soon as this rune was formed, the surrounding heaven and earth energy rushed into it like crazy. Before anyone could take a closer look, it exploded with a loud bang, and turned into a huge fireball of more than 20 feet. Under the impact of its power, the 2 white thunders immediately shattered into pieces, and the entire crystal hall was shaking. Fortunately, the restrictions attached to the hall were powerful, so it was not destroyed by the previous attack. Haha, turning fire into silk, turning silk into runes, and realizing this dual power lever, this fight is not in vain. However, it's time to end it. Without waiting for the blue flame to dissipate, Luo Hong also wrapped himself with his wings, and used the 5 lights to transform into a 5-colored peacock with a wingspan of 100 feet. Under his special control, the 5-colored peacock he transformed into was a circle smaller than Khan Dorang. Both of you stop right now. This is the 5-color valley. Do you want to be deposed as the son of God? Seeing that Luo Hong could compete with Khan Dorang with his mysterious magical powers before he transformed, Kyoshu immediately realized that he had miscalculated before. If the 2 of them continued to fight, they would definitely destroy this place, and then things would get out of hand. However, the 2 of them had been fighting to this point, and it was no longer possible to stop whenever they wanted to. Khan Dorang could not accept the ending of a draw. He did not listen to the advice at all, and the eyes of the 5-colored peacock he transformed into were boiling with anger, and his breath was raised again and again under the secret technique. Infinite 5-element spiritual energy gathered around it, and with a sharp cry, many 5-colored lightsabers were condensed, and immediately shot towards Luo Hong. before coming to the Five Lights clan. In order to prevent Luo Hong from being exposed, the fish shop owner had taught Luo Hong all the magical secrets commonly used by the Five Lights clan. Luo Hong also learned all of them easily with a rich 5-color true blood in his body. Kang Dorang was performing one of them, the wing sword technique. Although these lightsabers were ordinary, they were all concentrated with the power of the 5-color divine light, and ordinary body protection magic could not resist them at all. Although this magic power was widely circulated among the Five Lights clan, many higher level beings in the Five Lights clan often used it to fight against the enemy, because it could correct the characteristics of the performer's cultivation level being significantly enhanced. Not to mention, the environment here is particularly suitable for performing this magic power. Facing the attacking 5-color lightsabers, Luo Hong did not do anything weird this time. He actually took the same posture and condensed a large number of 5-color lightsabers to fight head-on. Without any fancy moves, the two sword waves met in the air in the blink of an eye. However, what shocked Zhang Liu and Yanling was that the sword wave gathered by Kang Dorang, who had a significantly stronger aura, was actually being destroyed with great force. The 5-colored flying sword gathered by Ji Yuan was obviously weaker, but it could cut the opponent's flying sword into 2 pieces after touching it. It was so sharp. Seeing this scene, Kyoshu, who was about to stop the two, could not help but stagnate. After all, she was not interested in the grudge between Kang Dorang and Ji Yuan, but just didn't want the aftermath of the fight between the two to destroy this place. Seeing that Kang Dorang was about to lose, she had no reason to stop him. Of course, her fear of Ji Yuan was also a big reason. Leaving a mark in the air. How is it possible? Aolu, who was standing aside, looked at the white mark left by the 5-colored flying sword when it passed through the sky. His face immediately lost its usual relaxed look, and his eyes left Kyoshu for the first time for a long time. Once the flying sword has the phenomenon of leaving a mark in the air, it means that the sharpness of the flying sword can affect the space. To do this, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the power of the law contained in the flying sword is strong enough to cover the laws of space. The other is that the flying sword itself has a very strong spatial attribute. Luo Hong's 5-color flying sword was condensed by supernatural powers. If it was the first possibility, he would not have to go through so much trouble. He could directly use the 5-color divine light to deal with the opponent. The second possibility was even more confusing to Aolu. Where did the space attribute come from in the 5-color sword with 5 element? And he could not sense any treasure blessing it! Exclamation mark. In fact, it was right that Aolu could not sense it, because Luo Hong hid the god sword in the 5-color flying sword, which made it so powerful. In the more than 1 year since they came to the Five Lights clan, with the guidance of the fish shop owner, many dangerous areas were directly passed through the secret teleportation array inside the Feeling clan, so that the two of them could reach the Feeling clan so quickly. Because they did not encounter any trouble during the period, Luo Hong refined the phoenix feather obtained from Liang into the god sword, with some space spiritual materials that had been upgraded before. Although the re-refined god sword did not wait for the Chaos 10,000 spirits list, its power was not comparable to that of ordinary spiritual treasures, especially the concealment, which becomes more powerful under the blessing of the power of the law. Even the fish shop owner can only vaguely sense its existence. Below the refining void, of course, don't even think about sensing their breath. And the combination of the godly edged shadowless sword and the wing sword technique is not only to hide the spirit sword, but also to display a magical power that Luo Hong obtained in the human world. As early as in the human world, Luo Hong unsealed the 10,000 swords map and obtained a sword formula from it. Although the sword formula is extremely profound and written in runes similar to silver tadpole script, Luo Hong has already comprehended it after so many years. However, although this technique called Slaughter Immortal Sword formula is extremely powerful, it is obviously different from the path of the Great Road that Luo Hong pursues. Therefore, Luo Hong only chose 1 or 2 of the sword formula secrets and practiced them, and did not change to this technique. Among the 3 most powerful secrets, there is one that can be used without the sword formula mana, and it is also a large sword formation that Luo Hong has always coveted. Han Lao Mo. It seems that the person who created this technique did not expect that this sword formation would be performed by a single person, so he deliberately avoided the conditions of sword tactics and manner. However, despite this, Luo Hong was unable to meet the conditions for performing this sword formation at the beginning, because the flying swords it needed must have different 5-element attributes, and must all be spiritual treasures with certain law power. However, now, after the fusion of the Shenfeng Shadowless Sword and the 5-colored flying sword, all the conditions have obviously been met. Chapter 967. Trading and picking up bargains. Seeing the opponent's sword tide coming, Khan Dorang didn't have time to think about it. He urged his magic power and sacrificed a gem from his chest. Suddenly, the 5-colored divine light around him rushed towards the gem. After the gem spun around, it quickly turned into a layer of crystal cover, protecting Khan Dorang's transformed 5-colored peacock. Obviously, he wanted to use this magic treasure to resist Luo Hong's 5-colored sword tide. However, what he didn't expect was that the 5-colored sword tide didn't directly cut him after it flew close, but split into two, forming a sword circle on the left and right. What kind of trick is this? Khan Dorang never believed that the opponent would do unnecessary things after fighting with Luo Hong until now. This sword circle must have something to do. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but worry about his self-defense method. His eyes were fierce, and he directly spurted out a large mouthful of blood, making the spiritual light of the 5-colored crystal cover flourish. Haha, Brother Kong, why do you have to fight so hard? You're about to lose, and you're wasting so much energy. Luo Hong shouldn't have started to mock him at this time, but the person he replaced now was such a person. After all, he had endured so much oppression from the other party before, and now that he has turned the tables, he will definitely ask him to pay it back. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Hong urged his mind to drive many 5-colored flying swords to fly according to some mysterious rules. Such an obvious scene immediately made Kyoshu, who was watching the battle from a distance, exclaim, "Sword formation. Brother G, please show mercy." Khan Dorang, who was in the sword formation, turned pale when he saw this, but before he could make any move, countless sword lights condensed into a black and white lightsaber in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast. The next moment, the 4 black and white lightsabers disappeared in a flash, and then everyone heard Khan Dorang scream. Before the voice fell, Luo Hong's mind moved, dispelling the sword formation, and after a flash of spiritual light on his body, he turned into a human form again. After losing the cover of the sword formation, everyone clearly saw that there were 4 conspicuous cuts on the 5-colored crystal ball that Khan Dorang used to protect himself. Before everyone could take a closer look, the treasure shattered, revealing Khan Dorang, who had also turned into a human form. He was not only in a disheveled state, but also kneeling on the fragments of the gem with blood all over his body. Junior Brother G, are you really going to die? Kyoshu was shocked when he saw this. Senior Sister KO, don't panic. I only cut off Senior Brother Kong's tendons and apologized to him. I didn't hurt his life, nor did I destroy his foundation of cultivation. This injury will heal in a few days after taking the elixir. On the contrary, he needs to rest slowly to recover his lost vitality. Luo Hong waved his hand and said indifferently, "You, Junior Brother G, forgive others when you can. Although Senior Brother Kong was wrong before, he is still a holy son like you. If you go too far, the Kong family will never let it go." Listening to the GUN apologizing one after another, Kyoshu knew that the other party was very resentful, so she couldn't help but persuade him. After all, she also knew that with the potential shown by GUN now, the elders would never punish him for this little violation. Why is this woman's word so unpleasant? That's it, there is no need to entangle with her. Luo Hong frowned upon hearing this, and then he said in a cold voice with some impatience, since he has already vented his anger, he will not bother Senior Brother Kong and the others in the future. But please ask Senior Sister KO to persuade them more, and don't disturb Z's meditation in the future. As he said this, Luo Hong also glanced at Zhang Liu. The other party immediately sensed it again, shuddered, and even said he didn't dare. Senior Brother Kong is not your opponent. Wouldn't it be boring for me to bother you again? Zhang Liu thought bitterly in his heart, but then he glanced at Kandorong, who was still kneeling with his eyes dull, and felt much better. Very good, then I just need to deal with the questions of the elders of the Five Lights clan, and I can practice quietly alone. The power of heaven and earth and the Hunio and sword formation are easy to explain, and Luo Hong is not worried about it at all. After the matter was settled, Luo Hong immediately prepared to return to the cave, but at this time a girl's voice suddenly came. Wait, don't leave yet. Little sister, stop messing around. Aolu pulled Aoking, who was about to rush forward, and scolded him in a low voice. Even he was not sure of winning the man in front of him, so he couldn't let Aoking offend him. Does this junior sister from the Jiuyu tribe have any advice? Luo Hong was also a little confused as to why the other party had sensed his breath before, so he bowed slightly and said, "My name is Aoking, let's have a baby." Aoking struggled in Aolu's hand and said casually, this. Even though Luo Hong had practiced for nearly 1,000 years, he couldn't help but feel a little broken at this moment, and was extremely depressed. After all, there was nothing about Aoking that met Luo Hong's aesthetic standards. Zimao has no plan to form a Taoist couple with others at the moment. I'm grateful for your kindness, but please forgive me for not being able to obey your order. Out of courtesy, Luo Hong still refused tactfully. Well, it's normal that you don't like me now. After all, there is a big gap between my current strength and yours. However, I cultivate very quickly. You wait for me for 300 to 500 years. When I catch up with you, I will ask the ancestors to come and propose marriage. Aoking nodded and said another shocking statement without any anger. Luo Hong was a little confused. Too many complaints squeezed in his chest, but he didn't know how to vomit. Could this be the culture of the Jiuyu tribe? Why didn't Ji Yuan have any memory of it? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Luo felt deeply the gap between different races, which was not just a conflict of interest. Stop talking, little sister. Haha, junior brother G, my sister is not very experienced in the world. I hope you don't mind. Aolu immediately covered Aoking's mouth and smiled awkwardly at Luo Hong. Haha, no, if there is nothing else, G will take his leave. Luo Hong could only smile at this time. Wait, I have one more thing. You have the 9 fierce wind on you, right? Can you trade it to me? Seeing that Luo Hong was about to leave, Aoking immediately sent a telepathic message. 9 fierce wind? So that's why I was exposed. The 9U clan inherited the true spirit bloodline of the 9-headed fierce bird, and this Aoking seems to have quite good qualifications. After searching through his memories, it turned out that the other party was the first of the saints of each clan during the Earth Abyss trial of Han Lao Mo. This person has a great background, and it shouldn't be difficult to get the 9U change from him. After complaining in his heart, Luo Hong immediately nodded and admitted, yes, Z did bid for a bottle of 9 fierce wind in the dark market many years ago, but with junior sister Aoking's cultivation, she shouldn't be interested at the moment. Could it be that junior sister Aoking is asking for it for the elders? Although the 9 fierce wind is not unique to the 9-headed fierce bird, it is extremely rare to form it naturally. It is known that it will appear in small quantities in the deep layers of the Earth Abyss. The cultivators of the 9U clan can only awaken the magical power of controlling this wind from their bloodline after advancing to the flying spirit marshal. Trying before that will only lead to loss of control. The 9 fierce wind on Luo Hong's body came from the 9 nether eyes, but this treasure had been refined into the yellow spring ghost hand. Even if Aoking had something special, she couldn't sense it. What she sensed should be a stream of 9 fierce wind that Luo Hong drew from the 9 nether eyes out of her research habit. Of course not, I was born with thick 9-head true blood. Others can only awaken their magical powers when they are feeling Shui, but I can have them when I'm feeling Jiang. Isn't it amazing? Aoking raised his chin and said, as if to say that it was only a matter of time before his strength caught up with Luo Hong and let him be ready to welcome the person who proposed marriage. It turns out that junior brother G has the 9 fierce wind on him. No wonder my little sister is so excited. This thing is very important to my Jiuyu clan. I guess junior brother G bought it in order to trade spiritual objects from the hands of our clan cultivators in the future. So why don't we talk about the terms now? When he heard that it was a serious matter, Aolu immediately let go of Aoking and negotiated with Luo Hong for her. No, I'm sure your little sister is greedy for my body. Luo Hong searched through Ji Yuan's memory and found that it was indeed as he said. For the high-level cultivators of the Jiuyu clan, the ninely fierce wind was like the Zhengjin to the Yuanying cultivators of the human world. Once they found it, they would use it immediately. Therefore, even if the Aoking brothers and sisters had extraordinary backgrounds, they could not easily obtain it. Since it was a timely help, Luo Hong was also happy to do it. He immediately flipped his palm and took out a black jade bottle. The ninely fierce wind is in this bottle. I wonder what you two can take out to trade. In this transaction, Luo Hong did not intend to ask for the 9 new transformation directly. After all, although the transformation magic power of the various branches of the Feeling clan was widely circulated, it would never be easily taught to the outside branches. Moreover, the value difference between the two was too great. If Luo Hong asked for it this time, his intention would be too obvious. After confirming that it was really the breath of the ninely fierce wind, Aolu and Aoking immediately showed joy on their faces, but soon they became embarrassed. After a moment of silence, Aolu said, "My brother and I came here for a clan mission, and we didn't bring many trade items that could compare to the 9 Li Xiangfeng. I wonder if junior brother Ji needs the 5 yin stone." 5 yin stone? What kind of spiritual object is that? Luo Hong had never heard of the 5 yin stone and immediately asked in confusion. "Little sister, go and get the 5 yin stone with junior sister KO." After instructing Aoking, Aolu bowed to Luo Hong and said, "Please wait for junior brother Ji. The 5 yin stone is still underground in the 5 colors valley. I will go get it now. I believe that with junior brother Ji's knowledge, he will know whether this thing is useful to him at a glance." The 5 Lights clan practiced the 5-element magical power. Although it was the Yin 5 element, the 5 Yin stone was the thing that Aolu could think of at the moment, and it was the most impressive thing for Ji Yuan. Afterwards, Aoking and Kaoshu disappeared in the teleportation array together. Kang Dorang had already been helped out of the crystal hall by Zhang Liu and Yanling. While waiting, Aolu took the initiative to talk to Luo Hong. He was interested in Luo Hong's background, while Luo Hong was very curious about the customs and practices of the Jiuyu people. The two had a good chat. About an incense stick later, the spiritual light on the teleportation array lit up again, and Aoking and Kaoshu appeared together. "Brother." Aoking raised the storage bag in his hand and called Aolu. "Take out a piece for junior brother Ji to see." Aolu responded immediately. Aoking nodded immediately, took out a black and soft stone from the storage bag, waved his hand, and threw it to Luo Hong. With a pull of magic power, Luo Hong took the 5 yin stone into his hand and just gently pinched it, leaving a fingerprint on it. But after a while, the fingerprint was restored to its original state. Sensing the unusual 5 element of spiritual power in it, Luo Hong immediately understood what this thing was. To be honest, this thing is of no use to him. Luo Hong didn't want to do a business that would make him lose money. However, just when he was about to speak, the voice of the silver fairy suddenly sounded in his soul. "Yin glue insect eggs. Where did you get this good thing from? Insect eggs? Isn't this a spiritual material? Fairy, do you recognize this 5 yin stone?" Luo Hong's heart moved, and he quickly asked through voice transmission. "You are so ignorant. Just because there is no breath of life for a while, it must be a dead thing. You kid don't even think about how the seedlings of those heavenly and earthly spiritual medicines appeared." The silver fairy snorted lightly, as if she was dissatisfied with Luo Hong's suspicion. "Fairy means that this 5 yin stone is actually a kind of strange creature that can only be bred in a specific spiritual environment." Luo Hong understood it immediately. Thinking of the spiritual environment of the 5 colors valley, he immediately believed what the silver fairy said. Yes, if this thing wants to truly turn into a yin glue insect egg, it needs to absorb a large amount of 5 element of vitality, and then it will turn into a hard gray insect egg. This place is forbidden by the formation, which prevents the normal circulation of yin and yang and 5 element. The yin glue insect eggs here must be in the initial stage. You are lucky. Why don't you hurry up and pick up the leek?" Fairy Silver said excitedly, as if she had picked up a leek. "Fairy, don't get excited first. What is the use of this yin glue insect? Please give me some advice. Luo Hong asked very calmly. This yin glue insect is born from the yin 5 element key and born from the yang 5 element key, taking away the fortune of yin and yang and 5 element. If it can be cultivated in large quantities, it can regulate the power of yin and yang and 5 element in a piece of heaven and earth. Even if it is placed in the most ordinary cave heaven spiritual treasure, it can also make it qualified to compete for the top spiritual treasure. Isn't this exactly what your yellow spring ghost hand lacks? Fairy Silver explained quickly. Hearing this, Luo Hong immediately understood the value of the yin glue worm. All the cave heaven spiritual treasures are actually refined by imitating the interface, and the most basic of the interface is the yin and yang and the 5 element, but the normal interface has the heavenly Dao to regulate the balance of yin and yang and the 5 element. Therefore, even if the cave heaven spiritual treasure is imitated well, there is a limit to the internal space. In simple terms, if the immortal cultivator's prohibition can control the entropy increase of the cave heaven can exist stably, and if it cannot, the cave heaven will slowly collapse. And obviously, the larger the cave heaven, the greater the entropy increase. The heavenly Dao perfectly controls the laws, so it can support such a large stall in the spiritual world. The immortal cultivators can't compare with human power alone. Although this yin glue worm is certainly not as good as the heavenly Dao, it also greatly exceeds the limit of human power. Chapter 968 Waste Utilization. The Netherworld cave heaven in the yellow spring ghost hand is not actually a real cave heaven, but just an internal space formed by the power of a spiritual treasure. However, because there are very few real cave heaven spiritual treasures, many spiritual treasures similar to the yellow spring ghost hand are often named cave heaven. Luo Hong is well aware of the limitations of the Netherworld cave heaven, but since it is a pure yin attribute spiritual treasure, it is not difficult to balance the 5 element in it, but it is impossible for him to achieve the balance of yin and yang. This move is not only extremely difficult, but also extremely risky. If he is not careful, he will destroy the yellow spring ghost hand. The yellow spring ghost hand is now the key to Luo Hong's use of the spirit ascension method. Before finding an alternative, even if he can do it, he will not take the risk rashly. Fairy Yin, it's not that Luo doesn't believe you, but this matter is really serious. Dare to ask if the yin glue worm's transformation of the Netherworld cave heaven is really risk-free. Out of caution, Luo Hong couldn't help but ask again. The transformation of the Netherworld cave heaven by the yin glue worms is not only imperceptible, but also secretly in accordance with the law of truth. There is no risk at all. However, the number of yin glue worms is very critical. If there are fewer, you will have to wait. Hearing the seriousness in Luo Hong's words, Fairy Silver said without getting angry. After confirming, Luo Hong stopped hesitating and looked up at Aolu with an unchanged expression. This thing contains extremely pure yin 5 element power, which is quite rare. I wonder how senior brother Ao wants to trade. Hearing this, Aolu's expression suddenly relaxed. After all, if Ji Yuan was not satisfied with the 5 yin stones, it would be difficult for them to get the bottle of 9-leaf fierce wind today. And if they missed today, when they went back to get the spiritual object, the bottle of 9-leaf fierce wind might not be there. There are a total of 36 pieces of 5 yin stone in this storage bag, which is all the accumulation of the 5 color valley in the past 300 years. Ao is willing to use this whole bag in exchange for the bottle of 9-leaf fierce wind of junior brother G. In terms of spiritual power alone, 3 or so 5 yin stones can be equivalent to the bottle of 9-leaf fierce wind in Luo Hong's hand, but one has a fixed production site, and the other is in short supply, so it is reasonable to trade at 10 times the price. Hearing this condition, Luo Hong did not express his opinion immediately, but after a moment of silence, he said, senior brother Ao's offer is reasonable, but G either does not use these 5 yin stones, or once used, it will cost at least 100 pieces, which makes G a little embarrassed. What does junior brother G mean? Aolu frowned and said, although he had been prepared for the other party to ask for an exorbitant price, he still felt a little dissatisfied when he heard the other party's exorbitant price. Haha, senior brother Ao, don't misunderstand me. I won't take advantage of you. What I want is that in addition to this bag of 5 yin stones, I also want the qualification to trade this item later. Seeing that his face was not right, Luo Hong immediately guessed Aolu's thoughts and chuckled. Could it be that junior brother Z still has 9 fierce wind in his hands? Aolu was shocked. How could I have a second copy of this spiritual object? I want to use something else to exchange 5 yin stones from the nobles. Luo Hong quickly denied. After he obtained Ji Yuan's memory and learned about some of the Jiuyu tribe situations, he completely understood why there was a true spirit remains on the island where Han Lao Mo would be stranded, but no one dared to move. It was because the 9-headed fierce bad was the ancestral spirit of the Jiuyu tribe, the first main branch of the feeling tribe, and there were Mahayana level beings watching over it. If the fact that he had a large number of 9 fierce winds was exposed, Aolu would definitely suspect that he had stolen the remains of his own ancestral spirit, which was away to death in the feeling tribe. I see, but junior brother Z should not hold too high hopes. After all, although the 5 yin stone is not as popular as the 9 fierce wind in our clan, it is also a spiritual object that is quite popular among our clan's cultivators. As long as a high-level peak flying spirit general refines 4 or 5 pieces before breaking through, he can slightly increase his success rate of advancing to flying spirit marshal. Therefore, there are not many 5 yin stones in our clan's inventory, and it is not easy to exchange them. Aolu's expression eased, and he advised immediately. However, these words could scare ordinary cultivators, but not Luo Hong. If the 5 yin stone could really significantly increase the probability of the 9U clan advancing to flying spirit marshal, then Aolu would definitely not be able to make the deal. In this regard, there must be a more suitable alternative than the 5 yin stone. Z didn't expect to exchange for a full amount of 5 yin stones in one go. After all, one bag here is enough for Z to use for a long time. The reason for this request is that I don't want to cut off the way. Please agree, senior brother Ao. Luo Hong bowed solemnly. Since junior brother G has considered everything, Ao will not say more. After Ao returns, he will inform the guardian elder who is in charge of the clan's treasure house, and he will send the transaction catalog. Aolu immediately returned the greeting, nodded and agreed. Thank you, senior brother Ao. Rest assured, G will never make things difficult for you. Luo Hong knew that, even if the other party had a strong background, he would not do anything casually about the clan's treasure house, so he promised immediately. After saying that, Luo Hong threw the black jade bottle in his hand, and Ao King also threw the storage bag containing the 5 yin stones over. After the transaction was clear, Luo Hong immediately said goodbye and left. Watching Luo Hong's escape light disappear at the entrance of the hall, Aolu turned his eyes and bowed to Kyoshu, saying, Junior sister Ko, what is the origin of this junior brother G? His magical powers are so powerful, why has he been unknown before? As the saints of the same batch of the Earth Abyss trial, Aolu and Ji Yuan actually have a competitive relationship. So when asked about this, he lost his previous flattering look and looked serious. I don't know either. He was only ranked 6th among us before. He has always been low-key. I didn't expect that he has secretly become so powerful. Kyoshu was also quite surprised by this. When she thought of the forbearing nature of Ji Yuan revealed by this incident, she directly labeled him as dangerous. Aolu couldn't help but have the same idea at this time, and his expression gradually became solemn. Brother, you are not afraid, right? You are right to be afraid. After all, he is my Taoist partner. I will tell master when I go back. Ao King raised his chin and said carelessly, I think you deserve a beating. Now that you have obtained the 9 fierce wind, why don't you go back to retreat and refine it? Aolu's forehead was bulging with black veins, and he immediately scolded Ao King, then quickly put on a smile and said to Kyoshu, Junior sister Ko, my brother and sister will leave first. I will come to talk to you again when I have a chance in the future. Haha, goodbye, senior brother. Kyoshu rolled his eyes in his heart, thinking that the brother and sister were not normal, but he still said goodbye to them politely. After sending Aolu and his sister away, Kyoshu glanced at the traces of the battle left by Ji Yuan and Kang Dorong, cleared his mind, and immediately escaped to a complete jade platform. Finally, Kyoshu could practice in peace, and sat down with a sense of relief. However, before she closed her eyes, her soul felt something, and she turned around and saw a sound transmission note flying in from the door of the hall. What a ghost. 7 days later, Yinghe Island, on the White Tower. Elder Lee, are you leaving now? The spirit wine I brewed recently has just come out of the altar, and I would like to ask you to taste it. Luo Hong, who was transformed into Ji Yuan, was seen respectfully bowing to an old man in a white robe, trying to persuade him to stay. No need, this elder has important things to do, so I can't stay any longer. You don't have to worry about anything. As long as you show enough potential, the clan will definitely not treat you unfairly. Go back and practice well, and let our clan have another holy master as soon as possible. After such an encouraging sentence, the old man in white robe suddenly turned into a ray of light and escaped from Luo Hong's vision limit in an instant. Even though the other party had walked away, Luo Hong still kept bowing and saluted, and escaped back to the White Tower after a while. After opening all the restrictions, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Finally, I managed it. It's really stressful to make up lies in front of a fusion level existence." The one who just escaped was one of the fusion elders of the Five Lights clan, Li Zuolin. He came here for the sudden success of Ji Yuan, the Holy Sun. After all, with his strength, it was a 9 out of 10 chance that he would pass the Ji Yuan trial and obtain the qualification of Holy Lord. In the power system of the Feeling clan, the number of Holy Lords in each branch was particularly important. A clan like the Cheyenne Pen clan that had no Holy Lord could even be kicked out of the list of the 12 main branches. Therefore, Luo Hong was not surprised at the arrival of the elder of the Wu Guan clan, and naturally answered his questions fluently. The power of Kyankan can be cultivated, as long as you dare to risk your life, and the Hunyuan sword formation was reasonably explained after Luo Hong took out the silver page. In the end, Li Zuan just sighed that the opportunity of Ji Yuan was profound, and he used various means to appease him. After a sugar-coated bullet that was enough to make Ji Yuan eliminate his resentment, Luo Hong was naturally very satisfied, which made him more sincere when he sent him off at the end. As for the 36 Yanjiao insect eggs that he had found 7 days ago, he had already put them into the immortal White Lotus formation on the day he returned. Luo Hong didn't need to worry about it. For some reason, Fairy Yin was very interested in these Yanjiao insect eggs and took the initiative to take care of them. According to her, these Yanjiao insect eggs can be hatched within 10 years, and after a little cultivation, they can be placed in the Netherworld Cave Heaven. However, even if they are placed in, it will take a long time before the Netherworld Cave Heaven will show obvious changes, so Luo Hong's energy is not here at the moment. Now that all the miscellaneous matters have been arranged properly, it's time to start studying the King Luo fruit. It's a coincidence that this unexpected harvest reminds me of a breakthrough. While touching his chin and muttering to himself, Luo Hong's mind moved, and 2 spiritual lights flew out from his waist. After landing on the stone platform in front of him, they turned into a jade box and a silver bowl shining with metallic luster. The protagonist of this topic, the King Luo fruit, is naturally in the jade box. As for the silver bowl the size of an adult's head, Luo Hong didn't see any magic formula, and the silver ball began to tremble on its own, and then it actually swish and collapsed like a pile of sand. The silver light spots after the collapse did not scatter everywhere, but flew towards Luo Hong, surrounding him in 3 layers. Needless to say, this scene is quite beautiful. At this time, any cultivator who looks carefully can find that these silver light spots are actually small beetles. There is no expression on their faces, but people can clearly sense their intimacy with Luo Hong. However, these silver beetles do not regard Luo Hong as a relative. Luo Hong took out a high-level spiritual stone and threw it on the stone table. These silver beetles abandoned him and surrounded the spiritual stone and gnawed it frantically. These cowardly bugs, only he knows how to eat, and I have wasted my expectations. Now you finally have a chance to help. Looking at these silver beetles, Luo Hong couldn't help shaking his head. It turned out that these silver beetles were a kind of strange spiritual insects that Luo Hong accidentally encountered in the broken deep pit where the head of the sky-breaking spear was. They feed on spatial spiritual power. Because of their special abilities, Luo Hong planned to cultivate them as true spirits. After bringing them back, and his expectations were great. But after a long time of contact, Luo Hong discovered that these spiritual insects were extremely timid by nature. Except when eating, they only dared to stay in an environment with the same spiritual power attribute as their own. If they were forcibly caught, these silver beetles would struggle wildly, and even the insect repellent technique could not control them. They were simply two extremes from the gold-eating insects. As for the innate magical powers of this insect, Luo Hong also misunderstood them at first. Although this insect can devour spatial spiritual power, it cannot use any spatial magical powers at all. To put it bluntly, it can't do anything except eating. When Luo Hong discovered this, his blood pressure went up directly. He closed the stone door of the cultivation room and didn't look at it again for decades. It was not until he was ready to ascend that Luo Hong remembered these silver beetles. As a result, when he opened the door, he saw that these almost starving spiritual insects had mutated again, from the original silver spatial attribute to the colorful 5-element attribute. After a little research, Luo Hong discovered that the innate magical power of this kind of spiritual insect is to adapt to survival. As long as it consumes a large amount of spiritual power, it will transform itself into that spiritual power. It sounds powerful, but it is still useless. However, Luo Hong still changed them back to space attributes before ascending, as a backup plan in case the ascension fails and falls into the space storm. Fortunately, these silver beetles were not used in the end. From then on, Luo Hong usually didn't think of them, except throwing some space spiritual materials to feed them from time to time. It was not until he got the Yinjiao insect eggs not long ago that he couldn't help but think of his group of cowardly insects. Then, Luo Hong suddenly realized that the innate magical power of these cowardly insects was unusually close to the King Luo fruit! Originally, there was only one King Luo fruit, and Luo Hong couldn't do destructive research. Although this didn't limit his hands and feet. After all, at most he would wait for Han Lao Mo to come and ask him to help grow a bunch, but it would definitely slow down the progress. But now that there are these nearly 10,000 scorpions that have bred several times, the efficiency of the study will be greatly improved. Thinking about the value of this topic, Luo Hong immediately reached out to several of the silver beetles. Chapter 969. 20 years later. At the bottom of the White Tower, in a medicinal field covered by a ban, Zhang Lihua was walking among the spiritual herbs, occasionally speaking a few words to the servants, who were tending to these spiritual herbs, looking like an expert. After a while, just as she was listening to a servant's report with a stern face, she suddenly sensed a breath, and a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. Then, she left the servant behind, and with a flash of spiritual light on her body, she fled to the entrance of the medicinal field. After a dozen breaths, Zhang Lihua left the medicinal field, and a figure who looked 80% similar to her was waiting there. It turned out that the owner of the breath she had just sensed was her sister Zhang Lishu. Sister, what did the Holy Sun call you to do this time? Did he ask you to sleep with him? Zhang Lihua asked excitedly, as soon as they met. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? The Holy Sun just wants to go out and ask me to go over to explain some things. Zhang Lishu blushed when she heard this, and the light wings behind her could not help but flutter slightly. HMPH, it's all my fault that I acted on my own before. Otherwise I would have become Lord Saint's person long ago. Sister, you have to compensate me. Seeing this, Zhang Lihua laughed and entangled with Zhang Lishu, and her hands habitually became unruly. Oh, don't make trouble. I have something serious to tell you. Lord Saint has been in seclusion for 20 years. This is the first time he has been out for a long time. During this period, all the affairs in the tower will be decided by us, but we must not be careless. Zhang Lishu slapped his sister's jade hand away in annoyance, trying to put on a serious face. Sister, did Lord Saint say what it was? When it came to serious matters, Zhang Lihua finally became more serious and asked curiously. You girl really forgot about your days. The Feeling Festival is about to be held. Lord Saint will naturally go to Jihuayu Palace to listen to Jihuayu Spirit Emperor's preaching. I heard that Lord Saint didn't even participate in the small competition in the clan this time, but he was arranged a quota. It's really amazing. Zhang Lishu said with shining eyes. This is a grand event held once every 300 years. How can a mere low-level flying spirit master like me think about it every day? And it's easy to tell that this kind of event is just a better trading opportunity for cultivators like us who lack talent. But as long as we sisters do the tasks assigned by Lord Saint's son, any reward he gives us will be of great benefit to us. Therefore, I'm really not interested in this heavenly spiritual event. Zhang Hua waved her jade hand and said something without much interest, and then suddenly said to herself with a look of longing on her face, "It would be a wonderful thing if I could become Lord Saint Sun's concubine and stay by his side forever." Haha, that's enough. Now is not the time to dream. Come with me to replace Lord Daisy's body tempering spirit liquid. That black VIP water is too overbearing. I can't handle it alone. Seeing his sister's infatuated look, Zhang Lishu couldn't help but knock on her head and chuckled. What are you dreaming about? Sister always says discouraging things. I'll ask Master Az to say something nice to me later. Zhang Lihua pouted and followed angrily. 3 months later, on the top of a huge peak covered with buildings, dozens of giant birds of different species were flying. On their backs, one or more feeling people were sitting cross-legged. It was obvious that the feeling monks, who were not good at refining spiritual treasures, had cultivated these giant birds into spiritual boats for traveling. In order to hide his identity, Luo Hong naturally sat cross-legged on a giant bat with beautiful feathers. But before he could find a place to land, a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy attracted his attention. Turning his head, he saw that above a huge square in the building complex, a colorful strange bat with 4 wings on its back, and a giant vulture wrapped in yellow wind were fighting fiercely. The holy sons of the Horned Vulture clan and the Yellow Wind clan. Ha, they are testing each other so soon. Luo Hong, who had transformed into the appearance of Ji Yun, shook his head and immediately retracted his gaze. After a while, Luo Hong controlled the giant bird and landed on a high tower outside. Then, a flying spirit master from the Jiuyu tribe came up to greet him. "Senior, are you the holy son of the Wuguang tribe?" "Yes, this is an invitation from Z." After jumping off the giant bird, Luo Hong immediately threw out a jade pendant and said, "Senior, you are finally here. If you come half a day later, you will be late, and it will be very troublesome for both of you." After checking the jade pendant, the young man from the Jiuyu tribe was relieved. "Oh, is he the last one to arrive?" Luo Hong asked casually. Of course, it stands to reason that the holy sons of each branch should arrive 10 days ago. After all, that way, the holy sons and seniors will have the opportunity to communicate with each other. But since you came on the last day, you can only wait to enter the Jiuyu palace tomorrow. The young man from the Jiuyu tribe seemed to feel sorry for Luo Hong. "Haha, it's okay. Take Ji to my residence." From the scene just now, it seems that this so-called exchange is just a fight between children. Luo Hong doesn't think it's a pity to miss it. What's more, when the Holy Lord of the Five Lights clan came to call him, his research on the King Luo fruit was at the most critical last step, and it was impossible for him to interrupt and come out of retreat. "Okay, I will lead the way for you now." The young man of the Nine New clan bowed after hearing this, and then turned around and flew away. However, it seems that you need to pass through the giant square to get to your residence, so after a while, Luo Hong saw the 2 holy sons of the Feeling clan who had fought before. They had just used their own magical power of transformation, and now it was almost time to decide the winner. The giant vulture transformed by the holy son of the Yellow Wind clan was flapping its wings desperately at this moment, covering the entire square with the extremely fierce spiritual wind of its own life, blowing the colorful strange bat to the point of being shaky, and the spiritual light on its body was on and off. Obviously, although this yellow wind is not sharp or piercing, it can suppress the opponent's magic power and prevent it from leaving the body easily. When the opponent cannot use his magic power smoothly, even if the yellow wind itself is not lethal enough, it can slowly wear down the opponent. But the Horned Vulture monks who are also saints are not ordinary people. As soon as Luo Hong arrived nearby, he saw that the giant vulture's wings slowed down, and it was obviously weak. The Horned Vulture Saint immediately seized the opportunity, and the 4 wings shook at the same time, and his body turned into a yellow ancient giant bell in a piece of spiritual light. Not good. Seeing this scene, most of the people watching the battle around the square were shocked and immediately flew back more than 100 feet. The next moment, the yellow bell shook lightly, and a dull bell sound suddenly came out. This bell sound actually penetrated the large formation surrounding the square, making all those who heard it buzz in their heads and see some double images in front of their eyes. The first to be hit was the holy son of the Yellow Wind clan, who was even worse off. He fell directly from the air and turned into a man in a yellow robe. At this time, the holy son of the Yellow Wind clan, who was traveling with him, flew out from the edge of the square, caught him, and immediately fed him a pill. As for the yellow bell, it turned into a young man in a black robe in a flash, and said thank you with a proud look on his face. The heavenly bell subdues the devil? Haha, it's much worse than the falling dust demon sound I taught RZ. After attracting his gaze, Luo Hong couldn't help but judge in his heart. He had not been studying the King Luo fruit all these 20 years. During this period, he also took the time to digest the mysterious forest formation diagram left by Wenxia and Zenran. The impressive miasma whisper, although Luo Hong himself could not practice it, was not surprisingly very suitable for RZ. Since the immortal cultivators who were hit would have their magic power solidified and turned back into mortals in a short period of time, Luo Hong named it Falling Dust and believed that it would surprise many cultivators who opposed him in the future. Are there any fellow Taoists who want to spar with Pan? After winning, the black-robed young man did not even go down to recover his mana, but directly challenged the other saints of the Feeling clan who were watching the battle. However, the magical power of the heavenly bell to subdue demons that he had just shown seemed to be quite famous among the Feeling clan, and most of the saints felt inferior to him. And the elites of various tribes did not want to expose their methods for no reason before the Earth Abyss trial, so no one accepted the invitation at that moment. Are you afraid? Then don't blame Pan for calling you. The junior brother of the Five Lights clan over there. You look so unfamiliar. Are you here just today to knock on the spirit peak? Dare you dare to spar with Pan? For some reason, the young man surnamed Pan was unusually bellicose. He glanced at the crowd and set his eyes on the Jiuan who he had never seen before and challenged him on the spot. Luo Hong would naturally not be provoked by his 2 words and fight with the other party unwisely. But at that moment, he stopped and frowned, showing dissatisfaction. There was no way Luo Hong would not be provoked, but he could not stand it as the champion. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly came from the side. Brother Pan, you are too rude. Brother Ji has come from afar and should have a good rest. You challenge him now. Are you trying to take advantage of him? Along with the voice, a young man in yellow shawl flew up. Looking at the silver wings behind him, it was the son of the Cheyenne Pen clan. Haha, what are you talking about, Brother Bay? I just didn't think of it for a moment. Anyway, tomorrow is the day to enter the palace, and I will go back to recuperate. Goodbye. Seeing who was coming, a strange color flashed across the face of the young man surnamed Pan, and then he chuckled and said goodbye, and flew out of the square. Seeing that there was no excitement to watch, the other sons also dispersed. But the young man in yellow shawl slowly fled to Luo Hong. Junior brother G, I'm Bei Heo, the holy son of the Cheyenne Pen clan. Thank you, senior brother Bei, for helping me out. I just came to the spiritual peak and I really don't have much interest in learning from others. Luo Hong bowed in return, looking at the other party with some doubts. Haha, junior brother G, you don't have to be polite. Our 2 clans have always been on good terms. When we see that the other party is in trouble, we should help each other. Bei Heo seemed to see Luo Hong's doubts and explained immediately. Although senior brother Bei said it well, I still have to remember this favor. When we meet again in the future, I will definitely invite you to have a drink. Luo Hong smiled and nodded. Bei Heo was delighted to hear this, and he didn't bother much at the moment, and immediately bowed and said goodbye. Is it an illusion? Why do I feel something is wrong? Looking at Bei Heo's departing back, Luo Hong narrowed his eyes and complained inwardly. After thinking about it again and still not finding the problem, Luo Hong stopped struggling and continued to follow the Jiu clan youth to his residence. Soon, Luo Hong was brought to an attic. Before he entered the door, he saw Yanling who was coming back from outside. The saints of the same branch all lived in the same attic, so Luo Hong was not surprised at the moment. However, Yanling looked at him with a very complicated look. She stared at him for a long time before saying, "You actually advanced to the high-level flying spirit general. Can you let Brother Khan go?" Although her words were inexplicable, Luo Hong immediately understood what she meant. Obviously, Khan Dorang had not given up the idea of revenge on him. The peace of the past 20 years was just the eve of a storm, and Yanling obviously did not have much confidence in Khan Dorang, and even worried that he would fall under his hands due to the outbreak of conflict. After all, after the Jiyuan received the tilt of resources from the clan, the speed of cultivation improvement was terrifying. 5 years ago, when the small competition redetermined the ranking of the saints, the news of his breakthrough had already spread, so that he did not personally participate in that small competition, but still won the second place. Now that she could sense the breath of Jiyuan, Yanling immediately gave up all her fantasies. Ji has already forgiven senior brother Kang, so senior sister Yan doesn't need to worry. Luo Hong replied calmly, not telling her that he had not practiced seriously for a few times in these years, but he still managed to break through to the late stage of the spiritual transformation. Yanling sighed, turned around and escaped into the attic. She knew very well that the conflict between Jiyuan and senior brother Kang was not that the former forgave the latter, but the other way around, but she obviously couldn't dissuade Kang Dorang. Afterwards, Luo Hong met all the 5 light saints in the attic one by one. Kaoshu became the nominal number 1 because he defeated Kang Dorang in the small competition, so he naturally lived in the attic. Among the remaining 3 people, in addition to Kang Dorang, who ranked 3rd, and Yanling, who ranked 5th, there was also a young saint with a slightly round figure. His name was Ko Yi, and his strength was slightly stronger than Yanling, ranking 4th. Judging from the surnames alone, Luo Hong knew that Kaoshu and Ko Yi must be from the same family. It was no wonder that Kang Dorang had tried to get a place for Zhang Liu before, obviously wanting to suppress Kaoshu. But now the Jiyuan has emerged as a new force, turning the situation of the 2 strongest 5 light saints into a 3-way confrontation. Moreover, even if the Jiyuan is the only one, the other 2 are still very afraid of him. The Jiuyu Palace is about to open, and everyone has no extra energy to think about other things. After a brief meeting, Luo Hong returned to his room. However, not every corner of this night is so peaceful. At this time, in the attic of the Xianpeng clan, Beihao did not stay in his room, but came to the residence of the Saint Lord of his clan. "What's the situation?" "Saint Lord, I have successfully contacted that person. I don't know what to do next." Beihao bowed and reported. Chapter 970 Jiuyu Palace. "This person is cautious by nature. You should make friends with him first. I will notify you separately about what to do next. Remember not to do anything unnecessary, otherwise if something goes wrong, your role as a holy son will be over." Hearing Beihao's affirmative answer, the Xianpeng Holy Lord's eyes also flashed with a trace of relief, and he immediately warned with a solemn look, "Yes. The junior will definitely keep it in mind." Beihao did not dare to refute, and quickly agreed. "Well, go down." The Xianpeng Holy Son nodded slightly, and waved to see him off. Beihao bowed again after hearing this, and then left the room, and walked towards his own room. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw the other 2 Xianpeng Holy Sons who were traveling with him waiting there. As the Xianpeng clan has become increasingly weak recently, in the past 300 years, only the 3 of them are qualified to become holy sons. The quota that Zhang Liu and others still have to fight for is just a bag for the 3 of them. "Brother Bei, what did the Lord Saint say? How are we going to deal with that champion next?" Seeing Beihao return, the white-shirted woman among the 2 asked immediately. "Junior Sister Lei, the Lord Saint just asked us to make friends with him naturally, and did not give any tasks. Don't get too excited." Beihao looked at the other party with some worry. "Brother Bei, this person is only ranked 2nd among the 5 light saints. Why does the Lord Saint pay so much attention to him? What is so special about him?" Another Xianpeng saint said in a complaining tone. "After all, they have been guarding the junior these days. As a child of heaven, he is naturally a little unconvinced. Junior brother Yan, no matter how special that champion is, we must meticulously complete the tasks assigned by the Lord Saint. Don't forget, the current situation of our clan is very bad. We must not make any mistakes. Beihao immediately heard that Yan Mingde was not in a good state and immediately frowned and scolded him. Yes, senior brother Bei, Yan Mingde was only a mid-level flying spirit general, so he didn't dare to contradict Beihao, who was a high-level flying spirit general. He bowed his head and conceded his mistake. Well, it's just right that you are all here, so let's discuss tomorrow's plan together. Come in. Beihao nodded with satisfaction, then removed the restrictions on the door and invited Lei Jiao and the others into the room. Tomorrow, we will follow the Lord Saint to enter the Jiuyu Palace and listen to the Jiuyu Spirit Emperor's preaching. But you also know that the Jiuyu Spirit Emperor mainly preaches to the Saint Lords of each branch. Even if we listen with all last strength, it is difficult to comprehend a bit. Therefore, instead of listening to the difficult Taoism, it is better for us to fall directly into the Jiuyu Holy Land to seek opportunities. At that time, the three of us will perform the Chaos Spirit technique together and let the restrictions teleport us together. In this way, we can land not far away and can act together immediately. As it was already late, Beihao quickly expressed his thoughts as soon as he sat down. But senior brother Bei, I heard that the longer you sit in the hall, the more you will be teleported to an area close to the center of the Holy Land. If we take the initiative to fall into the Holy Land right away, will it be counterproductive? Lei Jiao frowned slightly and asked. Do you still remember the Tao that the Great Elder gave us before we left? Hearing this, Beihao smiled lightly and asked Lei Jiao a question. Of course, it's only been a few days. I remember it. Lei Jiao responded without thinking. Then both of you tell me how much you have comprehended. Beihao said with a smile on his face. Well, junior brother, I'm not talented. The Great Elder's talk is too profound, but I haven't comprehended 10%. Yang Mingde said with a slightly embarrassed face. I have comprehended 10%. Lei Jiao said proudly. The Great Elder is only a high-level flying spirit king, but his teachings are so profound and difficult to understand. The 9 new spirit emperors' teachings will be even more so. By then, let alone success, even if you can comprehend 3 points, you will be proud enough. And if you want to be restricted and teleported to the central area of the Holy Land, you must actually comprehend something. Sitting there is useless. After all, being able to be teleported to the center of the Holy Land is a reward from the 9 new Spirit Emperor to the younger generation with excellent comprehension. It is impossible for someone to take advantage of it easily. Seeing that the time was right, Beihao immediately revealed this little known secret. I thought so. No wonder the Great Elder gave a sermon before we set off. It turned out that he wanted us to know our own weight. Lei Jiao suddenly showed a look of realization, and then he bowed to Beihao and said, in this case, I will follow Brother Bei's arrangement and use the Chaos Spirit technique at the beginning of the sermon. The same goes for junior brother. Yang Mingde followed closely. Very good. The gains from this trip are very important. As long as the 3 of us work together, it will be much easier when the Earth Abyss trial is held in 80 years. Beihao was overjoyed when he heard this, and then he discussed the details with the 2 of them. Soon, the 7 moons in the sky began to turn positive one by one, and dawn gradually pierced the darkness. When the 3 positive and 4 negative moons appeared, a series of bell sounds suddenly rang out on the Cowling Peak, and the doors of the attics were pushed open at the same time. Hundreds of escape lights flew into the sky and bowed to the north. Welcome the 9 new Spirit Emperor. With the shouts of the crowd, circles of black light suddenly emerged from the void, and then a breathtaking black light burst out from the center, and a roar like a galloping horse was heard. At this time, the terrifying spiritual pressure that emerged in this world was so great that even Luo Hong felt greatly affected, not to mention the other saints of the Feeling Clan. However, even if their foreheads were sweating and their bodies were trembling slightly, everyone tried their best to persist, not daring to be rude in the slightest. Soon, the black light, which was only a few feet in size, expanded to the point where it covered the entire sky. Fortunately, the spiritual pressure did not increase, otherwise the saints present would not only feel uncomfortable. The next moment, the black light in the sky suddenly retracted, revealing an extremely huge floating palace. This palace seemed to be made of black jade, so it was extremely shiny black. In addition, the palace walls were full of silver runes. If you look closely, you will find that these silver runes are curved. Anyone who looks at it for a few more times will immediately feel dizzy, and their soul will ache. Without any sign, a black glow suddenly rolled out from the palace gate and arrived in front of everyone in an instant. Without even sensing the fluctuations in space, Luo Hong found himself in a hall full of exotic decorations. In the center of the hall was a building similar to a pyramid. The difference was that this pyramid was pure black, and the top was shrouded in a black light. Just one look at it would make people feel as if their souls were about to be torn apart. Another 300 years. Time flies by so fast. All the saints of each tribe come to my Blackbone Peak. It's your ability to climb as high as you can. As for you little guys, just find a place to sit. Anyway, they will all be gone in less than a day. Unlike the fierce and domineering aura displayed by the Jiuyu patriarch, who made people unable to look directly at him, he seemed very lazy when he spoke, as if he had just woken up. As soon as he finished speaking, the saints of each tribe left their saints and flew towards the Blackbone Peak. It was seen that the saint of the Yaoshu tribe was flying in the front, but as soon as he stepped onto the first layer of the Black Pyramid, his body quickly decayed. The skin exposed outside quickly dehydrated and wrinkled, and the hair turned from black to white visibly with the naked eye, which frightened him, and hurriedly used his skills to resist. Fortunately, after using all his magic power to suppress it, the changes in his body gradually recovered, which immediately made him feel relieved. But when he looked up again and looked at the second floor, he showed hesitation. After thinking it over again and again, the Holy Lord of the Netherwater clan chose to sit down on the spot and did not try to climb up again. The other Holy Lords did not laugh at him when they saw this, because they also looked gloomy after stepping onto the first floor. It was just that they did not make a fool of themselves because of the previous experience of the Holy Lord of the Netherwater clan. There were 72 powerful branches in the Feeling clan, and at this time, all the Holy Lords, except the 12 main branches, stopped at the first floor. Among the 12 main branches, the Holy Lord of the Cheyenne Pen clan was obviously reluctant when climbing the second floor, but for some reason, he still resolutely sat down. Among the 72 Holy Lords present, only the Holy Lord of the Jiuyu clan, who was 60% similar to Aolu, climbed to the third floor. The scene of the Holy Lord climbing the peak was naturally seen by all the Holy Sons. Suddenly, the Holy Sons from the main branches all straightened their chests with pride, while the eyes of the other Holy Sons were more awed. Among the more than 300 saints present, only Luo Hong was interested in the Blackbone Peak itself. The law of death controlled by evil spirit? Could it be that this Jiuyu spiritual emperor is practicing a technique related to evil spirit? As his thoughts turned, the Jiuyu spiritual emperor on the top of the Blackbone Peak had already announced the start of his sermon, and a passage of unclear scriptures came out of his mouth slowly and steadily. Luo Hong felt like a fog or a dream when he heard it. He could neither see clearly nor touch it. It was quite mysterious and profound. Just as he was about to take a piece of enlightenment tea, spiritual power fluctuations suddenly came from his side. With a glance, Luo Hong saw that many saints had triggered the restrictions in the hall, and their bodies sank into the ground and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong was not surprised, but just showed a look of surprise on his face. Because before coming here, the Five Lights clan and the fish shop owner told him everything about the Feeling Festival. The restriction in the hall is actually a protection mechanism. After all, for these Feeling generals, listening to the Feeling Emperor's sermon is still too reluctant, especially when this Feeling Emperor is mainly preaching to a group of Feeling generals. Therefore, in order to prevent the Feeling saints in the hall from being disturbed, once someone's magic power is chaotic, the restriction will be transmitted to the Jiuyu Holy Land. However, preaching is preaching, not fighting. It's too outrageous if they can't hold on for a few breaths. Good guy, these people are greedy enough. They don't hesitate to hand in a blank paper and enter the Jiuyu Holy Land a few hours earlier. It's really amazing. Jiuyu Holy Land is actually a medicine garden inherited by the Jiuyu tribe from ancient times. It is managed by the Feeling Emperor of each generation of the Jiuyu tribe. There are even some spiritual medicines that have become extinct in the outside world. It is worthy of the name of the Holy Land. Therefore, Luo Hong soon showed a look of enlightenment and understood the thoughts of those saints who couldn't hold on just after the sermon began. Luo Hong was naturally quite interested in the Jiu Holy Land. After all, if he could gain something from it, he could at least save 100 years of hard training. However, in Luo Hong's eyes, the value of 100 years of hard training was far less than the preaching of Mahayana level being. Those saints who took the initiative to fall into the Jiu Holy Land may not realize that this is very likely their only chance to contact the feeling emperor in this life. They actually gave up like this. After secretly shaking his head, Luo Hong stopped distracting himself. After taking the enlightenment tea, he closed his eyes and concentrated on comprehending the scriptures recited by the Jiu Spirit Emperor. It's worthy of being the person my little sister likes. He is indeed much stronger than those short-sighted guys. Let's see how long you can hold on. On the other side, Aolu, who was also in the hall, had been paying attention to Luo Hong. Seeing that he looked disdainful at the saints who left, he nodded and secretly became competitive. It is worth mentioning that the saints of all the top tribes in the 12 main branches did not give up collectively, and even secretly observed their opponents, and began to compete. In the Wuguan tribe, except for Luo Hong, only Kaoshu stayed. This was already very good among the tribes with similar strength to the Wuguan tribe. Soon, the first 12 hours, which were the best, passed, and the breaths of the saints who stayed behind gradually became unstable. 1 day in the spirit world is approximately equal to 3 days in the human world. When the first saint who could not hold on and was sent to the Jiu Holy Land by the ban appeared, several more were sent away one after another. Not long after, the saints in the hall became sparse, and there were less than 10 fingers to count. Among them, there were 3 saints from the Jiu tribe, so the other saints who stayed were basically alone, and only 2 people were left in the Wuguan tribe. Obviously, Kaoshu was able to become the first among the contemporary Wuguan saints, and she had real skills. However, she was gradually reaching her limit, and the scriptures in her ears became more and more blurred, and her thoughts began to be unable to concentrate. At this time, Kaoshu subconsciously looked at the Ji-Yun and wanted to compare his situation. After all, many people in the clan said that she was not the first one, and she had to compete with Ji-Yun to be the real deal. Even though she knew that it was someone who was jealous of her who was being sarcastic, after hearing it too much, she couldn't help but have the idea of competing with Ji-Yun. However, the scene she saw immediately shocked her, and she lost her desire to compete. Ji-Yun was sitting there without any expression, but there was a murderous aura as solid as ink rolling around his body. With just a rough look, Kaoshu felt that this murderous aura was very consistent with the scriptures in her ears, and it was obvious that the other party had a great understanding. With her mind lost, Kaoshu could not control the magic power in her body, and her delicate body sank immediately. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 971. Discussion. Compared with the average spiritual cultivator, Luo Hong's understanding of the law is undoubtedly much higher. Even in certain specific areas, the existence of the fusion level is inferior to him. However, traditional cultivation is a summary of the experience of predecessors, and it is a kind of mysterious spiritual perception, while scientific cultivation is the exploration of the underlying laws of the world, relying on numbers and calculations. The gap between the two is quite large. At least if Luo Hong were to preach, he would never recite some meaningless scriptures. Therefore, Luo Hong was not much better than Kaoshu and others at the beginning, and his comprehension was extremely difficult. Fortunately, he deduced the way of Jiu Lingliang through the magical power of Blackbone Peak, and he also had the enlightenment tea to improve his spiritual perception and soul calculation power. Finally, after more than 10 hours, he found the entry point and successfully touched the evil spirit law of Jiu Lingliang. At this time, the evil spirit on his body emerged on its own without Luo Hong's control and began to roll and flow in a mysterious rhythm. Under normal circumstances, Luo Hong should be in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness at this time, with his mind completely immersed in the preaching of Jiuhuliang, just like being immersed in a big river and drifting with the current, losing his sense of time. However, in fact, Luo Hong still maintained a trace of clarity at this moment, trying to control most of the evil spirit hidden in his body and not letting it show out. Otherwise, with the overwhelming evil spirit on his body, his identity would definitely be exposed. It turns out that the so-called great power preaching in traditional immortal cultivation, the scriptures in his mouth are just appearances, and the lore and artistic conception behind it are the key. This is also the first time that Luo Hong has heard the preaching of Mahayana level existence, and he can't help but sigh with enlightenment. Preaching is actually the great power showing the way he has cultivated, that is, the law he has comprehended, to everyone. This kind of display cannot be seen or heard, and can only be sensed by the unique spiritual perception of the immortal cultivator. To put it bluntly, both parties should let go of their minds and communicate directly at the spiritual level. Only in this way can the mysterious law be communicated. It is not easy to achieve such communication. The premise is that both parties must be at the same level. In preaching, the listener will take the initiative to approach the spiritual level of the preacher. Moreover, this level is constantly changing. Although the preacher will intentionally guide, most of the time the listener will leave this level, so it is necessary to resynchronize. There is no doubt that the synchronization ability of the immortal cultivator is the understanding when listening to the sermon. For example, Jiuhuliang immediately constructed an invisible and intangible river of laws. The saints and Luo Hong and others were all people far away. They each followed the sound of the river to find the river, and after finding it, they jumped into it and were carried away by the river. The trouble is that this river is not only not calm, but also very turbulent. Everyone is immersed in the water and their spiritual wisdom is ignorant. Once they encounter a corner, they will be thrown out of the river and suddenly wake up. However, there are always some special people who can repeatedly survive crises and stay in the river for a long time or even for a long time. This is not due to luck, but this kind of people are very adaptable to the laws in this river and can be prepared before the river turns. In other words, only those with excellent comprehension and adaptability can gain a lot of enlightenment from a sermon. Those holy masters were shrouded in black light and could not be seen clearly, but among the holy sons who stayed, Aolu was obviously the best performer. After he entered the state, he basically stayed in the river. However, Luo Hong's situation was different from everyone else. He was not floating in the river, but swimming in the river. He even felt that it was not fast enough and wanted to build a boat. This situation occurred not because he was much stronger than others, but because of the great difference in cognition. There was always a gap between his spiritual perception and the mysterious artistic conception shrouded in the hall at this time. This allowed him to maintain a trace of clarity and not completely immerse himself in the magnificent lore of Jiuhuliang. But although this completely eliminated his adaptability problem, it was not conducive to his comprehension. It was like two apprentices of the same master. One was always taught by the master, and the other was just instructed by him. In terms of learning speed, the former is naturally faster. But in addition to receiving instructions, the latter disciple also spent a lot of time watching the master do the work himself, and recorded every detail, and then constantly analyzed it afterwards. After a long time, the latter not only learned how to do it, but also understood why to do it, and even walked out of his own way. 10 hours later, Aolu, who was far away from Luo Hong, suddenly opened his eyes, and then sweat broke out all over his body. In a few breaths, he looked like he had been fished out of the river. As a high-level flying spirit general, Aolu had actually been vaguely exposed to the lore of evil spirits, but he was not a flying spirit commander after all, and he had not really understood it. Therefore, his sweet ability was not enough to allow him to sink into the realm of lore created by Jiuhuliang. And with his cultivation, once he was thrown ashore, the mind that had been consumed unconsciously before would surge up, enough to make him lose the opportunity to synchronize again. Sensing the gradually agitated manner in his body, Aolu knew that he would be sent to the Holy Land by the band soon, so he simply stopped making the last effort and glanced around. First, he looked at the positions of the Nanlang and Cheran tribes. As expected, the two tribes ranked second and third respectively were not completely wiped out, and one person from each tribe survived. However, what surprised Aolu was that the two of them were focusing their attention on the other side, with a look of surprise on their faces. That direction is. Suddenly, Aolu felt something in his heart, turned his head, and saw that the person they were staring at was indeed the Ji Yuan. At the same time, he also understood why the two junior brothers from the Nanlang and Cheran tribes were shocked. It was seen that the evil spirit shrouding the Ji Yuan was not only as dark as ink, forming an ink ball, but also a fierce bird head condensed on the surface of the ink ball. In addition, next to the bird head, there was a ball of black light flowing, as if another bird head was about to emerge from it. Evil spirit law. How is this possible? Aolu said in astonishment. Although he did not see the strange phenomenon on his body, when he was listening to the sermon, he could guess that at most the evil spirit was rolling, and gradually condensing into a round shape. Just like this, after he woke up, he found that his magic power was much more condensed, and it was easier to control. Some magical powers that he could only perform with difficulty before seemed no longer so difficult. Although his magic power itself did not improve immediately, he believed that, after he went back to retreat, his cultivation would definitely have a period of rapid growth. But compared with the strange phenomenon of the holy bad on the body of Ji Yuan at this time, it was like heaven and earth. In the history of the Jiuyu tribe, only a few saints had the evil spirit condensed into the strange phenomenon of the holy bad when the Jiuyu spirit emperor preached. After that, these saints all understood the law of evil spirit in advance. As long as they did not die in advance, they all broke through to the cultivation level of feeling king in the future, and even one of them became the current Jiuyu spirit emperor. Although the vision of Ji Yuan was not unprecedented, he was the only feeling saint who could do this without being a member of the Jiuyu tribe. How could Aolu and others not be shocked? The scene in front of him immediately made Aolu give up the idea of falling into the Holy Land. He wanted to stay and see how far Ji Yuan could go. Soon 3 hours passed, and the black light suddenly cracked, and a head came out of it. But this head was not a bird's head, but a strange appearance between a bird and a dragon. Not only that, after this strange head came out, the previous head of the Holy Spirit, that was in line with the records and the classics also changed, and seemed to change into the latter's appearance. As time went on, the two heads manifested by the power of the law not only changed their appearance, but also gradually changed from black to white. Just when Aolu and the other two were puzzled, they suddenly felt the pressure around them loosen. After a moment of stunned, they were surprised to find that the sound of scriptures coming from high above had stopped. Normally, the sermons at each feeling festival would last at least half a month, but now it stopped in less than a day, which was obviously very wrong. What is evil? Before Aolu and the other two could react, a thunderous voice fell from the top of the black bone peak. Sensing the anger hidden in it, the three of them couldn't help but shrink their bodies and hold their breath. What is the law of Taoism? The moment the sermon stopped, Luo Hong opened his eyes. Although Jiuyu Linghuang didn't name anyone, he knew very well that he was asking him. After all, he did go too far, actually deducing his own evil spirit while others were preaching. In a sense, this was equivalent to ruining the place. If he was not a junior, Jiuyu Linghuang would have smashed the mountain to the same level of cultivators. But even if Luo Hong knew this, he couldn't just hold back his perception. After all, I haven't received professional training in this area. However, since Jiuyu spiritual emperor wanted to discuss the Dao with him, Luo Hong would not feel guilty and immediately asked back without being humble or arrogant. Under the Dao, Luo Hong and he were equal. Jiuyu spiritual emperor did not respond immediately after hearing this, and was obviously a little surprised by the boldness of the young man down the mountain. Not answering his question, but asking him in return. Such an interesting thing, on the contrary, made Jiuyu spiritual emperor's anger slightly reduced. Of course, this is mainly because Jiuyu spiritual emperor cherishes talents. After all, only when you reach the level of Mahayana, you will truly understand the difficulties of your own race in the spiritual world. Peace and stability are simply like a bubble, and the danger of extinction may come at any time. The Dao is 3000, and it is unique and refined. 3000 is a virtual reference, not the point. The point is the second half of the sentence. Even if Luo Hong is hiding something, with Jiuai the spiritual emperor's cultivation, he still saw through the fact that he mastered the law of force at a glance. Fortunately, with Luo Hong's understanding, he did not think it was strange. The 5-color true blood had already been completely refined by Luo Hong, so if you want to see through his true identity, it is not a matter of whether your cultivation is high or not. The meaning of Jiuai Linghuang's words is to warn Luo Hong not to rely on his high comprehension, to blindly comprehend the laws, and to concentrate on one path, which is the right answer. Luo Hong was of course clear about his situation, and he understood it immediately. However, his expression did not change at the moment, and he opened his mouth and said, "There are 3,000 great ways, but they are divided into high and low. The supreme ones are 3, the empty space and time, and the reincarnation of all living beings. The supreme one is the head of the great way. Only by attaching to it and existing, the way in the way can be respected." Dare to ask the Spirit Emperor, what is reincarnation? The matter of the 3 supreme laws was the first time for Aolo and the other 2, and even the saints, but it was not a secret among the human and demon races. Jiuai Linghuang's knowledge was not limited to the feeling race, so he had heard of it. He frowned and thought that this little guy was serious, but he really had something. Reincarnation is yin and yang, and the movement of heaven and earth. Since the way of evil spirits is under reincarnation, it has its own yin and yang. It will suffer its own disasters. If it is broken by the disaster, the immortal road will not be broken. At this point, Luo Hong shook his head, looked at the top of the peak with a serious look, and continued, "If you can't break the disaster, you will have no chance to achieve the great way." Humph. As if he was stabbed, Jiuai Spirit Emperor couldn't control his emotions and snorted angrily, and the black light on the top of the peak suddenly became stronger. This immediately made the 72 holy masters on the Blackbone Peak unlucky, and they all screamed in small or large. Luo Hong's soul seemed to be torn apart, and he felt a sharp pain, and his face immediately twisted. "Okay, you are young enough and full of energy, get out of this hall." It only grew for a moment, and the black light was retracted. Then Jiuai the Spirit Emperor angrily scolded, and threw Luo Hong, Aolo and the other 2 into the Holy Land. In this way, there was no more feeling holy sun in the hall. Is he dead? If not, calm down and continue listening. After driving Luo Hong away, Jiuai Spiritual Emperor said with lingering anger. The feeling saints did not dare to have any opinions. They cursed Luo Hong in their hearts, and tried their best to calm down. It was really difficult for them. Seeing this scene, I don't know what angered Jiuai the Spiritual Emperor again. He snorted again and said dissatisfiedly, "There is no one as brave as that kid." Good guy. This time the feeling saints were completely confused. "What do you mean?" Exclamation mark. In the central area of Jiuai Holy Land, a piece of spiritual light suddenly flashed on a mossy boulder on the shore of the green pond. In an instant, the spiritual light dissipated, and a figure fell from the air, and fell hard on the mossy boulder. However, after falling from dozens of feet in the air, this person not only did not even have a scratch on his skin, but mashed the mossy boulder into several pieces. Then, several more flashes of light appeared nearby, and 3 figures fell out one after another. Before they landed, the 3 men stabilized their bodies and subconsciously looked around. One of the men in a yellow robe with red stripes saw the black lotuses floating on the green pond, and immediately said with great joy, "Black Soul Lotus. This is the green phosphorus pond. We are in the center of the Holy Land. Brother Ao, where are you going? Those black soul lotuses are of great benefit to our souls." Another man with a pair of short horns on his head saw that Aolu was not going to the green pond and couldn't help but ask in doubt. But soon, he saw that the other party was going to the 4th person present, and his face changed slightly and said, "Brother Ao, you are crazy. This person offended your noble spirit emperor, and you still care about his life or death." "Yes, Brother Ao, don't be confused." The man in the red robe also followed up to dissuade him. HMPH, in my opinion, you two are really confused. You are not allowed to touch those black soul lotuses. Aolu glanced at the two with disdain, and then said bluntly. Hearing this, the two of them were naturally angry. Just as they were about to scold, they heard Aolu turn around and say, "Don't you think about why we are here?" Chapter 972, A Blessing in Disguise. Hearing Aolu's rebuke, the two of them immediately felt guilty. Because after a little thought, they realized that, based on their performance in the hall, it was good enough to be teleported to the vicinity of the central area, and it was impossible to come directly to the center of the Holy Land. The variable that caused this abnormality was also very obvious. That was the Jiyuan who angered Jiuai, the spiritual emperor in the hall. With a sweep of their spiritual consciousness, the two saw that the Jiyuan was struggling to get up and sit cross-legged with a painful expression on his face. It was obvious that his soul was injured. Now the two of them completely understood that Jiuai, the spiritual emperor, sent them together just to use the Black Soul Lotus to heal each other's injuries. Among the three, only Aolu realized this at the first time. I see. Thank you brother Ao for your advice. Otherwise brother ZHU and I would have made a big mistake. The short-horned man of the Nanlan tribe immediately bowed his hands and thanked him. Senior spiritual emperor is so magnanimous. I really admire him. I will go with brother Fei to pick spiritual medicine for junior brother G. The man in the red robe also bowed and said with a sigh. Then, the two turned around and flew above the green phosphorus lake. Before they got close to the Black Soul Lotus, they fought with many green vines that suddenly stretched out of the water. However, neither of them was panicked, because this was the self-protection method of the Black Soul Lotus. Although it was difficult to deal with, it was not a trouble for them. So, in less than a cup of tea, the two picked 3 10,000-year-old Black Soul Lotuses. As for those under 10,000 years old, the two did not touch any of them. After all, this is the rule of the Holy Land. Each area has a limited number of years to pick. For example, in the outermost area, no one under 3,000 years is allowed to pick. And in the central area, no one under 10,000 years is allowed to move. Although the two made a lot of noise, at this moment, Luo Hong, who was sitting cross-legged in the gravel, knew nothing. In that moment of black light, his soul was seriously injured, and it was as if it was torn into pieces, and it was in great pain. It seemed that several years had passed. Luo Hong, who was practicing the power with pain, suddenly found that a ball of medicine was sent to his mouth. As soon as he smelled the fragrance of the medicine, Luo Hong's spiritual sense came with a desire. He had no energy to think about it, and swallowed the ball of medicine. Suddenly, a ball of warmth rose from his abdomen, and rushed to his danshan. If someone looked into Luo Hong's danshan at this moment, they would see that his yuanying was wrapped in a ball of black flames. Under the burning of this ball of black flames, the cracks on Luo Hong's yuanying, which were densely covered with faint black light, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until all these cracks disappeared, the black flames were not completely exhausted, and when it was completely extinguished, Luo Hong's yuanying seemed to have grown a year older. After a few breaths, Luo Hong opened his eyes, and immediately bowed to the three people around him. Aolu, thank you three brothers for helping me heal my wounds. I will definitely remember your kindness today. Junior brother G, you are too kind. We are also following the orders of Senior Ling Huang. It is not us that junior brother G should really thank. Aolu immediately returned the greeting. Not bad junior brother G, you are welcome. I'm Fei Yu, the holy son of Nanlang. The short-horned man laughed and introduced himself in a friendly manner. I'm ZHU Junan, the holy son of ZHU Rang. The man in the red patterned robe also said calmly. It is worth mentioning that, if the performance of the two of them is seen by the people in the clan, it will definitely cause a stir. You know, the two of them are the first among the contemporary holy sons. They have always been arrogant and never been so polite to their peers. But it is not surprising that they treat Ji Yuan like this. After all, the other party is a god who can discuss Taoism with Fei Ling Huang, and seems to have one. Junior brother G, I'd like to ask you a question. What was the Dao that you discussed with Jiuai Ling Huang earlier? Fei Yufei moved closer and asked with a curious look on his face. If it's convenient, please tell me, junior brother G. ZHU Junan also wanted to know. Ahem, if you have any difficulties, junior brother G, you don't have to tell me. Aolu glanced at the two of them and reminded them. It's not that difficult. It was indeed reckless at that time. Now think about it, Senior Ling Huang also knows those principles, but Senior has a lot of ties in his heart, and can't let go. Hearing this, Luo Hong shook his head with a sigh, and then he told Aolo and the other two in detail. It turned out that in the process of comprehending the Dao cultivated by Jiuhulingliang, Luo Hong found that the later the opponent's evil spirit was, the more moderate and peaceful it was, and it was completely without the extreme sinisterness of the early stage. Although the power was getting stronger and stronger, Luo Hong felt that the other party had taken the wrong path. So he immediately decided to use the other party's way as the foundation and deduce the way of evil spirit by himself. Because he had a strong Xianxia in his body, and Xianxia was yang, the law phenomenon around him at that time not only changed greatly in form, but also gradually changed from black to white. If it was just the former, Jiuhulingliang would definitely not stop preaching. After all, it is normal for everyone to have different understandings of the law. But the subsequent attribute transformation is not an objection that can be ignored. The reason why Luo Hong talked about the three supreme laws when talking about the way of evil spirit is because all other laws rely on these three to exist. Without space, the law has no place to stay. Without time, the law cannot flow. And without reincarnation, the law cannot be stable. Reincarnation is the way of yin and yang. All things are divided into yin and yang, and so is evil spirit. Yin evil and yang evil are like tekai pieces. If you practice this way, you must take both into account before you can achieve great success. However, all top-level evil spirit skills are all only yin and yang, and there is no practice of both. It seems contradictory, but this does not mean that the predecessors are ignorant of the way of heaven. On the contrary, this is the embodiment of the predecessors' understanding of the way of heaven. Cultivating immortals is an act against heaven. Although there is a glimmer of hope under the avenue, this glimmer of hope must be fought for by breaking the catastrophe. This so-called glimmer of hope does not refer to the chance of survival, but to the possibility of breakthrough and advancement. Therefore, anyone who chooses to avoid the catastrophe will fall into the trap of the way of heaven and the road ahead will be cut off. In terms of the way of evil spirit, Jiuhulingliang must survive the extremely yin evil catastrophe and take the extremely yang evil born after the catastrophe, so that there is a smooth road. If Jiuhulingliang can do this, his evil spirit law will have a solid foundation, and his strength can be ranked among the top in the Mahayana of the spiritual world. But the fact is that Jiuhulingliang not only did not prepare to survive the catastrophe, but directly practiced the yang evil to reconcile yin and yang. Although this can greatly increase his supernatural powers in a short period of time, it cuts off his way forward. Luo Hong's intelligence was immersed in his own path at that time, and it was not completely clear, so he ruthlessly exposed this point. But from the subsequent anger of Jiuhulingliang, he was not unaware that he was not on the right path. Now, Luo Hong calmed down and immediately figured it out. It is not as easy as it sounds to cross the calamity. This is an act against the will of heaven. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Jiuhulingliang is not alone. He also has such a heavy burden as the feeling clan. How can he fight whenever he wants? Although there are only two Mahayana level beings, the feeling clan is much stronger than the human and demon races, and even reaches the lower limit of the middle races in the spirit world. The reason for this is that the feeling clan practices the true spirit. When the Mahayana beings fight, they can transform into pseudo-true spirit bodies that are very close to the true spirit, and their combat power is very strong. But no matter how powerful they are, it is much more difficult to practice the true spirit, so the Mahayana in the clan is definitely not easy to return to danger. I never thought that the ancestor was willing to give up the great Dao for us. After hearing Luo Hong's explanation, Aolu clenched his fists, feeling upset. Fei Yu and Zhu Junan also remained silent for a long time with solemn expressions, obviously feeling that their previous performance had failed the sacrifice of the spiritual emperor. Seeing this, Luo Hong did not persuade them. Although he did not agree with the approach of the 9 new spiritual emperor, his admiration was not reduced at all. Weakness is really the original sin. I think only those Mahayana beings and the super clans can pursue the great Dao at will without having to consider so much. After a moment of silence, Fei Yi suddenly fixed his eyes and bowed to Luo Hong, saying, "After listening to what junior brother said today, my state of mind seems to be completely renewed, and all the past things have dissipated like clouds and smoke. Senior is protecting us from the wind and rain, and we should strive to move forward. There are many spiritual medicines here. Fei will go ahead, and the three of you should not waste time here. It will be a waste of opportunity. Among the four people, except Aolu, Fei Yu has the deepest understanding. After all, there is also a feeling emperor in the Nanlang tribe. After saying that, he fled into the distance. Brother Fei is right. Now there are only more than 5 days before the end of the sermon. We need different spiritual medicines, so we can no longer act together. Farewell. Zhu Chunan also solemnly bowed to Luo Hong, and then fled in different directions. Obviously, although Luo Hong's words could not directly benefit their cultivation, they had an extraordinary cleansing effect on their state of mind. It was as if they had matured a lot all of a sudden, and had the state of mind of a high-level cultivator. Afterwards, Luo Hong and Aolu did not say much, but just nodded to each other, and fled in different directions. Not long after the four of them parted, Luo Hong sorted out his mood, and began to seriously use his spiritual sense, to scan the Holy Land. When he activated his spiritual sense, he immediately found that the strength of his soul had actually broken through the first level, and instantly covered a radius of 60,000 miles. This was enough to compare with the cultivators at the peak of the middle stage of the refining void, which was really a blessing in disguise. After the excitement, Luo Hong began to identify the spiritual medicine below, but he could not recognize even half of it, and his brows immediately frowned. You know, although he was not good at alchemy, he usually read a lot of ancient books, and with a photographic memory, it was not a problem for him to identify a spiritual medicine. And now this situation has occurred, obviously because what Elder Li Zuolin said before was true. There are indeed many spiritual medicines in the Jiuyu Holy Land that have been lost in the outside world. In this case, Luo Hong can only turn to the old grandfather on his body for help. Fairy, are you sleeping? It's hard to identify the spiritual medicine here. Please give me some advice. Humph, even if you are asleep, you must have woken up. How dare you poke the pain point of Mahayana cultivator? The voice of Fairy Silver suddenly sounded in Luo Hong's soul, with a sense of blame in her words. Haha, isn't that the atmosphere so tense? Besides, isn't it okay? Fairy, don't worry too much. Luo Hong knew that he was in the wrong, so he laughed. Humph. Remember to avoid unnecessary troubles in the future. The spiritual medicine here is useless to you. Fly east for more than 10,000 miles first. Fairy Silver still said unhappily, but she gave Luo Hong some advice. Luo Hong heard this, and naturally did not doubt him. With a flash of spiritual light on his body, he flew eastward. With Luo Hong's current cultivator, if he flew at full speed, a distance of 10,000 miles would only take a moment. Soon, he came to a lush giant mountain. Sensing the strong spiritual pressure below, he couldn't help asking, what a powerful spiritual fluctuation. Fairy, may I ask where this spiritual medicine comes from? Don't you want something that can store a lot of spiritual power? The Luo Sheng wood below is usually used as the main material for refining the Cheyenne Luo Fan King pill. It is a holy medicine used by the combined cultivators to restore their mana. It is definitely enough for you. Fairy Yin said calmly. Great. With this kind of spiritual wood, Luo's spiritual treasure will have a chance. Luo Hong was overjoyed, and his figure flashed, and fell straight to the top of the giant mountain. It took a full 20 years for Luo Hong to not only successfully crack all the silver runes in the King Luo fruit, but also improve a set of King Luo rune array. Once this array is opened, it can transform the relatively mild spiritual energy into spiritual power with the same nature as his mana. Therefore, now the only thing missing from Luo Hong's imagined spiritual treasure that can provide a large amount of mana is a material that can store a lot of spiritual energy. This Cheyenne Luo wood can provide enough spiritual energy for the fusion cultivator to restore his mana, which can naturally meet his current needs. This trip was really worthwhile for Luo Hong. However, just when Luo Hong was about to reach the top of the mountain, a layer of light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Although Jiuyu Linghuang allowed a group of feeling saints to enter the Holy Land, it was tacitly allowed them to pick spiritual medicines, but this was not without challenges. If the feeling saints want to pick spiritual medicines, they must break the restrictions that protect the spiritual medicines. This is why Beiheo insisted on the three of them coming here together, just to break the restrictions and get high-level spiritual medicines. After a few booms, the 5-element divine thunder thrown by Luo Hong exploded on the light curtain. With this strength, I'm afraid that even a cultivator in the middle stage of the refining void realm cannot shake it. Seeing that the light curtain was not damaged at all, Luo Hong couldn't help but frown. After all, he couldn't show his true strength here. Jiu Ling Huan would definitely be able to see everything in the Holy Land. But this is also an opportunity for me to test the power of the Hunyuan sword formation. When I dealt with Kang Dorang before, I could have kept the power of the sword formation, so it didn't serve the purpose of testing at all. As soon as the thought came to him, the 5-colored wings behind Luo Hong suddenly fluttered, and a ball of 5-colored spiritual light flashed out from his body. In an instant, Luo Hong had performed the 5-light transformation, and turned into a huge 5-colored peacock. At this moment, he spread his wings, and hundreds of 5-colored light swords shot out immediately. Chapter 973 Sword Formation and Meeting. The so-called Hunyuan means all-encompassing and all-inclusive, and the Hunyuan sword formation is the result of the condensation of many different sword energies. From its essence, this sword formation is not prepared for a single cultivator, but should be a sword formation of a sect. Fortunately, Luo Hong can control the spiritual power changes of the 5-color flying swords at will, and it is easy to simulate different sword energies. Even because he is the only one who sets up the formation, there is no problem of coordination at all, so after a little proficiency, he can exert the full power of the Hunyuan sword formation. I saw that the sword light turned, and hundreds of 5-color flying swords were driven by Luo Hong's mind, and formed a formation. As the sword formation made a humming sound, a black and white air quickly condensed, and then converged towards the center of the sword formation. In a few breaths, a black and white giant sword with a length of 100 feet took shape above the light curtain. At this time, the 5-color peacock transformed by Luo Hong immediately made a sharp cry, and the black and white giant sword responded and slashed down. Although it was huge, it was extremely fast, and it slashed onto the light curtain in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the emerald light curtain glowed brightly, and countless runes hidden in it immediately emerged. After sensing its aura, Luo Hong knew that the protection ability of this light curtain was much stronger than he expected. However, Luo Hong did not retreat at this time. Instead, the 5-colored glow around him became stronger, and his already huge figure expanded by 3 points. At the same time, his mind moved, and the sword formation also changed immediately. The next moment, the black and white giant sword that was originally on the light curtain suddenly disintegrated, and in an instant it turned into a black and white silk net, hanging 3 feet above the light curtain. Hunyuan sword silk, cut. As Luo Hong's mind changed, the black and white silk net flashed and disappeared, and the emerald light curtain was covered with black and white grid-like cracks. As for the black and white silk net, it had shrunk to its inside. This level of damage obviously cannot be restored by the restriction itself. It won't take long for the emerald light curtain to turn into light spots and dissipate. No, there are changes. At this moment, Luo Hong sensed a wave of spiritual power hidden deep underground. In an instant, the emerald light curtain, which should have turned into light spots and dissipated everywhere, seemed to be pulled by a huge force and instantly sank into the ground. Then, the ground shook violently, and many emerald crystal tree roots several feet thick broke through the soil and rocks. Entangled with each other, these emerald crystal tree roots turned into a barrier, firmly protecting the Luo Sheng wood inside. There is actually a restriction hidden. No, this restriction not only absorbs the spiritual power of the emerald light curtain, but also helps it reorganize. It must be broken immediately, otherwise all the previous efforts will be wasted. At this moment, Luo Hong deeply understood the importance of the Jiu tribe to the Luo Sheng wood below, and they didn't want them, the sons of the flying spirits, to get involved in it at all. But fortunately, my flying sword is not that simple. After shouting in his heart, Luo Hong once again activated the sword formation, and suddenly a strong silver light appeared on the black and white silk net. Then, it flashed again, leaving many white marks in the air, and embedded in the emerald crystal barrier. After a sharp hissing sound, the emerald crystal barrier finally couldn't resist, and followed the footsteps of the light curtain. At this time, Luo Hong seemed to be unable to support the sword formation anymore, and all the 5 color flying swords collapsed at the same time and turned into human form again. Although the mana consumed by the Hunyuan sword formation is really a lot, it is also powerful enough. Luo Hong took a pill with a slightly pale face, but his tone was extremely satisfied. After all, the problem of mana is about to be solved, and the power of the supernatural power is strong enough. Due to the characteristics of the Hunyuan key itself, it can almost penetrate any spiritual barrier without hindrance. And the so-called sharpness is the ability to separate objects. Therefore, the Hunyuan sword silk is extremely sharp for any spiritual barrier, and it can be broken with one cut. But correspondingly, it will be restrained when dealing with physical shields. Fortunately, the Shen Feng Wuang sword that Luo Hong used to form the Hunyuan sword formation has spatial properties and is best at dealing with physical protection, and it is afraid of the interference of powerful spiritual power. With the complementarity of the two, basically all protective measures will become paper-made, showing the power of the sword formation. After recovering a little, Luo Hong flew to a giant tree with no leaves or branches, about 10 feet high and 10 feet thick. The skin of this giant tree is extremely rough, like a layer of scales, with obvious cut marks on the top, and the smooth cut surface reveals its pale yellow inner substance. Interestingly, its interior is not fibrous, but composed of extremely small particles. Is this Luo Shengmu? What should we do next? Dig it out as a whole? After taking a look, Luo Hong sent a voice message to the Silver Fairy for advice. As long as you are not afraid of being forced to stay and repay the debt, you can dig it out in its entirety. This kind of spiritual medicine has already become extinct outside, and there must be only one here. You can cut off a piece and make sure it is enough for you. Fairy Silver immediately replied in a voice transmission. Make sure it is enough for you? This is not easy to grasp. Luo Hong suddenly felt a little difficult. After all, for him, the more Luo Shengmu he obtained at this time, the more mana the spiritual treasures refined in the future can provide him. This speed cannot be decided casually. After extending his sword finger and gesturing for a long time, Luo Hong finally stopped at the upper third. At this time, in the preaching hall, the lingering sound of scriptures actually revealed a sense of relief. Jiuyu spiritual emperor sent Jiuan to the center of the Holy Land, although he intended to let him harvest some top-level spiritual medicines and give him an opportunity. But even he did not expect that Jiuan could actually break the restriction of Luo Shengmu. When he sensed that the restriction was broken, he was also surprised, and then he cast part of his mind. Although the Luo Shengmu was useless to him, the Xian Luo Fan King pill was an important reliance of the elders of the Jiuyu clan when they were traveling outside, and it could be said to be an important strategic resource. Moreover, it was a unique one, so he, as the head of the family, could not help but care about it. Fortunately, the Jiuyu knew some sense and only planned to intercept 1/3. Although it would take more than 10,000 years for this 1/3 to grow back, it was still a bit heartbreaking, but at least it would not affect the clan's future use. If this child can grow up in the future, this investment is worth it. At the moment, Luo Hong could not sense the spying of the Jiuyu Spirit Emperor. He only saw his sword finger shaking, and a 5-color sword light was about to shoot out from his fingertips. But at this moment, Luo Hong didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly changed his mind. He pressed his sword finger down, and stopped in the middle of the Luo Shengmu. The next moment, the 5-color sword light flashed, and the half-zang long Luo Shengmu slid off the main body, and was captured by Luo Hong's magic power, and put into his pocket. Then, a cold wind blew across the giant mountain, rustling the leaves. Why is it windy? After muttering to himself with some guilt, Luo Hong immediately fled from here. In the preaching hall, the sound of the scriptures suddenly became urgent, and the river of laws suddenly became turbulent, causing many feeling saint lords who were immersed in it to change their faces slightly. You little boy, you dare to take such a big advantage of my clan. I will make you pay back in the future. Jiuyu Linghuan felt that his heart was bleeding. If he hadn't cherished his talent, he would not have just cursed him lightly at this time. 5 days passed in a flash. This morning, on the Nock Spirit Peak, the huge palace gate of Jiuyu Palace once again rolled out a sky full of black light, throwing out hundreds of human figures at the same time. Then the heaven and earth shook together, the spiritual power recovered, and Jiuyu Palace retreated into the void again, and disappeared in front of everyone. After everything calmed down, and the strange phenomena disappeared, everyone in the air looked for their companions. Although the Spirit Emperor's sermon has ended, the Feeling Festival will continue for a month or so. During this period, everyone will trade the spiritual medicines they have obtained from the Holy Land, and private small-scale trade fairs will usually be held one after another. Although Luo Hong was not very interested and wanted to go back to refine spiritual treasures, it would be too abnormal if he did not participate in one, so he did not return to the cave residence immediately. However, he wanted to pretend, but surprisingly no one came to invite him, and he stayed alone in the room for 2 days. Luo Hong suddenly felt depressed, thinking that he was fighting wits and courage with the air this time. It was not a solution to be alone, so Luo Hong decided to go out and take a look. If it didn't work, he would just show his face and leave, which would save trouble. Just as he walked to the door of the attic, Luo Hong saw the light curtain in front of him tremble, and then 2 groups of people walked in one after another, clearly divided into left and right. Those who could come back at this time were undoubtedly Kaoshu and Kang Dorang. Compared with Luo Hong's loneliness in the past 2 days, they were quite busy, rushing to one show after another. Luo Hong was not familiar with these 4 people, so he naturally would not take the initiative to say hello at this time. He was about to walk out the door, but just as he took a step, a sarcastic voice came from the side. Junior brother G, which party did you accept the invitation? Can you tell me about it? Luo Hong didn't even need to look at him to guess that Kang Dorang's face must be full of ridicule at this time, so he would ignore him. Unfortunately, just as Yanling worried, Kang Dorang had been accumulating resentment in his heart. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he not vent it out? Junior brother G, don't blame me for speaking harshly. The cultivation gained by chance and luck is not real. Only the cultivation cultivated by resources and foundation can make people feel at ease. And personal connections are a kind of foundation. Junior brother G has a poor background, so it is natural that he lacks these. If you ask me, your senior brother, I can help you a little. In Kang Dorang's view, the reason why Ji Yuan was able to surpass him was that the sword formation he relied on came from chance, and the power of heaven and earth he cultivated came from luck. But chance and luck are the most unstable things. They are there today, but not tomorrow. How can he be willing to lose on them? Hearing this, Luo Hong was also speechless by this aristocratic family. No matter how strong the Kang family's foundation is, it can only pile him up to feeling sure at most. What is there to be proud of? Although he didn't get angry because of this, Luo Hong didn't want to fly, to make noise in his ears. At the moment, his thoughts turned, and he was ready to think of a way to deal with the other party. Kaoshu stood not far away, hesitant to speak. She originally wanted to represent the Ko family, to make friends with Ji Yuan, but just before she came out of Jiuyu Palace, the Five Lights Saint Lord found her and told her to try not to contact Ji Yuan, but did not explain the specific reason. The contemporary Five Lights Saint Lord has a close relationship with her Ko family, and he would not harm her if he warned her like this. Therefore, although Kaoshu was full of doubts, she also knew that these 2 days were a good opportunity to make friends with Ji Yuan, but she resisted the urge to invite him. Junior brother G, do you want to fight? Junior brother, your temper is too big, and I'm just telling the truth. Haha. Kang Dorang saw that Luo Hong looked different, and immediately deliberately mocked him. Cowling Peak is different from the clan. Private fights are strictly prohibited here. Once discovered, the perpetrator will be expelled from the peak at the least, losing face, and will be abolished at the worst, which is the same as death. Luo Hong knew this, otherwise he would have slapped him long ago, so there was no need to think too much. It's really troublesome. In 2 days, I will secretly kill him with Zhao Jun's hand, and put the blame on the Cheyenne Pen clan. Just when an unreliable thought flashed through Luo Hong's soul, the forbidden light curtain at the door trembled again. Someone came to see him. Sensing the other party's pure fire spirit power, it was undoubtedly the son of the Ziran clan. At this moment, Luo Hong's eyes flashed, and without thinking too much, he cast a spell, and invited the person in. "Senior brother Zeng, are you here to see me?" Koyi asked suspiciously when he saw the person coming. "Haha, brother Ko, you misunderstood. Today, I came here to pay my respects to senior brother Ji. Let's meet again in 2 days." After casually responding to Koyi, Zeng Yuan immediately bowed respectfully to Luo Hong, handed over the jade note and said, "Senior brother Ji, I'm here on behalf of senior brother ZHU to invite you to participate in the trading meeting tonight. I hope you will do me the honor." After saying that, he slightly released his magic power from his palms, and the jade note in his hand actually burst into flames. This was not a show of power. On the contrary, this move proved that the jade note was made of precious Yanyu, which meant that the inviter regarded the invitee as the most important guest. This custom of the Chiran tribe was not a secret, and Luo Hong and others knew it. Before Luo Hong took the jade note, Khan Dorang's cheeks turned red, as if they had been severely slapped. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong felt extremely comfortable. He took the jade note with a smile, and was ready to accept the invitation. But at this moment, the light curtain at the door of the attic trembled again. Luo Hong's consciousness probed, and his face immediately became a little strange, but he still cast a spell. Then, a saint son of the Jiuyu tribe and a saint son of the Nanlong tribe walked in together. When the two saw the jade stickers in Zeng Yuan and Luo Hong's hands, they immediately understood and said with a wry smile, "Brother Zeng, are you here to invite brother Ji as well?" "Are you too?" Zeng Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then reacted immediately, asking in great surprise. After all, Aolo and the other two did not spread the news of Ji Yuan in the preaching hall, so they naturally did not understand why Ji Yuan became a hot pot. At this time, Khan Dorang's face was no longer flushed with shame, but revealed a dark green color of fear. Jiuyu tribe, Nanlong tribe, and Chiran tribe are the top 3 branches of the Feeling tribe. If Ji Yuan has a close relationship with the saints of these 3 tribes, then he is not someone he can afford to provoke. Chapter 974, Establishing Authority. Seeing this situation, Khan Dorang would not stay and humiliate himself. At that moment, he returned to his room with a sullen face without saying a word. Kyoshu on the side was even more puzzled. After all, the performance of the upper 3 clans was very different from the warning of the 5 Lights Saint. In order to find out the truth, she immediately turned around and left, ready to report the matter to the 5 Lights Saint in person. Then, Zeng Yuan, who came first, saw his 2 friends take out the jade stickers at the same time. He no longer had any luck in his heart, and immediately looked at Luo Hong with pleading eyes. There was only one meaning revealed. He was obviously here first. "Well, the 3 of you don't have to be embarrassed. Although Z can't be divided into 3, these 3 small meetings can be combined into one. The 3 of you immediately send a voice message to ask for instructions. I believe that senior brother Ao and others will give Z a face." Although the invitation of the saints of the upper 3 clans gave Luo Hong face, he didn't want to toss it 3 times. Fortunately, he was a qualified old demon, and he knew the all-inclusive method very well. He immediately thought of a way to merge the 3 small meetings and get it done at one time. Zeng Yuan and the other 2 looked at each other, and after seeing that the other party had no intention of giving in, they also felt that this was the only way. You know, they were all given death orders before they came, and they would definitely be unlucky if they couldn't invite the Ji Yuan. Instead of being stuck here, it's better to make some attempts. Not long after, the sound transmission talisman sent by the 3 people was echoed. Aolo and the other 2 not only agreed to Luo Hong's proposal, but also changed a more suitable venue for the small meeting, and moved up the time. If the 3 parties merged into one, the number of people in the small meeting would naturally double, and the original time would not be enough. It was natural to move it up. Haha, the 3 senior brothers are so kind. Zimao can't break the appointment. Now that I have nothing to do, I'll go earlier. Luo Hong nodded with satisfaction, and then strode towards the light curtain at the door of the attic. Zeng Yuan and the other 2 completed the task, so they naturally would not stay any longer, and followed them out of the light curtain. Although there was only a few breaths of difference between the 2, after the 3 came out, Luo Hong had already escaped far away, and even his shadow could not be seen. The three were not surprised by this and were about to chat with each other, but saw a stream of light flying from the sky and shooting straight to the light curtain behind them. The three used their spiritual sense to sense it and knew that it was a jade sticker. This was the most common scene in the current knocking on the spirit beak, but Zheng Yuan suddenly stretched out his hand and forcibly sucked the jade talisman into his palm. The two saints on the side frowned when they saw this, thinking that Zheng Yuan's behavior was quite inappropriate, even though the jade sticker had the breath of the Cheyenne Pen clan, and they also knew that the Chiron clan was preparing to annex the Cheyenne Pen clan. But his blatant way of intercepting the jade sticker was too inferior. Haha, brothers, don't look at me like that. This jade note is also to invite senior brother Ji to attend the small meeting. You two don't want to cause trouble at this time, right? Zheng Yuan saw through their thoughts at a glance, but explained slowly. That being said, if this action offends senior brother Ji, we are afraid that it will be more troublesome. After experiencing the battle just now, the three of them knew how much their eldest brother valued Ji Yuan and showed his intention to make friends. If they acted on their own and ruined things, they would definitely be in trouble. Brothers, you worry too much. How can a Cheyenne Pen clan that is about to fall out of the list of the 12 main branches be qualified to invite senior brother Ji to an appointment? Besides, they haven't sent anyone to invite him in person, but just sent a letter by flying sword, which is too neglectful. Don't worry, after the small meeting of our three clans is over, Zheng will release this jade note. If there is any problem during this period, Zheng will also take full responsibility. Zheng Yuan immediately patted his chest and promised. Seeing that he was determined to do so, the other two saints did not say anything more. After all, they really did not want to cause trouble. Since they could not wrong themselves, they could only wrong the junior brother of the Cheyenne Pen clan. Half a day later, a 5-colored stream of light appeared on a floating giant rock near the Cowling Peak and stopped in front of a hall that seemed to be built entirely of green bamboo. This place is elegant. After judging it, Luo Hong immediately walked towards the entrance of the green bamboo hall. Unexpectedly, halfway through the walk, he saw a group of Feeling Clan monks coming out one after another, all with dissatisfied expressions on their faces. What happened? Why was the auction suddenly cancelled? I even exchanged my spirit stones. I'm going to lose a lot this time. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with those few items that were the highlight. It's really unlucky. I heard that someone wanted to hold a small trade fair here, so the originally scheduled auction gave way. Nonsense. There are only a few people at the trade fair. Do they need the entire Yazoo Hall? As expected of the influence of the saints of the upper three clans, a slight move can make such a big commotion. Luo Hong thought secretly while hiding his aura without making a sound. After everyone left, he entered the Yazoo Hall. When he came in, he saw that the hall was full of bamboo, and it was indeed decorated quite elegantly, and the spiritual energy in the hall was also very refreshing. Just being in it, it was hard not to be in a good mood. Haha, junior brother Ji came really early. Please take a seat. Senior brother Fei, why are you alone? Where are senior brother Ao and senior brother Zhu? Luo Hong took a glance and saw that only Fei Yu was in the hall, so he couldn't help asking. They are still busy notifying other Taoist friends. I invited few people, so they are responsible for arranging fruits, tea, and wine. After saying that, 2 rows of white-skinned and pointed-eared servants walked out of the passage behind Fei Yu. The trays in their hands were either loaded with various delicious spiritual fruits or fragrant spiritual wine and tea, and they were placed on each table in an orderly manner. These servants all had no wings on their backs, and they were obviously not from the Feeling tribe. Brother Ji, are you interested in these cold spirits? If so, I will give this team to you. Although these cold spirits are not good at cultivation, they are born with several secret techniques that are quite suitable for cultivating spiritual medicines, and they are good at managing medicine fields. Perhaps noticing Luo Hong's gaze, Fei Yu said generously, no need. The medicinal fields in Ji's mansion only have some common spiritual medicines. There is no need for special people to take care of them. Brother Fei should keep them for yourself. Although he was somewhat opposed to the other party's slavery, Luo Hong also knew that a weak tribe like the Hanjing tribe could only survive in the spiritual world by being slaves. Hearing this, Fei Yu immediately stopped persuading him and changed the subject to chat with Luo Hong. After a conversation, Luo Hong finally understood why they had no movement in the first 2 days, but on the 3rd day, they seemed to have agreed to invite him together. It turned out that, although there were no clear rules, the trading meeting after the sermon was generally held only within the branch on the 1st day, and between the branches with good friends on the 2nd day. Only on the 3rd day, the saints of each branch could call friends and organize a real private meeting. Haha, it seems that I'm isolated within the Five Lights clan. This is really great. Luo Hong hoped that no one would bother him in the future, so that he could be an undercover agent quietly. Soon, the saints from different branches entered the hall one after another. Luo Hong didn't know any of them, so he lost interest in talking. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, waiting for the meeting to really begin. When the new feeling saints saw Fei Yu, they immediately greeted him. Then, when they saw Luo Hong, who closed his eyes and ignored them, they all showed dissatisfaction. Fortunately, everyone had seen many people with strange tempers, so they would not make a fuss at the moment, and their expressions returned to normal in an instant. Huh. Brother Nanlin, you are here too. Don't you always dislike crowds? Humph. The 3 senior brothers from the upper 3 clans invited me together. How can I not show my respect? Is this kid deliberately teasing me? Have you heard? This time, the 3 senior brothers were directly teleported to the center of the Holy Land. The spiritual medicine they harvested is so much. Our trip will definitely be worthwhile. Really? Then the temporary change of this meeting is probably that the 3 senior brothers want to exchange spiritual medicines with each other. I wonder what kind of treasures will appear at that time. Amidst the waves of discussions, the number of feeling saints in Yazoo Hall gradually reached 15. At this time, Aolo and Zhu Junan, who had not shown up, finally appeared at the entrance and fled towards the crowd without saying a word. Seeing this, the feeling saints were about to stand up to greet them, but they saw that the 2 ignored them directly, came to Luo Hong's desk, and greeted them very politely. Junior brother G was invited to come this time. Aolo and brother Zhu are very happy. It is our fault that you kept junior brother waiting for so long. I will definitely blame myself for 3 cups later. Seeing that the 2 were so polite, Luo Hong naturally would not be rude, and immediately stood up to respond. Then, he sat down again, and resumed the state of closing his eyes, and resting his mind. After all, there were still a few people who had not arrived, and the meeting would have to wait for a while. At the same time, Aolo and the other 2 faced the feeling saints in the hall and greeted each other. Although the etiquette was not lost, the solemnity was still very obvious in contrast. This immediately shocked the feeling saint son in the hall. They couldn't understand why such an unknown person could be treated so politely by the 2 senior brothers. Soon, the more sensible people in the crowd came to Luo Hong one after another to pay their respects. Although they were a little arrogant, Luo Hong was not dissatisfied and smiled and nodded in response. After about a cup of tea, the last feeling saint son who was invited finally sat down. As the eldest brother of the contemporary Jiuyu tribe, Aolo immediately took the responsibility to host this super large meeting. While he was talking, Luo Hong's eyes swept over the feeling saint sons present one by one. I saw that these saints were basically from the upper 6 tribes, and each of them had a strong aura, and was not an ordinary person. There was no doubt that this was a gathering of the elites of the contemporary feeling tribe. Without further ado, Ao and the other 2 were fortunate to have the help of junior brother Ju to enter the center of the Holy Land and break the ban on collecting herbs. The harvest was indeed quite rich, so we will start the transaction first. After saying that, Aolu waved his hand, and 4 jade boxes suddenly appeared on the table in front of him. As soon as the lid of the box was moved, the unique strong medicinal fragrance of the 10,000-year-old elixir diffused out. Fei Yu and Zhu Junan did the same at this moment, and the whole hall was immediately shrouded in the medicinal fragrance, which attracted everyone's eyes. Of course, as high-level flying spirit generals, everyone would not miss Aolu's words. After a brief shock, they immediately focused their attention on Luo Hong. Facing the smiling faces of Aolo and the other 2, Luo Hong immediately understood that they were intentionally letting him establish his prestige in front of everyone. It can be imagined that after this small meeting, with the return of these elite saints, the name of Ji Yuan will definitely become famous among the flying spirits. Such good intentions really made Luo Hong feel painful. However, it was too unreasonable to refuse, so Luo Hong could only force his smile and throw out several thousand-year-old spiritual medicines that he could not use. The thousand-year-old spiritual medicine was the best evidence. Seeing this, the saints immediately wiped away the last trace of doubt in their hearts and looked at the first place with a lot of respect. There were only more than 20 feeling generals in the hall, but there were more than 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines. This ratio determined the subsequent hot trading scene. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Hong exchanged a large number of feeling clan specialty spiritual materials. There was no surprise, but the harvest was still good. Junior brother G, why do you need so many golden marrow crystal worms and golden mother coral sand? These two spiritual materials are only useful to the cultivators of the Xianpeng clan, and they are the only ones that produce them. Zhu Junan frowned and asked after hearing Luo Hong put forward a trading condition. I didn't prepare these two spiritual materials for myself, but for my spiritual beasts. Since only the Xianpeng tribe has them, I'll find a way later. Although he pushed the blame on Zhao Jin, Luo Hong actually proposed the conditions for Han Lao Mo. The golden marrow crystal worm and the golden mother coral sand are excellent things for refining the Dharma, which are of great benefit to Han Lao Mo's practice of the Brahma Saint true demon art. Luo Hong collected them at this time, just to let Han Lao Mo do things for him in the future. He just did it conveniently, so he naturally wouldn't feel disappointed at the moment. I see, this matter is up to Zhu. I happen to know where the spiritual island of the Xianpeng tribe produces these two spiritual objects. Hearing that Ji Yuan had nothing to do with the Xianpeng tribe, Zhu Junan's brows suddenly relaxed, and he immediately promised. Good guy, are you going to rob directly? The conflict between your two tribes has really been exposed. However, the culture of the feeling tribe is like this. It is natural for the strong to swallow the weak, so Luo Hong will not interfere. But the other information revealed in his words aroused Luo Hong's great interest. Luo Hong knew that the spiritual island not only had golden marrow crystal worms and golden mother coral sand, but also the remains of the nine-headed fierce bird. On that day in the Lost Forest, Yahoo tempted him with a great opportunity in despair, trying to save his life. But Luo Hong knew very well at that time that the great opportunity this guy mentioned was actually the remains of the nine-headed fierce bird, so he killed him without hesitation. And he also knew that the place where the corpses were sunken was not a place that could be visited casually, and there were dangers hidden in it. Presumably, Yahoo also got an eyeball of the nine-headed fierce bird from somewhere else, and used it to refine the nine nether eyes. Otherwise he would have died on that spiritual island long ago. Chapter 975 Yang Shalan Bei Heo. The true spirit and yin energy on the island is very useful for enhancing the power of the netherworld cave heaven. Luo Hong will not let it go. It's just that, because the island is more sensitive, he has not been anxious to find out the specific location. Now that Zhu Junan took the initiative to mention it, he immediately said calmly, oh. It turns out that brother Zhu also knows the origin of the two spiritual materials. This is really great. If the spirit beast can go there to practice directly, with the help of the spiritual environment there, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Hearing this, Zhu Junan first curled his lips, and was very satisfied with the title of Ji Yuan. After all, being able to say the word brother Zhu means that their relationship is much closer than the most ordinary brothers and sisters. Although there are many contradictions between the various branches, the feeling clan is ultimately one. The cultivators of the same cultivation and the same status call each other brothers and sisters, but they are not really that kind of relationship. However, after hearing the following words, the smile on Zhu Junan's face disappeared immediately. He showed an embarrassment and said in a voice transmission, Brother Z, I can tell you the location of the spiritual island, but this island is a forbidden area designated by the Jiuyu tribe, and all feeling tribe cultivators are not allowed to approach it. If you want to let your spirit beast go to the island to practice, it is better to inform Brother Ao and obtain the consent of the Jiuyu tribe before taking action. Otherwise I'm afraid there will be some trouble. If it were an ordinary person, Zhu Junan would definitely not tell him the location of the spiritual island. After all, if the other party violated the ban, he would inevitably be involved. However, Ji Yuan was a person favored by the Jiuyu Spirit Emperor, and it was not impossible for him to obtain a special license, so he was willing to take some risks. So that's the case, brother Zhu. Don't worry, Z will definitely not violate the ban. Luo Hong thought that he was not a member of the Feeling tribe, and even if he went to the island directly, it would not be considered a violation of the ban. After getting the guarantee from Ji Yuan, Zhu Junan immediately felt much more at ease, and immediately told him the location of the spiritual island in a voice transmission. After a busy half day, all the saints had completed their transactions to a greater or lesser extent. Even the most indifferent of them could not help but smile. After the business was done, everyone naturally drank and had fun, and made friends with each other. In short, it was to brag to each other. At this time, the sermon had just ended, so the most worth bragging about at this moment was their understanding of the way of evil spirit. All the saints first talked with the people around them, and then someone bowed to Aolo and said, "I wonder how much of the way of evil spirit you have comprehended. Can you teach me a thing or two?" As soon as these words came out, the originally lively hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Aolu with burning eyes. The reason for this was that everyone knew in their hearts that in terms of the understanding of the way of evil spirit, Aolu, the contemporary elder brother of the Jiuyu tribe, must have the deepest understanding. However, what everyone did not expect was that Aolu actually shook his head and said, "Junior brother Ji is here today. How dare Aolu show off his little knowledge?" Junior brother was able to manifest the holy bad vision that day, so he must have mastered some evil spirit laws. Why not let everyone see it for themselves? The holy bad vision. I left too early and missed this rare event in 10,000 years. No wonder the three senior brothers all admired this senior brother G so much. It turned out to be because of this. I have to report to the Holy Lord. When I go back, our clan may have to adjust its attitude towards the Five Lights clan today. As soon as Aolu finished speaking, discussions in the hall suddenly arose, and everyone's faces showed a look of sudden realization. If you want to establish your prestige in the world of cultivating immortals, you must show your true ability. Aolu deliberately set up the stage for the sake of Ji Yuan. For Luo Hong, as an undercover, he naturally did not want to be so prominent, but it was obvious that, if he still concealed his incompetence at this time, it would be unreasonable. I'm so impressed that I'm forced to show off. After sighing secretly, Luo Hong said nothing, and immediately released a circle of pure white evil spirit from his body. There are also differences among the sons of noble families. The feeling saints present are all people who focus on training. After they have achieved success in their cultivation, they have gone to the abyss to kill beasts and monsters, and the evil spirit on their bodies is not small. However, the evil spirit obtained by training alone is naturally not as good as that of Luo Hong, who has killed all the way from the lower world to the spiritual world. Therefore, although Luo Hong only released 1/10 of his real evil spirit, he still scared everyone, except Aolo and the other two. If it was just his comprehension and talent, everyone would definitely envy him, but now seeing such a strong evil spirit, they couldn't help but admire it sincerely. The large amount alone cannot reflect Luo Hong's comprehension of the way of evil spirit. He pinched out a spell with one hand, and the evil spirit around him immediately became round and smooth. Then, with a slight turn, everyone in the hall found that their evil spirits were emanating from their bodies uncontrollably, as if they were about to be sucked in. Shocked, everyone immediately used their magic power to suppress their own evil spirits, so as not to be backfired. Luo Hong just wanted to show off his skills and let everyone have a taste of it, and then naturally he would immediately retract his magical power. The saints also quickly came to their senses. Although the opponent's skills were not shocking, it was not difficult to imagine that, if part of their magic power could not be used during the battle, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Luo Hong was able to have this magical power to control the evil spirits in other people's bodies, mainly because he cultivated the rare yang evil spirits, and the power of the law crushed everyone, so it was natural that he could easily affect the yin evil spirits in everyone's bodies. What a yang evil law. You, young man, did not make me spit out those 3 mouthfuls of blood in vain. Suddenly, a man's voice with full energy came from outside the hall. Before the voice fell, a strong figure suddenly appeared above everyone's head. Aolo and the others were startled at first, but soon they saw who was coming, and immediately stood up to salute. Greetings to the Saint Lord of Jiuyu. The man who came was about 60% similar to Aolu, and his cultivation was at least a mid-level flying spirit commander, and he was the Saint Lord of the contemporary Jiuyu tribe. You are so bold, you dare to contradict the spirit emperor of our tribe, causing me and others to suffer enough. What do you have to say? After the Saint Lord of Jiuyu appeared, he stared at Luo Hong and said angrily, Father, the spirit emperor did not blame junior brother Ji. Please don't be angry. Seeing that the situation was not good, Aolo immediately pleaded for Luo Hong and revealed his relationship with the contemporary Saint Lord. These few words contained too much information, and the other Saint Sons were stunned after hearing them, contradicting the spirit emperor, causing a group of Saint Lords to vomit blood. Still not blamed? Exclamation mark. Damn, what big scene did we miss? Go away. Do you have the right to speak? Jiuyu Saint Lord glared, and then he used some magical power to make Aolu freeze in place. Except for the ability to move his eyeballs, he could not move at all. Please forgive me, Senior Ao. I was also speaking out of my feelings at that time. I did not intend to contradict Senior Ling Huang, nor did I intend to harm you. Luo Hong immediately bowed and apologized. Oh. So, if you are given another chance, you will not make the same choice? Jiuyu Saint Lord raised his eyebrows. No, I will still make the same choice. Luo Hong looked up at Jiuyu Saint Lord and said, Humph, aren't you afraid that I will destroy you? Jiuyu Saint Lord's eyes suddenly turned cold, revealing a ferocious look. Because the Tao is there. Luo Hong immediately straightened his back and said firmly. As soon as these words came out, the hall immediately became so cold that you could smell a pin drop. Jiuyu Saint Lord looked at Luo Hong with an increasingly cold gaze, and the others felt like sitting on pins and needles, but did not dare to move. Haha, good boy, you are as brave as me. Very good, I agree to your marriage. Just when the atmosphere was the most tense, the Lord of Jiuyu suddenly laughed, and said in an appreciative tone, What marriage? Luo Hong was shocked. In fact, he guessed from the beginning that the other party was bluffing and just wanted to scare him, so he kept the persona he showed when preaching without any scruples. But Luo Hong could never have imagined how this matter would be related to his marriage. Of course it's your marriage with my daughter. Although you are not from the upper 3 clans, let alone a noble family, fortunately you are brave enough and your magical powers are not bad. I will accept you reluctantly. The Lord of Jiuyu waved his hand and said with a slightly disgusted expression, Yes, he is Ao King's father, and that woman actually went home and proposed marriage. Luo Hong felt suffocated. What kind of personalities does this family have? However, in fact, Luo Hong misunderstood the Holy Lord of Jiuyu. He would not be so anxious to marry his daughter, but after the sermon, he met the spirit emperor of Jiuyu alone. When the other party asked him about the situation of Jiuyu, he couldn't help but remember that Ao King had told him about this person 20 years ago and wanted to marry him. And since the spirit emperor of his own clan asked, he would not hide anything. Unexpectedly, after the other party learned about it, he suddenly laughed and then decided the marriage on the spot. Although he was a little puzzled, since it was the spirit emperor's order, he could only obey. Fortunately, he was also quite satisfied with Jiuyu, so he didn't have any resistance in his heart. The trial of the Earth Abyss is imminent, and the younger generation has no time to consider the love between men and women, so Luo Hong subconsciously shirked. Don't worry, I originally wanted to give you two a gift after you win the qualification of the Holy Lord. The dowry prepared by my Ao family will be enough for you to quickly break through the feeling marshal and become a true feeling Holy Lord. By the way, each of you takes one of these 4 jade slips. If you practice well, it will make your trial in the Earth Abyss much smoother. Brother Fei and the others are still waiting for me to drink, so I won't stay any longer. You can continue. Until the end, the Holy Lord of Jiuyu remembered the real purpose of this trip. After throwing out the jade slip that was exactly the same as that of his fourth sister, he flew out of the hall. Just when everyone was just relieved, a black beam of light suddenly flew into the hall and hit Aolu, restoring his freedom. I didn't expect that junior brother G has already formed a marriage with brother Ao's family. It seems that the women of my fairy family don't have this blessing. I congratulate you in advance. Fei Yu smiled and bowed to Luo Hong to congratulate him. Congratulations, senior brother G. The saints present also congratulated him in unison. Seeing this, Luo Hong could only twitch his lips stiffly and pretend to be happy. After being interrupted by the Saint Lord of Jiuyu, everyone lost interest in continuing to flatter each other and soon left the table one after another, ending this small meeting. Luo Hong was in a depressed mood, so he drank 2 more cups and walked at the end. But as soon as he walked out of the temple door, Aolu followed him. Junior brother G, don't rush back. I have missed you very much these years. Why don't you go back with me to see her and cultivate your relationship? You might as well let me kill the ancient beast of Liangsu. Luo Hong rolled his eyes secretly and hurriedly thought of an excuse to shirk. When he turned his eyes, he saw Beihao looking at him outside the Yazoo temple, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. I'm really sorry senior brother Ao. I already made an appointment with senior brother Bei. Next time, I will definitely take the initiative to visit. Glancing at Beihao, who was obviously getting impatient, Aolu immediately stopped doubting him and nodded, saying, of course, I can't let junior brother Z break his promise, so I'll find another opportunity next time. After that, he bowed to Luo Hong and flew away. After watching the other party go away, Luo Hong turned his eyes and stopped at Beihao. Although he used the other party as an excuse, this guy's behavior was indeed a bit suspicious. He only met him once, but he personally blocked him outside the hall. Huh? Isn't this senior brother Bei? Are you here to see me? Luo Hong put on a smiling face and greeted him, asking knowingly, please forgive me for being abrupt junior brother Z, but I haven't received a reply to the jade note I handed out, so I asked about my junior brother's whereabouts and waited here. Beihao said apologetically. Brother Bei's jade note. I didn't receive it. Did you send it to the wrong place? Luo Hong couldn't help but wonder. That's right. I've also been to Wuguang Pavilion. There's no trace of the jade note outside the restriction. Beihao was also quite confused at the moment. Even if the jade note missed the Jiyuan, it should have stayed in the restriction outside Wuguang Pavilion. How could it disappear inexplicably? Maybe there was an accident, but it's just a jade note, it's not a big deal. If you have something to ask me, just tell me. Luo Hong didn't want to think about the whereabouts of the jade note and asked Beihao directly about his purpose. To be honest, I had intended to approach brother G before, just to ask brother G for a favor. Beihao actually told the truth. Approach G. Haha, G is not a big shot. What's the use of brother Bei approaching G? Luo Hong thought that his previous premonition was indeed correct. Junior brother G, don't belittle yourself. I have many friends in the Five Lights clan, but I know very well that you are the number one among the contemporary Five Lights saints. You just don't want to compete with Kyoshu, so you are the second, so only you can help me with this favor. Beihao said with a look of don't pretend. I'm sorry senior brother Bei, G has important things to do and doesn't have time to help others. You should ask someone else. There are many suspicious points about Beihao. Luo Hong doesn't want to have too much contact with him, so he refused without hesitation. Junior brother G, why don't you ask what the favor is? Our two clans have a close relationship after all. If you do this, you will be gossiped about. Beihao's face was bitter, and he hurriedly stopped the Jiyuan who was about to leave. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.